Good morning. Good morning. If you could all take a seat, please, we'll get started. Thank you. All right. Good morning, everyone. It feels like we're going to run an auction today. Someone mentioned that to me. The tables are. So make sure you put the right bids, okay? No, it's a pleasure. My co-editors and I are thrilled to invite you to the 58th edition of the JAR Conference. And we're especially happy to be here on our Hyde Park campus this year. In fact, I don't know if how long it's been since we've held the conference over here. I've been here for 22 years. We haven't held it here, so I suspect or conjecture that the last time we held the conference here must have been before 1994, perhaps, because the Gleacher Center, our downtown campus, was open in spring '94. So we're very happy to be here on a beautiful day in Chicago. We're also here in this building. I want to say just a few words about this lovely building. It's the Rubenstein Forum. It's named after its benefactor, David Rubenstein, who is a trustee of the university and also an alum of the law school. And if you go around, you'll see it's got very beautiful conference rooms and meeting rooms. The architecture is quite lovely. It also features an art collection and has historic documents from the Constitution, the Magna Carta, and the Bill of Rights. And there are twos, actually, but you should stick around. A few more things I want to say since we are here on campus. Booth is celebrating a few milestones this year. We are actually 125 years old as a business school, so we are celebrating our 125th anniversary. There have been events throughout the year to celebrate this. Also, we are celebrating our centennial anniversary, our PhD program. We started our PhD program in 1920. And in fact, we are the oldest PhD program in accounting. I don't know if you know that. We are actually 102 years old this year. But because of the pandemic, we couldn't quite have a celebration. So next week, actually, we have a big celebration with many of our alums back to celebrate this important milestone. Let me come back to 2023 in this year's conference. Let me start by thanking the Chakuzian Accounting Research Center, which really supports the accounting group here and JAR. Also want to mention and recognize the KPMG Foundation for supporting this conference over many years, the JAR conference. So we're grateful to them for that. And maybe just quickly a few words about this year's conference theme. The past and present editors of JAR have always felt that it's important to be receptive to papers from all research methods. I would say in particular, an important tradition at the journal has been to encourage empirical work that's well-grounded in theory, and theory work that speaks to and guides empirical work. And the theme of this year's conference is actually to try to reinforce the journal's commitment to publishing papers that strive to link empirical research and theory. We have 6 such papers on the menu today, along with a panel discussion later on that would talk about bridging the gap between theory and empirical work in accounting. Our hope is that this conference will underscore how empirical and theory work are linked together and rely on each other and depend on each other. All right, so we should get going. Let me mention a few ground rules and logistics for the conference. As you may recall, the JAR conference format is a workshop format. There's no discussant. Each session would have a moderator, however. Each paper session would last exactly 70 minutes. But it's important and we ask that you give the speaker 10 uninterrupted minutes at the beginning to lay the stage. for their paper. Uh, and also, we ask that in asking your question, please, it would be helpful if you let the speaker try to proceed linearly through the paper. And the moderator of each paper would ensure that you do that the paper, your questions get answered and the speaker gets through their presentation. You're also being live streamed on YouTube, so make sure you're smiling, and even if you're not on camera, your comments will be live and recorded. And also you have microphones in front of each of you, so make sure when you ask questions, please speak in the microphone so that you are properly recorded. So that's all. I would like to get started. Welcome again. I would ask Lutzi to kick off the first session. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everyone. I don't have to do much. I only have to ask the presenter up, and then we can get rolling. And I think Harish, your tea.
Well, hello, everyone. First of all, let me thank the organizers for picking up the paper for the presentation. It's great to present here. This is a joint work with Hui Chen, who is also here, and Pierre Liang, who couldn't come. The title of the paper is Exploration, Exploitation, and Financial Disclosure. And essentially, we ask the following question. We want to study how financial disclosure quality affects the exploration versus exploitation strategy of a manager who cares about the prices, both short-term prices and long-term prices. Well, whether to explore or not to explore is a non-trivial question for managers. Both strategies have benefits and they have drawbacks as well. On the one hand, exploration, it's a key feature of innovation. It's important for technological development, for the human progress, but also it's an uncertain process. Managers who start innovation, who start exploration, may not be sure whether it will be successful or not. It takes time. It's a dynamic, uncertain process. Empirical research shows that the effects of the financial disclosure quality on exploration is not really clear-cut. We have papers that demonstrate that the proxies of patent-based measures of innovation are positively and negatively associated with different proxies for financial disclosure quality. So this is a viable theoretical question to ask. The main model ingredient that we use is the bandit problem. Here on the picture, you can see one-armed bandit. That's what I guess you can see in Las Vegas or in Macau. This is essentially a slot machine with one arm. And you can pull this arm, and if you're lucky enough, you get 3 cherries, you get a success, you get a jackpot. Now, a multiple-armed bandit problem is a more complicated problem which is used and studied in computer science, in operations research, in machine learning. The problem is to pick one of the arms of one bandit with multiple arms and to form a strategy to stop at some point. So for us, we will be studying a firm manager who chooses a method, an arm of the bandit with 2 arms, and can switch to another method, another arm at any time. And then the exploration, as we define it, is essentially using an unknown method, a method which has an unknown probability of success. Ex ante, it's not so profitable, but as a manager, you may learn something in the process, and you enjoy a real option. Okay? You may get a jackpot if you explore, and you find out the exploration is successful. Now, exploitation is using a method with a known probability of success. This is an old traditional method. The managers already know the probability of getting success of using this method. Our research question is, again, how does financial disclosure affect the strategy of exploration versus exploitation of a manager who is myopic and cares about both short-term and long-term prices? We will be studying different types of disclosure. We'll be looking at mandatory disclosure and discretionary disclosure. So the question will be whether to give a manager a disclosure option, an option to disclose at their own discretion or not, or to make it mandatory. We'll also be looking at the dynamics of disclosure. We'll be looking at the early disclosure options and late disclosure options separately. And then we'll have an extension with the repeated bandit problems where essentially the same intuition we developed in the main model is still obtained, and the referee and the editor pushed us towards solving this repeated bandit problem, which we think is very meaningful. The main takeaway in one sentence is that if you want to maximize exploration, you want to give the manager an early discretion in disclosure, an early disclosure option, and you want to make disclosure mandatory at later stages. In equilibrium, both over-exploration and under-exploration may happen, so it's not always that maximization of exploration is optimal from the firm value maximization point of view. If we have over-exploration, then the reverse holds true. We want to give late disclosure option and make disclosure mandatory in the beginning. Okay. Just checking the time. So let me first set up a model and then open it up for questions. The model we have consists of the bandit problem. The bandit problem, we take it from Manso. Essentially, it's a Journal of Finance Manso paper with 2 periods, a trial stage and the final result stage. So there is a trial time and the time where the full-scale commercial launch happens. At each period, the firm manager has to pick to pull one of the arm, either a known arm or a new innovative arm. Whatever the arm that the manager chooses, whether it's old method, denoted by ATO, or a new method, denoted by ATN, she generates an outcome of either success or failure. And this is VT, the outcome of the trying of one of the arms in period 1 for T1 and 2 for T2. Success is greater than failure. Okay. The total cash flow is realized at the very end. We have 2 periods and consists of the result of trying the bandit in the first period and in the second period, where gamma captures the relative importance of the second cash flow implication as compared to the first cash flow. Okay? Gamma here is simply a scale factor. Essentially, you can think of gamma as the cash flow growth from period 1 to period 2 as the market size, how much more important is the final result stage as compared to the trial result stage. Or you can think of it as relative importance of success at the later stages of product development. Now, the old method generates success with a higher probability of success ex ante. So PO, the probability of getting success using an old arm, is ex ante higher than PN. So if the manager uses the old method, they expect it to generate success with a higher probability in the first period. But if the manager uses the old method, they don't learn anything in the process. However, if the manager actually tries the new method, she learns something. She learns by trying. She explores and may find, hit the jackpot. If the manager observes the outcome of success, then the updated probability of success is higher than what she expected it to be. It's even higher than the probability of success of the old method, so she can pursue this method in the second period and get a success with a high chance. If the outcome is failure, the manager can always switch back to the old traditional method. So there is this real option of either continuing with exploration if it's successful or switching back to the old traditional method, which is absent for the old method. If the manager starts using the old method, she will not find it optimal to start exploring at the second period because it's too late. We define exploration as the probability for the manager to try out the new method in the beginning. So with probability Q, which is our key equilibrium concept, our key equilibrium thing that we compare for different disclosure regimes, the manager tries the new method, and with probability 1 minus Q, she exploits the old method. This is exploration versus exploitation strategy. Trying the new method has a drawback. It decreases the chance of observing success in the short run, but it has this real option value. If the manager tries the new method and gets a jackpot, she continues with the new method. Otherwise, she switches back to the old method. There is this reversibility of exploration. Now, here, we start to differ from Manso, because Manso focuses on the optimal contracting environment, while we focus on disclosure. So in order to focus on disclosure, we assume that the manager doesn't always get to observe the result of her exploration or exploitation bandit. Okay? She only observes the signal, which is a perfect signal of the outcome with some probability GT. With the probability 1 minus the GT, the manager is not informed. So she may be exploring, but she won't really get the result. This is in line with Dai and Jung and Kwon voluntary disclosure literature. If informed, the manager can disclose this signal. However, and this is crucial, the method itself cannot be verified or disclosed. So the investors will know whether the manager received success or failure if it was disclosed. But the method itself can never be disclosed. So you can think of this assumption as, for example, it's prohibitively costly for the manager to disclose the method because there's a proprietary cost associated with that. Or you may think of this prohibition of verification as, manager is doing something innovative. It's hard to communicate that to investors. You can communicate the results, the cash flow implications, but it's hard to really say that you're doing something innovative or something more traditional. The manager is myopic and cares about the market prices, so she doesn't really explicitly maximize the value. She cares about the short-term price, P1, and the long-term price, P2. Delta is the weight that the manager puts on the second price. You can think of this delta as degree of myopia. If delta is 0, the manager is extremely myopic, only cares about the first price. If delta goes to infinity, the manager becomes very long-termistic. So from now on, I think I can take questions if you have any. Otherwise, I will continue.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, yep. So could you just have risk aversion so that that these could have equal profitability in expectation, but that the manager is risk averse? Or do you need it to be that the new strategy is necessarily expected to be less profitable? Because it just seems strange that someone would explore a strategy that they think to be less profitable.
I guess there's a possibility to alternatively model this as having a risk-averse manager. Yeah. So especially if it was a optimal contracting paper, that would be the trick that people usually use, I guess. For us, we just borrow on Mansour because we want to have like a benchmark for the bandit problem, and then add on disclosure on top of that. So we go with what Mansour has. If we don't have risk aversion, if we just make it above PO, then of course the manager will always be exploring, and there's no tension. So we pick that.
Can I do a small follow-up on this point? So I was also intrigued by this PN lower than PO here. And what I convinced myself is that if you look at firms, they have a portfolio of investment projects over time. They're probably going to start with the most profitable. It's like diminishing returns type. So actually this assumption is somewhat realistic in the sense that you started the most profitable, the second one, the third one. So your old project is probably like exactly more profitable than your very next one. First, it was at odds to me, but then I realized, well, that actually seems consistent with kind of like a pecking order of projects over time. Is that what you were thinking?
Well, I like your interpretation. Thank you. If I could just stop there. We also think of this as just having one project, and then the question is, how do you handle? Do you use like an old method, or do you use like a new method and learn something in the process? So it's not like a project picking, but it's rather how you continue with your problem, how you solve it, how you try to solve it.
It's a little strange to like turn away and talk to you, but so I struggled a little bit in these models. You have to pick one of the levers at a time to pull it, but when you think of like a firm thinking of going to China or Facebook launching the metaverse, you don't stop exploiting and go explore. You continue to exploit and explore at the same time. So I was looking for maybe a little more intuition about how you think like why the manager has to give up exploiting to explore.
That's a great point. So like more, like a real big bandit problem would have optimal stopping time. You explore at some, and at some point you stop and you continue exploiting the method which you find optimal. We don't have that. We just have 2 periods. We capture this idea of whether you want to explore in the beginning or not. And then in the second period, essentially, you can think of this, using the new method again as exploiting this old method which you found profitable. So in your example, that's like Facebook essentially trying something new and then deciding like finding a jackpot and continuing with what they have, what they found good.
Yeah, so putting both those questions, Rodrigo and Steven's questions together, I mean, if you thought about a firm, you know, an exploration firm, an oil and gas firm that had lots of different projects going on, presumably you wouldn't have the manager saying, okay, we're gonna stop the old method and we're gonna just move whole hog to the new method and all of our new projects. You would think that you could figure out whether the new method was working by taking some small subset of your projects and trying it there. So kind of the exploit here, but explore here, and then if it works here, then I move into these other projects. If you think about it like that, then the disclosure issue may be a little bit less of between the firm and investors, but it could be within the firm. So the managers that are trying to explore, they have to get some leeway with the disclosure, sort of this voluntary mandatory disclosure, whereas the other managers that continue to exploit, you don't need it. So it's sort of an internal disclosure story as opposed to an external story. Would that work too, or?
I see your point. If I understand correctly, you're saying that you can pick just one bandit and exploit there, and then if it works there, you sort of expand it to other projects that you have.
Yeah, if you have 20 projects, you try it on 3 or 4, you learn whether that's effective, and then you'd roll it out here. And that seems more realistic for a company that has lots of projects as opposed to a company like Facebook saying, hey, let's just roll the dice on the whole company with this. I mean, that might happen, but rolling it back after it doesn't work seems less believable than if you had 20 projects and you tried it with 2 or 3.
Well, first of all, our model just features one bandit, right? So we're not rich enough to like capture multiple bandits and really looking into how managers pick a subset of bandits and then explore there. We just think about, you know, overall, this is a viable, you know, critique.
I wasn't thinking of it as a critique. I was just thinking about it as another story you could tell on top of the story you're telling now.
Internal, yeah.
Be an internal, you can have an external story, but you could also have an internal story where the same kind of forces would be at work, and those would be maybe tested in different ways.
Yeah, that could be. We still, so we try to sort of picture it as the disclosure paper. So that's why it's more like external investors. But like for internal disclosure, yeah, could be a way how to think about it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think I had a related question. When I was reading the paper, it seemed, or I was thinking about it as a major strategic shift the company was making. So it was like our main source of project was going to change towards something more innovative. But under that interpretation, it seems like the assumption that it's not observable to investors is a bit stretched. Because you would imagine if they were making a huge shift as a company that investors would be asking about that, and they might have some, it might be very hard for them to try and hide that. So yeah, I was thinking that with multiple projects or something like that, it might be a better match to that assumption that the investment isn't observable.
I think what may produce this impression on you is that we just have one bandit and 2 periods. So this is like the firm lives for 2 periods and there's one strategy. In reality, how we think about that is that there's, you know, continuous flow of bandits. There's a new bandit every period. The firm faces this choice whether to explore something or exploit something when they face new, you know, develop new products, start new things constantly. In the extension, we sort of touch on that when we introduce the repeated bandit problem. Then we have one bandit with 2 periods, and then in period 2, there's another bandit, which again lasts for 2 periods. So, you know, in reality, like we expect that there's just bandits, a continuous flow of bandits. And that's why it's not like really a big shift. It's just minor, small explorations, innovation that happen continuously.
So I was, I'm in the mic. So all modeling, empirical or theoretical, is an abstraction, right? But there are 2 abstractions I'd like you to clarify. The first is, what does it mean for a manager to be allowed to engage in voluntary disclosure? And the second has to do with this continuous story that you have, or the repeated story at least. What does early versus late mandatory disclosure mean?
So for the first question, what does it mean for the manager to be allowed to voluntarily disclose? We essentially look at a situation where the manager has to disclose mandatorily, and then when the manager doesn't have to. And if the manager doesn't have to, it's up to them to disclose or not. So they optimally disclose successes and conceal failures. But sort of you grant an option to disclose, and then they do what they want. You don't ask them explicitly to report whatever they have as a cash flow signal. That's for the first question. For the second question, so in the main model with 2 periods, we think of early stages and final stages, right? Final stages of some product development. Again, in reality, this is continuous. So when we get to the repeated bandit section, hopefully, what I think, maybe I can explain it better afterwards. What I think of the disclosure implications is that at every point in time, we are in period where we start exploring for the future, and also we observe what happened in the past. So disclosure helps to sort of incentivize the managers to explore from now on, and also disclosure serves the purpose of making sure that what happened before was also optimal. So this is this continuous flow of, I don't know if it answers your question or not, but I can try to explain it later in more detail in the extension.
So along the same lines, so typically how the progression works in regulation is that, maybe something starts out as voluntary disclosure, and then afterwards, if the regulators or some stakeholders think that is a reasonable thing to disclose, then they shift to a mandatory regime. In your game, it seems it is like switching on and off, but how would this translate? So is this just the first period where the very first initiation where the voluntary disclosure has those benefits to trigger innovation, or what happens afterwards if we are in a steady mandatory disclosure state?
So first of all, it's a great point about how essentially firms can, if I reinterpret it, the firms can decide to go public, for example, right? And then they have another disclosure regulation. Or they can go private, and then they gain the disclosure option, which they didn't have before because they had to report. That's one point. The second point is that that's true. Like in this 2-period model, it's a bit hard to exactly pinpoint what's the early and the late stage, but it allows us to develop intuition. And then maybe from the empirical point of view, the result which may be more interesting is that afterwards we ask the following question: what if you cannot really tailor the disclosure to the stage? If you don't really know when the stage occurs, right? It's continuous. Then you can just look at what's optimal, whether to have disclosure mandatory or discretionary in both periods or in all periods. We also answer this question. So we provide when mandatory is preferred and when discretionary disclosure is preferred. We provide some conditions for that.
So why don't you move a bit into the paper and then we...
Okay. So the timeline consists of 2 periods, the first period and the second period. In the first period, this is the early disclosure. The manager decides to explore the new method or not by choosing the first method. And then she observes the result with some probability G1 and reports it. Disclosure here can be mandatory or discretionary. So the manager may have to report if she observes the signal, or she may choose to, or conceal if she doesn't want to. Then the first price is formed, and then the second period arrives, so essentially the same happens. Manager again implements one of the arms and looks at the results. The cash flows are realized at the very end. We'll be talking about early disclosure as what happens in the first period, and late disclosure, that's what happened in the second period. Okay. So first, I'll talk about the first best briefly. What's the first best optimization from the point of view of the firm value? Secondly, I will look at a single disclosure model where the second price is perfect. So this allows us to isolate the effect of early disclosure. So there's no need for late disclosure here because the second price is perfect. Early disclosure can be mandatory or discretionary. Then we go into the dynamic disclosure model with both disclosure being early or late. And at each stage, it can be mandatory or discretionary. And then there's an extension with repeated bandit problems. So in the first best, exploration is efficient if and only if it maximizes firm value. So this delta V here is essentially the benefit of exploring in the first period as compared to using the old method in the first period. You can see that there's a benefit and the cost of exploration. The cost of exploration is that it will result in a lower chance of getting success in the short run. We know ex ante that exploration is probably inefficient. Okay? The good part is that if it turns out that the exploration gives you a success with probability Pn, and if the manager observes it with probability G1, then she can repeat it. She will learn that the probability of success is higher than what she expected to be, and she will repeat the new method. Otherwise, if she used the old method, she would just get PO as before. So there is this real option value of exploration. And it's multiplied by gamma because gamma captures the long-term cash effect of exploration. Okay? So from here, it's clear that if the benefit outweighs the cost, the manager has to explore with probability 1. Otherwise, if the cost is higher than the benefit, the manager has to explore with probability 0 in the first best. So if gamma is sufficiently high, then the benefit, if gamma is above gamma first best, then the benefit is high, and the optimal probability of exploration, Q first best, is 1. If gamma is below this gamma first best, the optimal probability of exploration is 0 from the point of view of value maximization. But the manager, of course, doesn't really incorporate value into their objective explicitly. She cares about the prices. Yeah.
Mandatory disclosure. The key assumption behind voluntary disclosure is that if the manager says, I don't know, haven't observed, you cannot verify that message. Right? That's the only message that cannot be verified. Yeah. And yet with mandatory disclosure, you assume that it can be verified. And that's the key difference in your paper. That's the key difference between two kinds of disclosure. How can you switch in that way? You know, if it can't be verified, it can't be verified in either regime. Or if it can be, then it should be again verifiable in both regimes. In which case, voluntary and mandatory disclosure are completely identical.
That's a good question. That's true. We want to compare voluntary and mandatory disclosure regimes, right? If we don't, and we had to pick Dai over Rakia, essentially.
No, that's certainly true, but I personally think that in your model, you cannot compare the two. They are non-comparable because I don't know what the distinction is. You need a richer model to talk about those two things. What this kind of voluntary versus mandatory, I'm not sure one can do it in this model. I understand how you did it, but I'm saying how you did it is, at least in my mind, is not quite kosher. It's like cheating.
Well, the alternative method, again, would be considering Rakia, right? Which would
You're making an assumption, and that assumption needs to be sort of consistent. You can't, it is an assumption, nothing else. So how can you make one assumption in voluntary disclosure and a completely different assumption in mandatory disclosure? It's kind of bothersome.
Well, again, you can think of voluntary disclosure as the regulator or the investor essentially not really be willing to look at the manager trying to verify that they had information, right? In the DAI model, the investor cannot verify whether the manager has information or not, and therefore the manager doesn't really have incentive to verify that they have information or not, right? Here, if the investor just refuses to look at the verification of observed information or not, you can think of voluntary disclosure.
I mean, just to help out there, I think the distinction, I don't think this is how you model it, but the distinction can be in terms of ex post enforcement, right? If you have information and you're required to disclose it on a mandatory basis and you do not disclose it, it cannot be verified, but later on, if the company gets sued, they can get into the managers can get into more trouble. Whereas voluntary disclosure, if there isn't a requirement, then that ex post consequence does not exist. Just to help you out, it's so even if they're not verifiable, I agree with Chandra's point. Like I think there is a distinction that perhaps you can play up in the paper, or at least mention in the paper.
Again, with voluntary disclosure, they may not want to sue the manager, right? They pick voluntary disclosure on purpose It's the investors
Not
who
an
pick
option,
this
right,
option.
yeah, exactly.
Right, so they wouldn't be willing to, you know, prevent the manager from verifying the absence or of information and then suing them for not disclosing that they were informed or uninformed.
I guess I have a suggestion that might help answer Chandra's question. Can you interpret the old versus new as research expenses versus research expenditures versus development expenditures? If you do that, and one interpretation of mandatory or voluntary could be not so much it's mandatory or voluntary, but it's really harder rules, explicit accounting rules versus a little more discretion in how you record research expenses. Is that reasonable? Is that?
That's not what we had in mind. We didn't think about that. I think that could get us in more trouble if we try to interpret it, because it's a little bit more, you know, it's put in even more names. On
The old new is, to me, is research versus development. That kind of seems like an obvious sort of dichotomy. And also, it speaks of timing, right? The old.
You were talking about the first and the second period, or the old and the new method as research?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of your.
We thought about thinking of the early stage as research and the late stage as development. The problem is that if you interpret it this way, the research stage, it's very little cash flow generated. It's mostly losses, right? And the development is where you get the cash flow. So if you think of these S and Fs not really being linked to particular stages, but to be linked to the results of the particular stages, then we can probably reinterpret it as research and development. But we were a little bit hesitant about that. Maybe we should do that if you find it interesting.
Can I add to that? Sure. So when you say the key thing is what's the difference between voluntary and mandatory disclosure? That's the issue. When you mandate disclosure, you can always, you're not mandating the rule by which, you say, well, you have to say something, you have to mandate disclosure. But what is disclosed? Let me give you an example. If you mandate disclosure, you could tell the managers, look, when you see failure, you're free to report fee. Okay? And when you see fee, you can report fee. Yeah. It's still mandatory, but you've given them, you told them the reporting rule. Just like when you mandate disclosure about inventory, you can mandate FIFO, you can mandate LIFO. You can mandate various pooling and so on.
A good point. So you're thinking that instead of saying it's voluntary disclosure, we could just say it's mandating only successes to be reported.
In which case, again, the difference between mandatory and voluntary just collapses. There's no difference.
Okay, that would be still providing them with, we wouldn't call that a disclosure option then, but essentially it would still be alleviating the pressure on them in terms of the price. We should consider that perhaps.
So on this, I mean, the way you could maybe think about this, I mean, Chandra is raising a good point that you're sort of somewhat uneven in your verification assumption, right? That you kind of assume in one case the manager can get away with non-disclosure, but as soon as we say this is mandated, the manager somehow has to disclose. But you could think about it in the following way. So Schleifer has this paper and argument where he says, what's the benefit of rules? The rules often sort of specify something that you'd have to provide, and therefore provide sort of more ex-ante guidance as to what kind of information the manager is expected to disclose, which I often thought will have the effect of making non-disclosure sort of harder to get away with. So he talks about how, like in courts, later on, the firm could basically argue that, look, this is not a disclosure you were expected to provide, and in the end get away essentially with sort of not having to provide this information or not getting a ruling against them. And if you sort of ex ante say, this is the type of information we expect you to provide, it's sort of harder for the manager to say, we don't have this information, we don't collect this information. That will then lead to the unraveling being different, right? It's going to be harder to say we don't have this information. And in that sense, you could potentially get sort of a difference between where the rules basically get specified in the mandate regime of the kind of information you have to provide versus in the voluntary regime, we're not specifying these rules, and therefore there's more room for the manager to basically claim ignorance and get away with non-disclosure.
Right. So it's again like the the term voluntary discretionary disclosure, which is problematic here, and it could either be, it could be alternatively the rules, right? What they require, what the investors require managers to provide, only successes or whatever results they have. Yeah, thanks for the points.
It's related to this discussion here. This might be a little off, but you know, like you said, the punchline of the paper is that you give the early disclosure option, but then you require a mandate at the end, right? And the way I was thinking about this, maybe it's oversimplifying, but at the end of the period, whatever you call the period, could be a quarter, a year or so, you issue a report. But early on, you allowed the manager to issue a press release. And the manager is going to issue the press release when he has good news to share, but it's probably not going to issue when you have bad news to share. Isn't that what the model is essentially saying?
That's what we're trying to, yeah, that's what we're trying to essentially convey. But as Chandra pointed out, it's in the DICE model, it's, we assume that the manager cannot convey that he's uninformed or she's uninformed to the investors, and we are here in a bit of a trouble. We need to think more about that. Yeah, but thank you.
Thanks. So this assumption on the bottom of the page that the exploration choice is not directly observable, I think you mentioned that was, sorry to tag away from discretionary mandatory disclosure, but this seems like a really important assumption because it forces investors to make an inference about which project is being chosen based on whether success or failure has been disclosed. I basically have two-ish questions. One is more of a comment. I think a motivating real-world example would be very helpful in connecting it to a setting that would maybe help with some of the other discussion pieces that have come up and also help with linking it to potential empirical settings. And secondly, I was sort of, and this is really the question, I was confused by how proprietary costs would inhibit disclosure or observation or information being transmitted about the project that's being chosen, but those proprietary costs, which are in the background, would not really apply to the other types of information that are being provided, because if investors are making an inference about what project is being chosen, presumably whoever is going to be imposing the proprietary costs onto the firm would be using that information as well, and it just seems like there's something that like a circle that needs to be closed if proprietary cost is the reason. Otherwise, I think it may be useful to enrich the model a little bit and allow maybe some disclosure about the project choice or some maybe imperfect observability there, and that would be pretty realistic. I mean, firms talk about what sort of projects they're undertaking all the time.
So to address the question about the proprietary cost, right? It's always diavorechia. We have to pick attention to make voluntary disclosure work. So if we go the Verechia route, then the next step would be to extend the model to multiple firms to see how these proprietary costs arise in equilibrium, right? So here in the DI, we focus on the dynamics. That's why we didn't really explicitly model its proprietary cost. When I mentioned that the method is not observed, perhaps because of the proprietary cost, if you don't like this assumption, you can think of it as the method cannot be conveyed. It's a little bit like, I like to think about this as, I'm innovating, I'm writing papers, and then what's the result? I can show R&R or to someone who is not, a specialist in what I'm doing exactly. R&R is a signal, that's like a cash flow implication, but whether I was really trying to do something innovative or not, it's hard to convey to a non-specialist in the field. So I'm thinking of this like for the managers a bit like that. Yeah.
I think that's a difficult example because most of us share the content of our papers also.
Well, not all, not everyone.
Intuitively, I kept thinking about what I think Rafi's question a little bit earlier. To recast this as a more traditional accounting, could I reinterpret the market/investors as a principal? It's a two-period contracting model, and the voluntary disclosure here is a way to, let's say in the standard model, you compensate manager on the basis of period 1 earnings, period 2 earnings. So I want to encourage the manager to incur some cost to learn about a potential investment to make, and to combat their myopia, I need a way to commit to downweight the interim performance, earnings one. So I allow them to manage earnings rather than voluntarily disclose. There's a little bit more of a continuous way of thinking about it rather than just a discrete.
I'm not sure I understood you correctly, but we don't have contracts, right? We have contracts in sort of reduced form when we make manager care about the prices in period 1 and period 2 as
Right.
delta. So in that case, it's harder to, after that, also think about mandatory and voluntary disclosure as, you know, mandatory disclosure being a contract and voluntary disclosure being not a contract, right? Did I understand you correctly? Or maybe you can repeat it?
I mean, isn't the intuition for voluntary disclosure just gives a way to combat the myopia by downweighting the interim performance?
Correct. Yeah. Oh, it alleviates the price pressure. Yeah. It doesn't make the manager to report the failure. They can conceal, and that therefore there is no.
Okay, I guess intuitively I'm thinking of I think it's a paper by Glover. He can correct me if I'm wrong over here.
Frequent, yeah.
About a principal not being able to commit to a long-term contract, so allowing for earnings management is a way to credibly commit to evaluate them on the basis of longer-term performance, which smooths their consumption.
It sounds like
I
a
can
different
ask you
paper.
offline.
Yeah. But, sorry, can I just proceed a little bit more with the results, and then I will answer other questions. So in the mandatory disclosure regime, with second price being perfect, we show that the manager now who cares about the first price and the second price being perfect, just the value, the manager has aligned incentives in this delta V. This is the maximization of the value. And then there is short-term price effect of exploration. This incentivizes the manager to use the old traditional method because they cannot show where the success came from the old method or the new method, so they would rather use the old method that generates success with a high probability. So there's only under exploration in this benchmark, and the manager explores less than first pass. Then we look at let me skip that, at the discretionary disclosure. Here we assume that the manager has a disclosure option, so she will not be revealing her failures. She will only be disclosing her successes. It is strictly better to conceal failure, as the manager pulls with uninformed managers in line with Dai and Jung and Kwon. Now, when the manager compares whether she wants to explore the new method or use the old method from the beginning, there is still caring about long-term value because the second price is the long-term value, and there is still short-term price pressure. So whether it's mandatory discretionary disclosure, the manager always under-explores, and there's always a unique equilibrium in mixed strategies. The interesting thing, though, is that if disclosure is discretionary, manager does not have to disclose her failures. She can disclose nothing and pretend she is uninformed, which will not lead to a big drop in the price. So the short-term price pressure will be lower and under the discretionary disclosure regime. And essentially, the idea is that giving the manager an option to disclose, or if you want, only asking the manager to reveal successes, not asking the manager to reveal failures, will help to incentivize manager to innovate, okay, to explore. So under exploration problem is alleviated, and this early disclosure option interacts with the real option of exploration, leading to more exploration. Yeah.
So basically, what you're saying is that if you want the manager to explore more, then you've got to decrease the penalty for failure, right? If the project fails, then you've got to cut. It's very costly if it fails, but we want to somehow reduce the cost, and maybe increase the rewards to success. Okay, you decrease the cost to failure, increase the cost to increase the benefit of success, and you're going to encourage more exploration. Okay, that's pretty intuitive. The problem that I see is that so when it's tied to disclosure, cutting the cost of failure is equivalent to saying conceal failure. Whenever failure occurs, don't report it. Okay, and since the rewards are through prices, the price does not respond in a very sharp way, and therefore you cut the cost for failure. Now, realistically, if I go beyond your model and I say, well, if something fails, don't report it, I would expect to see a lot more failures, not just from exploration, but also from the old project. Okay, whenever something fails, don't report it. If I introduce some model hazard, okay, so the chance of failure is much higher if you don't work, and it's low if you do work. Introduce some notion of model hazard, and this idea of suppressing, not reporting failure will become suboptimal.
So I
Right,
have two
because you'll
answers
see a
to
lot of
that.
failures.
I have two answers. First, the model hazard, indeed, we do not model it here. The model is not rich enough to
Yeah, I
capture
know,
that.
it's not, it's,
but-
I'm going outside a model, but I'm saying that in reality, that kind of force also exists.
But yeah, so that's the second thing, right? When we look at the repeated bandit problems, in the middle, essentially, giving them the option to conceal failure will also decrease exploration from the earlier periods. If we have two repeated bandit problems, then what you have in mind will essentially also arise in our model.
Okay.
So then providing them with a disclosure option will not be necessarily good in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. So our effects arises as long as the manager is incentivized to increase the price, right? In reality, well, there are different reasons, right? We don't want to say that this is the only problem that firms face, exploration versus exploitation. There are many different problems. In reality, managers do get lots of stock-based compensation, right? So they care about the prices. And what we hope that we provide here in the paper is that based on the fact that manager cares about the prices, the effect of disclosure on the exploration strategies may differ based on the. Sorry, I didn't hear the last thing. Yeah. Oh, sure, yeah. But the problem will still be there, right? So if we add some level of moral hazard, we will make managers, the investor will contract the manager based on the price, most probably, because price provides incremental information. So then, as long as this will arise, the role of disclosure will be still there. So the effects will be there.
This question arises very frequently in my research also. Okay, and the way I think about it is the following. The people who own the firm, the shareholders, are basically consuming prices. They're not consuming the cash flow. Okay, the typical assumption is that X minus SOX, if you take the Holmstrom model, X minus SOX, and X is simply the cash flow, the outcome. Realistically, firms don't pay out dividends, and the firm never terminates, it continues forever. So people get the rewards from the change in price. Okay, and therefore, that's what creates price pressure. The shareholders want the manager to maximize price. You can't escape that, because that's how shareholders get rewarded. You can't get away from it. Yeah. Okay, and to simply say, well, reward the manager in cash flow, not in prices, well, it's really not feasible.
Yeah, well, I agree.
Okay, it just depends on what people consume. And I'm saying that realistically, people consume prices, they don't consume cash flows.
Yeah, good point, thank you. So let me continue. Okay, so let me skip that. Let me talk about the dynamic disclosure now. Because now we look at the dynamic framework where there are two periods, and in both period 1 and period 2, there's a price formed based on the type of disclosure and based on all the information that the manager has revealed so far. The manager now decides whether to explore or exploit at period 1 and compares her utility from exploring, trying the new method in period 1, versus exploiting, using the old method in period 1. Now, there's going to be short-term price pressure and long-term price pressure, because the manager cares about the first price and the second price. On the one hand, the short-term price pressure leads to under-exploration. That's the same effect that I already talked about. On the other hand, we have long-term price pressure. Now, the manager is not any longer perfectly aligned in the long run with investors. They don't care about long-term value maximization. They care about long-term price maximization. So because of this long-term price pressure, the manager may be incentivized to show success in the future with a high chance at what investors actually want this to be. Okay? The manager may be over-exploring. Now, the short-term price pressure leads to under-exploration, and the long-term price pressure may lead to over-exploration. So both frictions, both possibilities, both inefficiencies are possible, both under-exploration and over-exploration. We show that, and this is the main result of the paper, that in order to maximize exploration, among 4 different disclosure regimes, the disclosure regime that make disclosure discretionary in both periods only make a discretion in the first period and mandatory in the second period, and vice versa, and make disclosure mandatory in both periods. There are 2 disclosure regimes, one of which maximizes exploration, and another one minimizes exploration. So the one disclosure regime that maximizes exploration is the regime that grants the manager with the disclosure option early on. So if you want here, the manager in the beginning doesn't report failure, doesn't have to report failure, and in the long run, the manager has to report whatever she's obtained, if she observes anything. This maximizes exploration. In contrast, if we reverse the disclosure requirement, if we make the disclosure discretionary at the end and mandatory in the beginning, this disclosure regime will minimize exploration. So the first problem, the first disclosure regime helps the under-exploration problem, and the second disclosure regime helps the over-exploration problem. Early disclosure option alleviates short-term price pressure and incentivizes the manager to use the real option and to explore. In contrast, late disclosure option alleviates long-term price pressure, and this actually disincentivizes the manager from using the real option in the beginning. So there are 2 disclosure options, but the first one actually helps exploration, while the second disclosure option hinders it. Yeah, Tim.
I like this very much because you're kind of adding this dynamic to this Ben Porat, Deckelman story where sort of voluntary, the option to withhold information may induce people to choose riskier projects. And then in the second period, you don't want the price pressure there. So, but if the project choice itself is not verifiable, coming back a little bit also, sorry, to the regulation issue, how do you enforce a regulation? When do you know what is early, what is late? I think it's coming back to a question we had earlier.
Yeah.
If I don't know exactly which project is chosen, then how would I know at what point in time these projects are chosen that I can't really observe?
So again, I think here this would be the first best if the regulator can really tailor the disclosure requirement to the stage of the project. That would help the over-exploration or under-exploration problem. In reality, I agree with you, it's hard sometimes to tailor disclosure requirements to the stage. What's the first stage? What's the second stage? So what we do afterwards, we assume here that the manager can either, or the regulator can either make the disclosure discretionary over both periods or mandatory over both periods. There are still these 2 tensions that work, and sometimes the discretionary disclosure throughout the first and the second period is actually the best for exploration, and under some other conditions, the mandatory disclosure throughout the first and the second period actually maximizes exploration. So this is more, hopefully, maybe interesting from the regulator's point of view. Also, this idea is later observed in the repeated bandit problem, where the middle period, where 2 early bandits and late bandits interact, there is essentially this is like what happens, in a normal firm all the time. Maybe I can talk more about that in what follows. But before that, let me talk about the optimality. So I already mentioned that the early disclosure option maximizes exploration, late disclosure option minimizes exploration. But when do we have over-exploration problem and when do we have under-exploration problem? We show that if the quality of the firm's information system in the second period is sufficiently low as compared to the quality of the firm's financial system or information system in the first period, G2 versus G1, we only have under-exploration equilibrium, and therefore the optimal response is to mandate disclosure late and give the early disclosure option. What's the intuition here? If G2 is very low, That means that in the second period, the manager observes information with very low chance. So the manager is not really incentivized to explore because she'll have low chance to report the results of her exploration if it's successful in the second period. Therefore, the only problem is the short-term price pressure. There's only under-exploration, and whatever the scale of the late stage is as compared to the first cash flow stage, we have late mandatory disclosure, early discretionary disclosure is the optimal choice that brings the incentives of the manager closest to the incentives of the firm investors. In contrast, if G2 is actually high and G1 is low, we may have both over-exploration and under-exploration. So if G2 is high, now over-exploration is possibility. Why? Because there could be that the manager cares a lot about the price in the long term because she observes the result with a high chance. Now, how do we understand whether we have an over-exploration or under-exploration problem? If gamma is sufficiently high, that's when the optimal exploration should be 1. So if the scale of the business is high enough, the optimal exploration is 1, so the only problem that we have is the manager underexploring. If the manager underexplores, then we want to make the manager obtain the early disclosure option, and we want to mandate disclosure in the second period. In contrast, if gamma is below gamma first best, we know that the optimal exploration is 0. The scale of the second period is sufficiently low. So the only problem that we may have is overexploration, which arises when G2 is sufficiently higher than G1. How do we solve this problem? Well, we give the manager late disclosure option, and in the beginning, we actually ask the manager to report whatever she observes mandatorily. So I think I have, how much time? 15, okay, great. So I have time to talk about these DD and MM regimes. So again, what happens, as team observed, what happens if we cannot,
Thanks. Can I just ask a clarifying question about the space of disclosure strategies? So is it possible for a manager who withheld in the first period to disclose first period information in the second period? Or is that's totally lost, or that's available?
We don't discuss it in the paper. We did solve that. So we looked at the problem where the manager, let's say, doesn't have to disclose early on, but later, in the second period, she has to disclose everything, both from the first period and the second period. That's what you're asking, right?
That's one implementation of it,
Yeah.
I guess. But
So-
but just thinking of, it seems like the disclosure space is the disclosure space in period T only pertains to
Yes.
the period T information and has no look back.
Exactly.
And that seems constraining in the type
Absolutely.
of setting we're in.
So in the paper, we only do that, but we also solved, we looked at the disclosure regimes where the manager at the later stage may be required to mandatorily report what she observed in the first stage. She will not voluntarily disclose failure from the first stage, but mandatorily she may be required to report a failure from the first stage. If we look at these disclosure regimes, they don't outperform neither in exploration maximization nor in exploration minimization as compared to DM and MD regimes. So they are suboptimal. Yeah, thanks for the question. Go ahead.
I think you assume that G, the chance the manager observes the outcome, is not connected to the method chosen, old versus new. How should we think about that in terms of the old method being, more of the known quantity, maybe back to the earlier assumption being easily or more easily credibly communicated to investors, and maybe the manager has a better chance of observing G if the old method is used?
Thank you for the question. The referee also raised this point, so we addressed that in the response. So we may make disclosure, the probability of observing the results, arm dependent, as you said. Like for the new method and the old method, the probability of observing the result may be different. What happens then? We then have another tension. We have learning from the mere fact that disclosure is provided. Because now, if you observe the result as an investor, you also understand that if the probability of obtaining the result for the manager is higher under the old regime, there's a high chance that he used the old method. So that's another thing which kind of introduces another effect. The problem is that it may lead to multiple equilibria, and it may introduce another effect which makes early mandatory disclosure preferable, which I won't go into detail here. But once we ensure that the probability of observing the information for the old method and the new method are not sufficiently far from each other, these results are still obtained. Another reason why we don't want to do that is that why we don't want to look at GN and GO being different, because it will introduce additional difference between the arms, right? We already have some difference. That will just muddle up the water a little bit more. There will be a little more differences. So we look now at what happens if the regulator or the investor cannot tailor the disclosure requirement to the stage. So they either ask the manager to always disclose whatever she observes, or give a disclosure option at both stages. What we find is that sometimes the disclosure regime with discretionary disclosure at both stages results in more exploration than the disclosure regime where disclosure is mandated in both stages, and sometimes it's vice versa. So DD results in more exploration than MM if G2 is sufficiently high and G1 is sufficiently low. And we provide sufficient conditions for some delta, some range of delta. Okay? We're not able to fully characterize this case, but we're able to provide some sufficient conditions. So what's the intuition? If G1 is low and G2 is high, what happens is that the early disclosure option is very important. If G1 is low, it essentially means that the manager observes the information with very low chance in the beginning. So if you give the manager a disclosure option, it will be extremely valuable for her to conceal failure, because the market will not expect her to observe the failure. Okay? The strength of this early disclosure option is very high. In contrast, if G2 is high, then the late disclosure option is not harmful at all. It's not strong. Why? Because if G2 is high, that means that it's very hard for the manager to conceal failure. The market expects that the manager observed the information. So if she pretends being uninformed, the market will not be fooled. So late disclosure option is not so harmful, and early disclosure option is very strong, very important. So you would rather have DD than MM. You would rather have the first disclosure option at the cost of having the second disclosure option, rather than getting rid of both disclosure options. If we look at the opposite situation where G1 is high and G2 is low, then mandatory disclosure regime actually incentivizes exploration the most. So the results are reversed. Again, what's the intuition here? If G1 is high, that means that the early disclosure option is very weak. Whether you provide this option or not, it will not help a lot, because it's very hard for the manager to conceal failure. The market thinks that the manager always has information. If the market doesn't observe disclosure, they will punish the manager. In contrast, if G2 is low, then the late disclosure option is very strong and it's very bad. Right? Late disclosure options are bad for exploration. If the probability of observing the result in the second stage is low, it's very easy for the manager to hide the second period result, and this disclosure option will be very harmful. So early disclosure option is not so helpful. Late disclosure option is very harmful. You would rather get rid of both disclosure options. You would rather have mandatory disclosure throughout the bandit life, rather than giving discretion to the manager at each stage. So here, again, there's two ideas, that early disclosure option is good, late disclosure option is bad, but as long as you cannot really tailor disclosure to a specific date, you may either prefer to have both disclosure options or have none of them. Depends on which is more harmful and which one is more helpful.
So I think of these G1, G2 as associated with the type of projects we are taking. So can you talk a bit here about what type of projects G1 is be more likely greater than G2 and vice versa? Can you do that?
So G1 is, so G1 is probability of observing information at the early stage, right? G2 is probability of observing information at the low stage. I believe that the more normal setup is when G1 is low and G2 is high. So the quality of the system improves over the period. It's hard to observe the results at the early stages, but at the late stages, you know for sure what's going on. when it's reversed, when G1 is high and G2 is low, that type of project would be, well, it's...
Maybe more routine projects, G1, G2, are pretty close to each other. You know the same across periods. More innovative projects, G1 tends to be lower than G2.
Yeah, it's a good idea, yeah. So the projects that, the projects that are more or less, again, this is not project specific, right? It's not ARM specific, it's period specific. So it's more like from the early stage to the full scale stage. But I think the more natural setup is this one, right? G1 is low, G2 is high. That's where discretion dominates mandatory disclosure. Yeah, we'll need to think more about the type of projects. Thanks for the question.
So just on that, it seems like you keep getting a lot of questions about like what sort of projects. So I love this because at Amazon, we used K-ARM bandits to explore the different projects that we should actually be like giving our customers. And so in that sense, I think this probably is the most likely scenario where you're like doing an A/B test. The gamma might be like 100. So you're only testing the project on like a very small slice of the population. And then if it works, you scale it out to everybody else. And so I was thinking about that as I was reading your paper, and like maybe you could get some cross-sectional tests out of that or empirical predictions. So maybe in the tech space, that gamma is really, really big. But to Wayne's point earlier, maybe if you're in oil and gas, gamma is much smaller. And so you don't have this big difference. And maybe there's something you can look at with how the regulators implement mandatory versus discretionary disclosure regimes, in these different periods.
Right. Also then, if gamma is, thanks for, I need to talk to you afterwards, but also for high gamma, so then essentially in the tech companies, under exploration is the problem which has to be solved, while in the oil industries, maybe we have already enough exploration, right? 5 minutes, okay.
Slides, let me ask you, what's the intuition for the effect of the myopia on the relative advantage versus disadvantage of DD versus MMM? Because I'm thinking if you're more myopic, then you care more about short-term prices. You may make you have more incentive to switch to exploration projects because so long as gamma is not too big, because then you can show the short-term result. So it appears to me that intuition is pretty straightforward. I'm just not sure why you're not able to get some sort of more concrete results of delta, such that one regime dominates the other.
These are not all the sufficient conditions we got. We presented it in this way because it's just easier to present, with high low G, and not putting too much emphasis on delta, right? Because high low G is probably more empirically interesting as compared to the degree of myopia, arguable, right? But we do have more sufficient conditions, also connected to delta.
I see, because it seems like if you want to connect to the empirical literature, delta seems to be like more empirically measurable rather than G.
Maybe we should do that. Yeah, thanks. So let me, since I have only 5 minutes left, maybe
given that you only have 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left. Let me show about the repeated bandit problem very quickly. So I won't go into details, but essentially what we have here is 2 bandits and 3 stages, 3 periods, T1 to 3, and 2 bandits. The first bandit has a trial stage and the full-scale stage at period T1 and T2. The second bandit has the trial stage at period 2, full-scale stage at period 3. So here at period 2, we essentially have normal running of the business, right? At any point in time, we have something like T2. We have bandits that will create exploration in the future, and we have some innovation that happened in the past. So the question is how to maximize exploration. The answer is that, sure, in the first period, we want to have it discretionary. We already learned that the trial stages, discretionary disclosure is helpful. At the late stage, we want to make it mandatory. In the middle, again, it depends. It depends what we want to incentivize. If we make disclosure discretionary here, it will help the second bandit, but it will really harm the first bandit. If we make disclosure mandatory here, it will help exploration through the first bandit, but it will harm exploration through the second bandit. Depending on the G2 and G1, the probability of observing information in the trial stage versus late stage either effect can dominate. So in the normal scenario, both discretionary and mandatory disclosure may be helpful or harmful for exploration in the firms. And just to conclude, the main takeaway from the paper is that we really need to think about the early stages and late stages of exploration and tailoring disclosure to these particular stages, because given the managers' disclosure options at the early stages and late stages results in different incentives to explore versus exploit. Sometimes early disclosure options are particularly helpful. That's when G1 is very low, when manager has a lot of chance to hide her information. That's where we want to give early disclosure options. Late disclosure options are harmful, but they are particularly harmful when G2 is high, when the probability of observing information is G2 is low. When the probability of observing information in the second stage is low, the manager can hide efficiently. So if you allow her to hide, she will hide, and that will harm exploration a lot. Our results are a little bit consistent with SEC Test the Waters communications, where investors, where managers can essentially disclose at their own discretion before going public. So allowing the managers, granting them this disclosure option may help exploration in the companies that go public. Thanks a lot for all your questions, and yeah. Thanks a lot.
So thank you very much, Evgeny, for your talk. We now have a break till
Okay, so we're ready to start the next session. So just before we kick it off, I just want to make one announcement. When you ask your questions, please bring the mic close to you. Like there are some people listening and see if we can hear this on YouTube, and we can hear half of the questions, but not all. So please move the mic closer to you, and then let's use the mic. It helps in the room, but it also helps with the streaming. So the next session, we're going to follow the same format, 10 minutes for Volker, and then we're going to open up with another hour. And it's on the role of boards, and you have visionary CEOs. So Volker, all yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to present the paper at the JAWS conference. Joint work with Chu Zhang, who's sitting here. And the title, oh, good point. So now, better? Now it's on. Okay, so again, joint work with Chu Zhang. And the title is, What Role Do Boards Play in Companies with Visionary CEOs? The starting point for our paper is that we know from the empirical literature that managers and executives tend to be overly optimistic about the success probabilities of their chosen projects and strategies. And the way we see that is that managers are probably not unconditionally overconfident, right? So most of the time what they do is they have a clear vision and they believe strongly in their vision. This is why we call the manager a visionary. So what we mean by that is the manager has a strong belief that he knows what is best for the company. Examples are Elon Musk or Steve Jobs, right? So Steve Jobs' strategy was to produce very high quality, very well designed products. And he probably was very confident that this strategy is going to work and will be in the best interest of shareholders. And the flip side, of course, is that if the board of directors forced him to change the strategy and asked him to produce lower quality products and sell them cheaply, then Steve Jobs would probably not be overconfident anymore. He probably would be pretty pessimistic because he would say, we are betting on the wrong horse here. That's the wrong strategy. And why would that be important? That's important because it's the manager who actually has to implement the project, the strategy. So he has to put in the effort. He needs to be motivated. And if you lose motivation because you believe you're pursuing the wrong strategy for the firm, then you will put in less effort. So in this framework, in this environment, we asked the question, what should boards do? And boards are probably a little different than the manager. So how? The board may agree with, for example, Steve Jobs, that focusing on high quality, very well made products is a good strategy for the firm, but they were probably
not quite as obsessed or convinced, right? Which means that whenever new information arrives, the board is more willing to change its opinion, right, compared to the CEO. So you already see the trade-off here. If you have a visionary CEO who believes strongly in his vision, then this person will work tirelessly to pursue the vision because he feels strongly about it and feels he will succeed. But on the downside, if new information arrives that indicates that maybe we should change our strategy, then he is less willing to change his opinion, and relative to the board and maybe relative to shareholders. And now the question is, again, what should boards do? And the boards do a lot of things, right? First, they have the authority to actually choose the firm strategy. And if they want to, they can overrule the manager. And second, they can acquire additional information about what is actually the right firm strategy. And they can use that information, right, to either advise, monitor the CEO. And finally, they can set the pay for the manager. And we find that the board's incentive to gather additional information and the way it uses that information depends critically on how strongly the manager believes in his vision. So I show you a few results. This is just a preview of the results. And then I will jump into the model. So here you see the PB is the board's prior belief that the current firm strategy is the right choice, right? And then with probability 1 minus PB, a switch in strategy would be optimal. The key point here is that the manager believes the prior probability that the current strategy, his vision, is the right choice is PM and is higher than PB, right? So there's a red dot. There's no red dot. But, well, you can see here, PM is high, can be anywhere on this line. It's higher than PB. So this is what we mean by saying that the manager strongly believes in his vision, right? He has a higher prior. So we basically have heterogeneous priors. You see that the board's level of information acquisition, the red line, actually declines if the manager has stronger beliefs. So the board will acquire less information. And then you might say, okay, why is that? It's clear that if you have a stronger prior belief, the manager will put less weight on any new information that arises, right? But that doesn't explain this line, because at the end of the day, it's actually the board who makes the project choice. So I will explain later why we get this, why the effort level goes down, but it has something to do with the manager's incentive. If he doesn't believe in the project, he will put in less effort. That's why the board will choose a lower level of information acquisition, but I will provide the intuition later after I explain the model. Okay, so further, the board plays two roles here. And the role it plays depends on the manager's beliefs. So if the manager's beliefs are close to the board's belief, then the board plays an advisory role. So what do we mean by that? The board acquires lots of information, and it will use the information to advise the CEO, and the CEO is actually willing to listen to the advice and also will change his opinion, and then everybody is on board, and the board has strong incentive to acquire information because it knows that the information will be used and the manager will believe in the chosen strategy. So, however, if the manager's belief bias is above this threshold here, or maybe I should use this slide, this screen, is above this threshold here, this is the first threshold, then the manager's belief is so strong that he will no longer listen to the advice. Right? So the board can still obtain information and advise the manager, but the manager will still believe, even if new information indicates that he should, the alternative strategy might be a better option. The manager will still believe that his vision is the right thing to do, simply because his prior belief is so strong. The question now is, what should the board do? The board can either overrule the manager or not. And we find that if the belief bias, if the manager's belief bias is in this region here, so below this second threshold, then the board will optimally overrule the manager. So whenever the board obtains information that indicates that a switch in strategy is optimal, the manager will not agree, but the board will overrule the manager and basically require him to change strategy. The board fully understands what the downside of this is. The downside is that the manager is now less motivated because he believes that, well, this is not the right strategy for the firm. But the drop in motivation is not too strong, so it's optimal for the board to overrule the manager. If, however, the manager's belief bias is higher than this second threshold, the manager believes so strongly in his vision that the board will no longer find it optimal to overrule the manager. Actually, what happens is the board will always rubber stamp. The board will always rubber stamp the manager's proposal, regardless of what kind of information it obtains. And the intuition is pretty straightforward. The board understands that given the manager's strong beliefs, if it overrules the manager, and if it forces the manager to change strategy, think of Steve Jobs forcing him to produce low-quality products and sell them cheaply, then the manager will lose enthusiasm and will lose motivation. And that results in a low effort level. And then the manager's belief that the new strategy will fail is actually self-fulfilling because the manager will not put in the necessary effort. So, given the theme of the conference, I want to focus here on empirical predictions. So, clearly, what are the empirical predictions? Where would we predict a manager who has extremely strong beliefs? It could be a manager who's the founder, right? If you have a founder CEO who's running the firm, he may have strong beliefs. So we predict that in firms where we have a founder CEO, the board is more likely to rubber stamp the manager's proposal. And in fact, we would predict that the board is pretty passive. The board is not doing that much. It acquires very little information. It rubber stamps the manager's proposals. Right? Nevertheless, one could conclude that the inactivity of the board is a sign that the board is captured by a powerful CEO, but that's not true. The board is actually behaving in the best interest of shareholders. It's actually optimal to rubber stamp the manager's vision. And of course, how could we test that? We would predict that there are infrequent board meetings, for example. And there will also be no disagreement. So if we can look at the board minutes, we should observe no disagreement here if we have a founder CEO, although, in fact, there is disagreement, but it wouldn't be observable. The board and the CEO, they would disagree, but the board would not show it. They would just rubber stamp. So on the other hand, if we have a new CEO who was just hired, who was not involved in the initial firm strategy, we would predict that this person has a prior that's probably pretty close or maybe identical to the board's prior. And in that case, the prediction is that the board will be very active. It will acquire lots of information. It will have frequent board meetings, and it will advise the CEO, and the CEO is willing to listen to the advice, and we are going to observe frequent changes or more frequent changes in firm strategy. Okay, and you also observe no disagreement here. There will be no disagreement here because everybody is on the same page. Okay, so
let's
10
open
minutes
up for questions.
Yes. John?
This is a relatively minor comment, but in terms of the discussion of the related literature, you know, saying that your focus is on boards as opposed to Rottenberg and Soloner and other papers that are related that don't look at boards.
Yes.
It'd be nice to have a little more sense of, you know, what boards do that other actors don't do that give you different trade-offs in your model versus those models. For example, in the Rottenberg and Soloner paper, the middle managers, you know, there's a region where it looks like they're rubber stamping. It looks like there's a region where there's advising. They don't have the monitoring role because they don't have the final say on the project. but a lot of the other things look similar. So just a little more detail there on the
Oh yeah,
differences.
the leadership literature. Yes, the leadership literature, there's also the Wendenstein paper, right? The Wendenstein paper is nice, and he shows that if you have similar beliefs, then you are more willing to work for that firm, and then you're also willing to put in more effort to come up with a new project, because you know your boss is more likely to accept that project that you came up with. So this is basically an ex-ante effort. We don't have that. We have an ex-post effort here. You put in the effort after we have chosen the project, and you will put in more effort if you believe more in it, because the project choice and the effort are complements, right? Yeah?
My question's somewhat related, I think, and maybe you kind of answered it, but it would seem this model would apply to lots of principal-agent relationships, like an R&D manager and a scientist, or maybe even like a faculty advisor and a PhD student.
Yes.
So why narrow it to boards and CEOs and not make it more general, principal agent with boards and CEOs? Just one example.
Well, you can always do that, sure.
So why didn't you do it? Is what I want to know.
It fits it fits to different stories, but the whole setting, if you take the whole setting, it only fits to a board environment. Parts of the setting fit to other environments. But the whole, so for example, the board can ultimately make the decision. These are two things. The board can make the decision what project we pursue, but it's the manager who has to implement it. That's a key feature, right? We cannot just say, the manager cannot just say, oh, you want to change the project, dear board? You run it, right? It's the manager who has to do it. And so the manager needs to be on the same page with or should be on the same page with the board in order to be motivated. And then the board can set the CEO pay, and the board can acquire information. This is kind of a very specific setting, right? But we can talk more about it. There are results here that you could apply to different settings, right? So for example, the trade-off between keeping the visionary or replacing him with an unbiased person, that is a trade-off that you could observe in all sorts of environments. For example, if the dean has to pick a department chair, then the dean might have a similar trade-off. Yeah. Yes?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. So just to follow up on that, can you go back to the picture you had, or the graph? Yeah.
Oh, wait. Here.
Yeah. So there, I mean, one more, I guess. Didn't you have one with? Yeah,
this
there we
one?
go. Yeah. I mean, I think I would kind of argue that these two ends of the spectrum, I don't think fit your board story very well at all, actually, because when we think, I mean, you started out talking about Steve Jobs, right? Steve Jobs got no pay, so the board doesn't set his pay. He's got equity in Apple, and he made his money on his stock, like most founders. A lot of founder visionaries have dual-class shares and voting control. Even if they don't have voting control, the shareholders are on board with their vision for a certain point in time. So I would kind of argue that in a lot of these visionary founder settings, the board actually doesn't control a lot of those dials that you say the board would control, whereas they would over here on the left. And so it's not clear to me that it really applies very well in that setting.
Okay, so that the board sets the CEO pay, that's not super important. It just means we could assume that the CEO owns shares. That's totally fine.
Yeah, but
That's
yeah,
totally fine.
it's not controlled by the board. I mean, the board's not dictating
Yes.
how many shares Steve Jobs
That still
has.
wouldn't change anything. That's
Okay.
totally fine. It's
All
not, the
right.
contract is not the key point
All
here.
right, so let's talk about the first one then. The board has the ultimate
Yes.
authority over firm strategy. In a lot of these founder, visionary CEO settings, the board doesn't have that authority.
doesn't?
They often
I thought I
don't.
read somewhere the CEO is not allowed to buy paper clips without approval of the board.
Maybe we're reading the wrong literature, it's different literature. Because in a lot of these dual-class share firms where you have founders that have voting control, I mean, the board is voted in. I mean, the board doesn't have to even meet the same regulatory standards if it's a dual-class share
But
firm
then
with a CEO.
what is the role of the board if the board doesn't have the power?
This
then
is your paper, not mine. The role of the
No,
board
then
in those
you-
settings
yeah.
is, I think, consistent with
Yes.
that rubber stamp story that you're talking about. And so you're arguing that that rubber stamp board with the visionary founder is consistent with your story, not with a captured board. But I'm not sure empirically how you would tell the difference between those two, because I think a lot of visionary founders, CEOs that have dual class shares and voting control, the board is their own choice.
Yeah, of course. That is a different question. So the second question that I agree, right? How could you find it out whether they rubber stamp because it's optimal or because they are captured? That is a good point. How do we do that? We would look at other measures maybe. For example, do we have CEO duality, right? Is a chair position separate from the CEO? Or do we have independent board members who can do a good job of monitoring? And if we still observe that it seems like a good governance system in this sense, and we still observe rubber stamping, then the rubber stamping might actually be optimal. That's the point here. Okay, yeah, Chandra?
Two observations. Firstly, I think it's typically true, empirically true, that effort is a lot more productive if you have the right strategy. Right? So if the board believes that the CEO has a wrong strategy, then the board also has to believe that even though the CEO will work very hard, it won't matter. And therefore, they will not be afraid of overruling the CEO. And that result will totally turn around. If the board believes the CEO has the wrong strategy, then the board must also believe that no matter how hard the CEO works, the project is going to fail.
No, the board believes in that project. If the board would only overrule the CEO if the board believed that the alternative strategy is optimal. And then the CEO doesn't agree with it, and the CEO may put in too little effort.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The CEO, my point is that so if the CEO believes that that's what he's doing is right, okay, and therefore he puts in a lot of effort. But the board believes that what the CEO is doing is not right.
Oh, okay, of course.
And therefore, the board says, even though the CEO is going to work very hard, that effort is going to be useless.
Yeah, of course. I know what you mean. So you cannot have, of course, assume here that the board believes this is the wrong strategy 100%, right? In that case, the manager's effort would be completely useless from the board's perspective. But the board is unsure as well. The board doesn't really know. The board has a prior belief that the current firm strategy is right. That's actually higher than 0.5. That means that everybody is initially on board, and then there might come in additional information that changes the board's opinion, but not necessarily the manager's opinion. And this new information cannot be perfectly precise. If it was perfectly precise, then you're right.
Yeah, Volker, it doesn't have to be perfectly precise. You know, if the information is somewhat imprecise, then the chances that effort matters.
Sure.
The probability of effort mattering will shift depending upon what information the board has. Well, all I'm saying is that the result that you're claiming will be substantially diluted. If you have a situation where the productivity of effort depends on whether you have the right strategy or not.
Well, it does. We model, that's how we model it. So maybe I should go into the model.
No. Without going into the model, you can go into the model if you want. I personally like that, but even if we don't go into the model, okay, you claim that the board can override the manager.
Yes.
Okay, they have that authority. If they want to, they can override. Okay. The board says that, well, if you override the manager, then the manager will not work so hard. Right?
Yes.
But the board says, we don't care whether the manager works so hard or not. That's a wrong strategy. So even if the manager works the butt off,
no,
it won't matter.
We don't know if it's the wrong strategy.
Yeah,
we don't know that.
But you attach a high probability.
You're less.
So you don't know that for sure, but you attach
You're
a
less
high
confident, right? This is just a trade-off. It's just a trade-off. We can either pick this project. We believe this is a better project, but the manager is not going to work. Or we can pick this project. It's probably not as good or less likely to succeed, but at least the manager will work harder, and then overall the probability of success is higher than if we pick the project that we believe more in. So it's just a trade-off. It's a trade-off in the sense that I need to make sure that I pick a project that not only I believe in, but also the manager believes in, because otherwise the manager will not work hard, Of course, if I know that, or if I believe the project will fail with 100% probability, then what's the point of effort? Then there's no point. But this is not this.
What I'm saying, Volker, it does not be 100%. It does not be 100%. If you think the chance that the project is the wrong strategy, then the chance of getting a high reward from high effort is also low. Okay, I understand there's a trade-off, and I fully understand that. But you made the trade-off a lot harder. You made it a lot sharper than what is really true. Okay,
yeah, maybe you can. So I'm not 100%.
I think your result gets substantially diluted.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what exactly you mean. Maybe we can talk afterwards.
Okay, another point I want to make is that the board can not only overrule the manager regarding the project choice, but the board can also fire the manager, right?
Yeah, good point.
So why, if the board believes the manager is an idiot, why wouldn't the board fire the manager?
Yes,
so
we do talk about this as well. The question here, but we look at it from an ex-ante perspective. So let's say we can renew the contract for the CEO, and we have a founder CEO who believes strongly in the project, and we can replace this person with an unbiased manager, and then we have a trade-off, right? If we keep the founder, then we know that he will work tirelessly on the vision, but on the other hand, if new information arrives, then he's less responsive. And then the unbiased person is more responsive to advice, but will be less motivated. Now, you might say, sure, but then we can wait, obtain new information, and then fire the CEO, right? But that might be tricky. That's not what we consider, because it might be difficult to find a new CEO immediately after observing some information. So what we look at it from an ex-ante perspective. So we have a choice to make. We keep him or we replace him now, given these trade-offs. Yeah? One of you.
So, Volker, firstly, I want to thank you for putting up a pretty intuitive model of representation of your model. But in part, that's why you're getting more questions. But one of the things that occurred to me is what about the quality of the information that the board acquires? And is that correlated? Because that could be correlated with the manager's prior beliefs. So the manager has stronger prior beliefs when the manager thinks that the manager is an expert.
Yes.
And this is very true of people like Elon Musk and Steve Jobs, your primary examples, right? And in that case, if the relative expertise sort of goes in that direction, that could be another reason that the board goes from advisory to rubber stamping, right? So endogenizing the quality of the board's information relative to that of the manager with respect to the manager's prior beliefs sounds like it'll have an effect on your framework.
So the quality or the precision of the signal is exogenously given, and it's just Q. And that does matter. So it cannot be perfectly precise. So you might argue that if I know that my manager is a visionary who has strong beliefs, I need to find information that is as precise as possible, right? Because I need the precise information in order to convince my manager. But what we're assuming that this is the best we can do. This Q here is the best we can do. We cannot get perfectly precise information. And that's an assumption, of course. If we could get perfectly precise information, we would do that. Yeah?
So how important is the assumption in your model that the CEO can perfectly observe any private information gathering that the board does? I can think of lots of ways that board could go and get information that they don't want the CEO to know, and maybe they strategically want to do that before they find out whether or not this is a super overly confident visionary type or not.
Yes. So we have an extension where we consider that. So by the way, here in this setting, we are assuming that the signal the board acquires is observable to the manager. And we have an extension where the signal is the board's private information. And in that case, some of the results change, but the main takeaways, the main story does not change. The main trade-off doesn't change. What does change is that sometimes you want to lie now. If you have a cheap talk setting, you sometimes want to lie to the manager, actually to keep up his motivation. So I'll give you an example. Let's say you didn't obtain a signal, right, and you're completely uninformed, then you want to pursue the vision because you still believe that the vision is the right thing to do, but then you would like to go to the manager and say, hey, guess what? I found a signal that supports your vision. No, go harder, go work harder. Of course, the manager would realize that, right, and would completely ignore that piece of information. But if the board wants to overrule or wants to switch the strategy and says, no, let's do project 2, then the disclosure of the signal that indicates that this switch is optimal is actually believable. It's believable. You know why? Because the board chooses to basically overrule the manager to work on project 2. And the board would never want to do that if it didn't have this signal. Right? So it's a little different from a standard cheap talk setting. Yeah. Yeah. Either. Yes.
My point is related to Sugata's. So I think what I'm struggling with is the use of the word visionary, because I can imagine a CEO having strong prior beliefs that are not necessarily visionary.
Mm-hmm.
And specifically, when a CEO is a visionary, that would seem to be where there is not very precise information that the board can gather.
Yes, good point. Yeah, I agree. I agree. In that case, if this is the case, then you would predict that the board would actually retain the founder more often because the inability of advising this person, the cost of not being able to advise this person is relatively low because acquiring accurate information is very difficult. So the visionary is just a label, right? So it's just a label that we use. But in the end, the assumption here is that this manager has a strong prior belief, right? But you're right. In some situations, if you think about academia, there are people with strong prior beliefs that are not necessarily visionaries, right? Or visionaries that don't have strong. It's not necessarily a perfect match. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
So I have kind of a related question, and the firing and hiring decision. I mean, you're looking at a continuum for a given a person, right? It's more, they're willing to have more effort, but they're more rigid in their thinking, less flexible.
Yes.
Does it have to be that strongly negatively correlated for all potential managers? So if we think about the firing decision, it was, do I keep this person who's highly motivated but very rigid, or do I go to someone who is less motivated and less rigid? Could you go to a person that is just as highly motivated but not as rigid, right?
Well,
so if there's
the
variation across
motivation
managers.
Yes, so I see your point. The motivation comes from the high prior belief. So it's linked, right? But you're only highly motivated if you actually can pursue your vision, right? If you're forced to switch strategy, you wouldn't, because then you would believe the firm is betting on the wrong horse, right? So it's the belief here is driving both. It's driving the motivation and it's driving your inflexibility, right? And the motivation part is crucial because basically the idea is if you strongly believe in a product or in an idea, you work much harder than if you are not that convinced, right? So basically Elon Musk is working nonstop probably because he strongly believes that what he's doing is the right thing for shareholders and for everybody. Okay, yeah, here.
So I think like Anna and Beth, I'm having a hard time understanding, the strength of their belief, because as you're talking and as I was looking through the paper, like you don't seem to be using the word like bias or irrational, but like if I think of someone that doesn't update their beliefs when they get new information, I think of that as irrational. It's not Bayesian. So, I mean,
well, they are Bayesian. They are clearly Bayesian.
So
they
why?
do update their beliefs. They just have different priors. So you can say, given the difference in priors, that the manager is irrational. You can use that word if you like to, or you can also use the word bias. We actually use the word bias, belief bias. So the manager has a stronger prior belief. That's basically it. That's the only assumption you make. And then everybody's Bayesian.
It just seems weird to say that people that believe strongly in things sort of believe the wrong thing, is essentially kind of what you're saying at the same time, though.
Believe the wrong thing?
they don't. Otherwise, they'd never hire a visionary.
No, everybody is on the,
Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong.
so the board and the visionary both initially believe that pursuing the vision is the right thing to do.
Right.
And then there might come up new information that indicates that maybe a switch is optimal, and the board is more easily convinced or will more easily change its opinion than the CEO, simply because the CEO has these very high, strong priors. But the CEO is not going to ignore the new information. We all use Bayesian updating, but even if you use Bayesian updating, new information does not necessarily change our opinion.
Right, right. It just seems like they're underweighting the information. Anyway, it's.
They are because of the high prior. You could see it this way, that they put too little weight on the new information because their prior is too high. I give you an extreme. If the prior is 1, if the manager's prior is 1, then he believes his vision is the right course of action 100% of the time, and then any new information that arrives will be completely ignored.
The governance structure is a response to kind of the visionary nature of the CEO. So it's always optimal. Right? So then what is the stock price across that graph? You're not going to you're not assuming that firms that have rubber stamping boards, or this does not suggest firms that have rubber stamping boards have lower share values than firms that have active boards. So in a sense, the board structure or the board number of times it meets has no effect on firm value?
Well, we didn't talk about, that's a good point, I don't know.
But isn't it, as the time goes on, isn't it going to diverge more and more as new information comes out? I think that's
we don't know if, what we do compare a visionary who has very high strong beliefs with an unbiased manager and think about who would we prefer ex ante. And then there's a trade-off. So it's not clear the visionary would not always be the best choice for the firm. So we would not predict that visionaries are always better for shareholders than the unbiased. It's a trade-off, right?
That's right, it's a trade-off. So there's no difference in firm value. Because once you chose the visionary optimally, and then you have to choose the board structure that goes along with that choice of visionary.
Well, I wouldn't say the firm value is always the same. Well, yeah, I have to think more about it.
But then as new information comes out, you get into problems. There's some switching cost, I guess, to firing the CEO is kind of what you were saying.
So right now, you could fire the CEO. Right now, we think about firing or keeping the founder or hiring unbiased from an ex-ante perspective, right? In the sense that you have an option to renew the contract or not, and there's an alternative available, and then what do you want to do? Do you want to keep the founder or not? And then we do not consider the case that you can quickly fire the CEO whenever we find new information that indicates that, oh, we should get rid of him. Although we would have, even if we did allow that, there would still be a trade-off. The trade-off would be a little different, but this trade-off would still be, even if we find information that shows that the current strategy is not optimal, the board may still want to keep the founder and pursue the vision simply because the visionary's incentives and motivation is so strong. So there would still be a trade-off, but would be a little different than the trade-off we consider.
How about 30 minutes?
20 minutes?
30.
30, okay. So let's talk about the model. So that might be useful, right? So everybody knows what I'm talking about. So there are two parties here, the board and the CEO. Everybody's risk neutral. The board, by the way, behaves in the best interest of shareholders. And there are two mutually exclusive projects, so Project 1 and Project 2. And Project 1 is the manager's vision. And there are two states of the world, state 1 and 2, and the project needs to match the state. So all parties agree that if the state is 1, the optimal project choice is 1, and if the state is 2, the optimal project choice is 2. However, we don't know what the state is, but we have prior beliefs. So the board's prior belief that the state is 1 is PB, which is at least 0.5. So the board agrees that right now, given the information we have, the manager's strategy is the way to go. The manager, on the other hand, has a prior belief of PM, which exceeds the board's prior belief, right? So the manager believes he knows what is right for the firm, and he's pretty confident. Right now, if this is all the information we have, it wouldn't really matter, because everybody agrees that we should continue, we should keep the firm on track with the manager's vision, and that's it. But there might be new information, right? The board has the ability to acquire additional information, and the signal is either 1 or 2, and the signal is not perfectly precise. If the signal is 1, then everybody updates their beliefs. So everybody will now believe that the probability that project 1 is optimal is now even higher, right? If you observe signal 2, then again, everybody will update their beliefs. Everybody, including the manager, will now believe that state 2 is more likely than what they previously thought. Whether this changes their opinion on the optimal project is a different question, right? So we assume here the board will actually always respond to the new information in the sense that if you observe signal 2, then the board will believe that switching strategy is actually optimal, right? And this is simply because the precision of the signal Q is higher than PB. So given that the precision is higher than PB, the board will believe after observing signal 2, yes, we should change strategy. But the board is not perfectly certain, right? The manager, on the other hand, is not necessarily convinced, right? If the manager observes signal 2, it understands that the chances that the state is actually 2 and that the alternative project is optimal, right, is going up. But that does not necessarily change the manager's opinion. The manager might still believe that his vision is the right thing to do. But of course, he will be less confident, right? Observing signal 2 will make him less confident. So now, going quickly over the timeline, at date 1, the board chooses the level of information acquisition, which is A. So with probability A, the board uncovers the signal that I just discussed. With probability 1 minus A, the board does not discover anything. And the manager can observe the signal, as I mentioned earlier. But remember, even if the manager cannot observe the signal, the main results will remain, will be the same. Then at day 2, the signal is realized, and the board makes a project approval decision. So either approves project 1, the manager's vision, or approves project 2. And the board sets the contract for the CEO, but the optimum contract is very simple here, because it's a binary outcome. The project either succeeds or fails. So the optimal contract is simply to give the manager a bonus for success. We cannot penalize him for failure because he's protected by limited liability. So that means that everybody wants to pick the project that has the highest probability of success. Right? So there's no conflict of interest here with respect to project choice. They all want to pick the project that succeeds with the highest probability. But there's nevertheless disagreement because the manager has these strong prior beliefs. There was a question, yeah?
When you say there's no conflict, it could be that there's a missing ingredient and shareholders don't want to switch to project 2 because they invested in Tesla, they are committed to investing in electric cars. They don't want them to go into clean diesel. And maybe the reason why you have a visionary CEO is the commitment of the firm to pursue project 1. And that's maybe what shareholders value. And I think to model that, you would have to have some multi-period setting where there's the risk of deviating from the long-term optimal effort and taking some action, switching to projects that may be short-term optimal, but not from the ex-ante perspective.
So yes, but if there's no alternative strategy here, then there would be no information acquisition, and the board wouldn't have a job, wouldn't need to do anything, right? So you have something different in mind. If there's just one vision, and we know the vision is the way to go, then there. So what would be then the tension?
The tension would be the classic multi-period moral hazard if you want trade-off between short-term and long-term effort and the value of committing by the board and choosing a visionary CEO to pursue project one.
But why would you commit? Why would you have a commitment problem?
Because that's how you attract the shareholders to a firm that pursues the...
Or you want to commit, but then if there's only one project, you don't need to commit because you cannot deviate from the project anyway. So maybe yes, I have, maybe can talk about this later. Yeah. In the back, Anne?
About the bonus payment, when I first started reading the model, I thought like, well, if we disagree, I'll just give like higher powered incentives to the manager or the CEO, and then he'll exert more effort, and then we're all good, right? But that doesn't happen.
No, that doesn't work, because it doesn't work. If you don't believe in the project, then giving you more incentive pay is not going to motivate you. It's not going to counteract against the fact that you lost motivation through the decline in beliefs.
Well, it would, right? The higher the bonus payment, the more effort you exert. It's just that it turns out in equilibrium, it's not optimal for the board to choose a higher bonus payment. And I still don't quite have the intuition for why that is the case, right? So why is it that I set my bonus payment independent of the manager's beliefs of like how, and don't sort of motivate him to exert more effort if his beliefs are lower? Why does it not depend on his cost of effort? Is that an outcome of like the binary setup, or is that something that you would expect to see to hold in like more general models?
Yeah, no, it's not a result of the binary. If you have a linear contract, you would have a similar result. It's actually, let's talk about the bonus for a second. This here, the bonus is actually just you give the manager half of X. And that's not a coincidence that you get that result simply because the effort cost function is quadratic. It follows from if you use a different effort cost function, it wouldn't be half, it would be something else. But nevertheless, it's always true in this setting that you cannot, or it's not optimal to give the manager more incentives simply because he believes less in the project, because that's not going to help. If you change the model, and did it differently, let's say you could say the effort, there's a base level of effort, or the effort level doesn't depend, or the probability of success depends only partially. Okay, let's go, where do I show this? Here. So this is the way we model the probability of success. It's just D times E, right? D times E, D is 1 if the project choice is right, so if the project matches the state. And it's 0, otherwise, if the project does not match the state. And then E is the effort, right, chosen by the manager. And in this case, when we model it this way, the optimal incentive pay is completely independent of the manager's belief. I believe that if we change that and said D times E plus E, let's put, yes, D times E plus E, if that is the probability of success, then it would matter, and then it's probably true that we would give him a little bit more incentives if he believes less. Nevertheless, the tension wouldn't go away. The tension would go away because it's very expensive, right? If you believe less in the project and I crank up the incentive pay, that's expensive, right? So you would still have a very similar trade-off. But you wouldn't get this result, this simplifying result that you give him a bonus that's independent of his beliefs. Yeah. Were there other questions? Jeremy?
So here, we know, the board knows the visionary nature of this, so they know PM. And I think although the wage is the same, you still would like to pretend that you're a visionary in order to get a more rubber stamping board.
Correct.
And there are situations where everybody will interview for CEOs. They always say that they know what to do.
Correct.
So it seems the unusual case where the CEO says, I'm not sure I'm going to listen to you guys, and you tell me, maybe you want to be a dean, that's great, but not so much for CEO. So I wonder, I wonder if you did have the board trying to elicit what type of CEOs they want to be, then you might want a different way to address the wage, so you can get you can select the CEO you want. And going back to the question of what maximizes value, there is a slightly separate question for what you're looking at that might be interesting on its own end.
Yeah, good point. You may not observe the PM, absolutely. And then you might want to have some sort of contract that can elicit that piece of information, right? Yes, that seems interesting. Yeah. Mirko?
On a similar notion, I was thinking about, we were talking about how to distinguish a lunatic from a visionary. And I think ultimately what it sort of comes back to is how rational are those immediate beliefs. And so when you think about it, it could be that the board's information acquisition is not a, what is the state truly going to be, but are we correctly predicting sort of the distribution of states, right? Like, so the manager goes in, there's a 90% probability that it's state one. And instead of trying to figure out whether it's actually going to be realized as state one, the board is trying to sort of figure out, are these sort of underlying assumptions of the manager, are those sort of reasonable? So if you sort of think about, and this fits to Jeremy, if you sort of think about a random true distribution of the states of the world, so P being random rather than just S, and then the board sort of trying to figure that out, that would sort of fit with the, you know, the interview process and trying to sort of figure out what kind of true underlying distribution are we actually looking at. And I think that would sort of get into a similar direction as sort of Jeremy's point.
Yeah, I agree. That sounds interesting. But it's basically a different direction here. It could be a follow-up paper. Yeah, Tim?
So along similar lines, when you move to different priors, you get sort of additional incentive effects, which I think is really nice. I think it's completely plausible. I strongly believe in that. The downside you have, it's very hard to speak about social optimal stuff, right? Because at some point you have to anchor it on someone's prior beliefs. Yes. And I think in the paper you do talk about what's a socially efficient outcome. How do you, whose beliefs, so to speak, are the relevant ones for that?
That's a good point. We don't really, in my mind, the board's beliefs are right, but it doesn't really matter for the outcome. It doesn't matter for the results here. So if you, yes. So I don't, for all the results that we have, who's right, who's wrong, is irrelevant, kind of. But if you want to figure out what is socially optimal, then that's a different question. Then you need to find out, okay, who is actually right or wrong. Right? But the board is behaving, the good thing is, the board is not behaving in the best interest of a social planner, but it just wants to maximize shareholder value. So they have similar beliefs as shareholders. Okay, so date 4, the outcome is realized and the manager is paid for success. Let's talk about the manager's effort choice. The manager, so at date 3, the manager observes the signal, and the manager is a Bayesian updater, and given the project choice, he will maximize his utility, which is stated here. The first variable here is the manager's belief that the chosen project matches the state, right? The manager's belief that the chosen project is actually the right choice. And this is his effort level. So you see here the two are complements. If he believes more in the project, he will have stronger incentives. That's the whole point. If he believes less, his motivation will go down. Yep.
Yeah, so I guess I think it's interesting that you model the signal as, I mean, it's observable in the main text at least.
Yes.
So, but it's not a setting where the board is trying to convince the manager of anything.
No.
Like they exert some effort to create a signal, which is one type of advisory role. But like, especially when we bring up, visionary and, Mirko brought up lunatics, you might also think of sycophants in this setting. So it seems sycophants, people who are like cheering on the visionary CEO, which seems sort of reasonable. In particular, if you have a really strongly, the board might benefit from telling the CEO that they're right to provide further, further effort incentives.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. That's what that question came up earlier.
Okay, sorry for missing.
If the signal is not observable, and then I want to keep the vision alive and want to keep the vision going, then I always have an incentive as a board to say, hey, I actually found a signal that supports your vision to further increase motivation. But the manager would, of course, understand that and would discount the information. Right? So if you reveal a signal 1, the manager will understand, okay, maybe you didn't observe anything. You're just telling me that you observed signal 1 to provide me with further encouragement. So that's in the second part of the paper, right? And some of the results change. For example, the board is not going to acquire information if it rubber stamps, but the main trade-offs remain. Yeah.
Just wanted to connect some of this comment to like Anna's comment previously. I think maybe it'd be better if you just changed visionary to overconfident and connect it to the confidence literature.
Okay.
And, I mean,
but it's not the reason. I can tell you why we didn't use the word overconfidence, because the manager is not unconditionally overconfident. Typically in this literature, the assumption is that you're overconfident with respect to your productivity. But here, you're overconfident that you know what is right for the firm. But if the board overrules you and switches the project, then you're not overconfident. You're actually the opposite, right? You're underconfident.
Well, so that may be fine, but like most of what you talk about here is strength of belief and not about the vision or the belief itself, which I think visionaries like Steve Jobs, I think that it was a crazy idea. It wasn't just he had a strong belief in it. And so the distance between the current strategy and what they're proposing seems to be pretty important for us talking about things like visionary. And what you're talking about is belief updating and not the craziness of the idea. And that goes back to, I think, what Henry and Mirko and Anna were. It just seems odd to use visionary because I think of these people as, like, the weirdness of the idea is what makes them visionary,
Okay, could be.
not
could
just
be.
the belief
Yes,
strength.
I see your point. I see your point. Yeah? Yeah? Tim?
Just sort of trying to see how it's related to other ways you could get at that. Could you also get a similar effect in this Casamata-Gümbel type of setup where you have a manager who's picked a strategy in the past, wants to stick to it because they have career concerns, and if this turns out to be successful, then it'll reflect well on them, they have better future career opportunities, and you basically have to provide very strong signals to overcome that. So sometimes you get private benefits from continuation of a given path as a result of career concerns.
Private benefits, yes. We do consider private benefits as well. And private benefits work completely different. That's actually surprising. They get completely different results. And so the first question would be, how do we model private benefits? You could say, oh, the manager just gets private benefits from pursuing his vision. That wouldn't change, would have zero effects because the board would just ignore these private benefits. The board would just pick whatever project is optimal, right? And the private benefits would not play a role at all because the manager has no control over the project choice. But if you assume, and we consider that in the paper, that the manager gets private benefits from a successful vision, right? Then this creates incentives. And the thing is, in that case, the board actually immediately benefits from this and can internalize these private benefits because it can then reduce the bonus for success. And then everybody, including the board, actually take into consideration the manager's private benefits. And you know what? Everybody wants to pick the project that's socially efficient. Now you can talk about social efficiency because nobody is overconfident. So everybody wants to pick the project that is socially efficient, which includes the private benefits. But that's it. There's no disagreement. It's totally different from your paper, by the way, right? In your paper, the private benefits create the problem. They create the problem. Here, they solve a problem, the moral hazard problem. Yeah. So the board There we already spoke about this. So it's clear that if we get signal 1 or no signal, everybody agrees that we should continue the manager's vision, right? But it's more interesting to think about what happens if the signal is 2. If the signal is 2, then the board will now believe that we should change strategy. The manager, however, may not agree. And the board can now overrule the manager if it wants to. So you have seen a similar graph before. So again, the PB is here, and let's say it's 0.5, doesn't matter. So the board believes the current strategy is optimal with probability 50%. The manager's belief is higher than that. So if we are in this area here, in this area, there's no rock, okay. Here, now you can see the red dot. If we are in this area here, so if the manager's belief, prior belief is a little higher than the board's, but not too much higher, then the board is playing an advisory role. So what happens is the board acquires information, and it will use the information to advise the CEO, and the CEO is happy to listen to the advice and will change its opinion. And then everybody agrees we should switch strategy if the signal indicates that this is optimal, and the manager will put in lots of effort to implement the new strategy. By the way, these lines, the blue line here, the blue line is the effort level if we switch to project 2 after observing signal 2. And the orange line is the effort level, the manager's effort level, if we stick to the vision after observing signal 2. So you see here, given that the manager agrees with the board that we should switch, he actually will put in more effort if we switch, right? So the effort level will be higher if we switch, so everybody is happy. The board will say, we should do project 2, the manager will say, I agree, and the manager will put in effort. However, if the manager's prior belief is above Q, which is the precision of the signal, then the board can still advise the manager, but the manager is not going to listen, right? The manager will still believe in his vision. The manager will still believe that even so we saw the signal 2, his vision is still better than the alternative. And now the question is, what should the board do? They can overrule or not. Yeah?
So I have a question about the information acquisition here.
Yes. That's my next slide, actually.
Okay. Can we endogenize Q somehow? Is it?
Well, we can, but here the effort level is endogenous and the Q's fixed.
Okay.
The assumption is we cannot get, if we could get a perfectly precise signal, sure, we would like to do that, but we cannot.
But if we can, will it be socially optimal?
Yeah, of course. Sure, if I get perfect information, let's do that. And then everybody, there would be no disagreement. There would be, because in the end, the manager is a Bayesian updater. If you observe a perfect signal, then the manager and the board would always agree.
Again, it could be costly, right?
Sure, yes. But here we model the information acquisition itself is endogenous, so the effort we put in to obtain the signal, but the precision is exogenous. So, but here, let's stick to this slide 1 second. So we have, we show that if the manager's prior belief lies in this area here, so it's below the second threshold, then the board will overrule the manager. It will say, okay, we observed the signal 2. I understand that you still believe in your vision, but I'm overruling you, and I want the firm to now pursue the alternative. The downside, and of course the upside is clear. The board believes that a switch is optimal for shareholders. The downside is that the manager will lose some motivation. So you see here, if we stick with the vision, the manager's effort level would be higher than if we overrule him and force him to pursue the alternative strategy, right? But the difference in effort is relatively small. That's why it's optimal to overrule the manager, right? We understand he will put in less effort, but nevertheless, the alternative is better, so we go with that. However, if the manager's belief bias is above this threshold here, then we're going to rubber stamp the manager's vision. Now the board is going to say, okay, we got the signal that indicates the switch is optimal, or not optimal, but better, right? But nevertheless, the manager strongly believes in his vision, and the gap between the two effort levels is just too strong. If we force him, if we stick to the vision, his effort level will be high. If we force him to switch, the decline in effort would be so steep that it's not worth it. So we let him go with his vision. Yeah.
So I was just wondering, why doesn't the board at that point just choose to change the CEO and say, well, you're not going to work on what we think is the best strategy for the
Yes.
firm, so you are not the right person.
Well,
for
we
this.
could do that. We could do that, and then there would still be a trade-off. Because if you hire an unbiased, you're not going to find somebody who strongly believes in the alternative strategy. Or maybe you can, but then you need to be really lucky. So I think the best you could do then is to find an unbiased manager, right? Find an unbiased manager, but the unbiased manager will never ever put in this type of effort that the visionary will put in. So there's always a trade-off. The visionary will always work hard as long as we stick to the vision. The visionary will always work harder, right, and will work tirelessly. If we take the unbiased person and we tell him, do the alternative, he will put in more effort than that, right? That is the effort the current visionary would put in. So the new hire would put in more effort than that, but never this type of effort, right? So there's still a trade-off. Yeah?
So just kind of on that note, and you use Steve Jobs as an example, I think it was in '85 that they fired him in exchange for letting a former CEO of Pepsi continue to run the company, who is probably more like this unbiased sort of view.
Yes.
And then ultimately he almost ran it into the ground.
Right.
And they brought Steve back.
Yes.
So I think, I don't know.
Yes, it's kind of,
Kind of motivates what you're saying.
Yeah, yes, right. So let's talk briefly about the effort level. So the effort level is and now I'm talking about the board's information acquisition effort level. So the board will have the strongest effort incentives to acquire new information if the manager's prior is very close to the board's, right? Because then the board is playing an advisory role. So it acquires lots of information, it can use the information to advise the manager, and the manager will listen to the advice. However, if the board's playing a monitoring role, the board's effort level will go down. And the reason is that the board understands that if it obtains information and overrules the manager, the motivation of the manager will decline, and that reduces the value of information. Finally, and this is kind of interesting, even if the board always rubber stamps, the board will actually gather information. And you know why? The information is still useful for the manager's effort choice. So the manager will look at the information, at the signal 1 and signal 2. If you observe signal 1, he will put in even more effort. If you observe signal 2, he will put in less effort, but that's actually efficient because he's reallocating his effort across states. So the effort level is still positive, but relatively small. That's one difference to if the board signal is private information. If it's private information, there's no information acquisition here. That will go away because you can no longer communicate this information if you always rubber stamp the manager's vision. That's kind of intuitive. Okay, so for the last few minutes, let's talk about the empirical predictions. Right? So the prediction is that in firms where we have a founder CEO, we predict that the board is pretty inactive. It's not doing much. It acquires little information. It won't meet that often. It will always rubber stamp the manager's vision. Right? And they probably get, if they get paid efficiently, they will get small retainers because they're not doing much. Right? And the firm strategy is not going to change. So the key here, or one point here, is that the rubber stamping is not a sign that the board is captured by a powerful CEO, right? I mentioned that before. It's actually optimal. It's actually the optimal response given the manager's strong beliefs. On the other hand, if the manager is a new hire, let's say we did fire the visionary and did hire a new replacement who doesn't have strong beliefs, then the board will be very, very active. So it will acquire lots of information. It will advise the manager will listen to the advice. We will have frequent changes in strategy, and the board will meet frequently, and given that they work so hard, they should get a higher retainer. And in both of these situations, actually, there's no disagreement. If you can look at board minutes, there will be no disagreement in this area here where the board plays an advisory role, no disagreement here, no observable disagreement here where the board rubber stamps, right? It's not observable, but there, nevertheless, in fact, there is disagreement between the board and the CEO. The board doesn't agree, right? But they're not overruling him. They will just rubber stamp him. So there will be no observable, I call it here now silent disagreement, right? It won't show up in the data. Yeah? Oh, I only have 1 minute. Or maybe, yeah. Huh? Yeah. What? Oh, you saw the other side, yes. I take the other side. Yeah. So the monitoring, only here in this area, we actually will observe disagreement between the board and the manager. So actually, there's one more prediction that's interesting. We would predict in industries where it's very difficult to gather new information and to find out what is actually the optimal strategy for the firm, right? In these kind of industries, which are probably innovative and highly uncertain industries, in these industries, we predict that founders are more likely retained. Right? Simply because the advisory role doesn't matter that much. And only in other situations where it's easy to advise, where it's easy to obtain additional information, there we would predict that the founder is more likely replaced. Okay, that's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, welcome back, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah. All right, I think before I introduce the panelists, let me just say a few things about the goals and objectives of what we are doing here on this panel. I think we all agree that in any research discipline, there should be a tight link between theory and empirical work. That goes without saying. I would argue that in a field like accounting, I think that link should be even tighter. This is because in accounting, we study environments that are institutionally very, very rich, and therefore studying fundamental questions in accounting probably even harder without that link. But I think there's also a general feeling in accounting that the field or the research discipline has become methodologically quite siloed. We can discuss that, perhaps relative to other disciplines in business, finance, or economics. And this methodological divide, in turn, is quite costly, right? It's costly in the sense that we lack perhaps deep insights. If you think of empirical work, perhaps we lack stylized facts about many, many things. And in theory work, we hear many times that the frameworks are not very useful to inform policy or to inform empirical work. So why is that the case, right? Why is that the case? Can anything be done about this? Are there challenges in bridging this gap? Are there opportunities in bridging this gap? That's what we want to discuss today. So talk about all this. I have 3 panelists with me today. Matthias Brauer from Columbia, Eva Labro from UNC Chapel Hill, and Nastya Zakayukina from Booth. So welcome, guys. And in picking this panel, we tried to select people that, in our opinion, bring different perspectives on this discussion. I would say Matthias is probably the most empirical of the 3, and Eva is probably the most theoretical, and Nastya is in between. And they also thought a lot about these issues, so it would be nice to hear from them. I also know many of you in this audience have thought a lot about these issues, written about it, some of you, so it would be good to get you involved, and I plan to do that a little bit later, perhaps the last 30, 35 minutes or so of the discussion. So let me kick it off by by asking the panelists, let's start with what I just mentioned. Why do we think that the research methods in accounting are much more siloed than perhaps the other disciplines, such as, again, finance and economics? Is there a fundamental reason for that? Is there something that's been going on for a while? Is there a trend that's getting worse, or it's been that way all the time?
Pass it on.
Okay, we need to start. One of the reasons could be, and I let co-panelists elaborate on this, it's PhD training. But the big reason that I wanted to emphasize is there's a little bit kind of reflection on accounting, coming from accounting professional, probably, is that we are very faithful, it seems we are very faithful to conservatism, which means it looks like we are less open than other fields, embracing these other approaches from other fields. The examples from other fields that bring theory and empirical work together, say asset pricing, collaborate a lot with macro models, so there's a lot of spillover between these fields. Then industrial organization and quantitative marketing. Another issue that it's hard for us to deal with is that accounting, there's a lot of institutional details, and while institutional details are rich and interesting, it's much harder to agree on correct ways of modeling these institutional issues. That could be one of the ways as well.
Yeah, I would agree with, of course, the educational challenges and just pulling this off. It's like, I at least acknowledge it's super hard to do good empirical work and then adding even theoretical work to this. I think, as Suresh said, I'm somewhat on here as my idiosyncratic, but still the empirical view on this. And I think on that dimension, we also do a couple of things that don't necessarily help the theorists or help the bridging, because I think two things are, at least in my mind, related to how we write the papers and how we evaluate them, where the writing is a lot about, look, we have our ex-ante hypotheses, but we often don't spend much time on the null, which we're actually testing. We just give some ideas of why this may not hold, and then we test against the null, however, and then we always find that this is rejected, and well, it confirms with our stories, and then we have this closed paper. And then we evaluate it based on how surprising was this, the direction that we found, and how conclusive was this in essence that we completely closed the paper. And so that one, I don't think that fits to most papers that we're actually doing. And it gives the impression that we have all the theory that we needed for this paper, and so there's nothing left for theorists. And so I think if we're rethinking also how we do many of our papers, not all of them, several are hypothesis testing papers, but many of them could be more descriptive, first describing what's going on, then giving an explanation that we think is going on there, which will not be completely conclusive typically. And then we have either we partner with theorists and then already have a little explanation in the back, or there's an opportunity for theorists to build on that. And so I think it's not even just to have it all in one paper, but to help each other to be more cumulative as a science. And I don't think, or as a field, and I don't think that this is something we help ourselves with in the way that we're currently structuring many of our papers.
We had agreed we weren't going to whine for too long.
Okay, so we're not whining. No. The objective of the panel is not to whine, okay? There's a lot of good news, I think, there's good empirical research. There's good theory research. Always, as an aside, we know that Bayesian persuasion has become very popular in economics, but I always like to think that Bayesian persuasion was started in accounting by Dembski in the 70s. But so we've done good work in theory, and there's very good empirical research. So the objective of the panel is how to optimize both, right? That's the idea. So speaking about optimizing then, given I mentioned that we work in an area where you have to take institutions very seriously, The questions the fundamental questions in accounting, in my mind, are even harder because we have to take, the fact that information has to be verifiable. There's auditing, right? And there are regulators that write uniform standards. There are measurement issues. Measurement affects behavior, right? So the issues we study are quite difficult to begin with, but at the same time, the opportunities for bridging the gap, right, the benefit or the payoff from bridging the gap for theory and empirical work are even larger in accounting relative to these other disciplines, in my mind. So let's talk a bit about how to bridge this gap, right? What are the opportunities for empiricists and theorists to come together and bridge this gap and help our research discipline? What could we do?
So I think we need to have a better feedback loop between theory and empirics, so that theory can be informed by empirics and empirics can be informed by theory, and we kind of push on a better understanding of this institutionally rich world that we are trying to get a better understanding of. And if I can think a little bit about sort of the need for theory, what theory can do for empirics, I think without good theory, I think it's really hard for empirical researchers to come up with hypotheses that are not trivial. And I think we can all think about fields in which we see empirical work that is completely devoid of theory, where we end up with a whole set of matrix papers that are sort of putting X and Y in an equation, but there's no theory behind why we're doing it. I'm going to call out one area that I'm particularly annoyed about. It's the sticky cost literature, right? There is basically no theory. So that empirical world has just developed completely clueless in my mind. But maybe you can all think about, and for the theorists among you, maybe you can all think about where you see this empirical literature sort of going off in what I would call the deep end, and there's opportunities there to do good theory to actually help guide the empirics. You could come up with hypotheses that are maybe not necessarily linear, also with hypotheses that are very precise and written with clear precision. You can also then use the theory to think more about where your empirics might be generalizable, because if it's built on testing a theory, you automatically have more generalizability of that theory from whatever cool setting you find to actually find data and find a setting where you can test this theory. So that would be sort of the direction of going from theory to empirics, but also some opportunities for theorists, I think, when they really read the empirical literature to identify where there's a need, which literatures have a big need for theory.
Yeah, so I wanted to add a few thoughts. So I think the way empirical work can inform theorists, my view is that empirical work essentially provides the set of assumptions which are plausible. So there's like infinite number of assumptions that we can make in theory models. As theory models, we deliver different results. But essentially, empirical work allows the theorists to ground this theory on something which is relevant, on something which is plausible, and essentially would allow to prune this assumption space such that it's more related to the real world. And one example I wanted to give, and it comes, it came a lot, a couple of times, and one is, the probability, when you think about fraud, and the common comment, say, comes from theory or from empirical person would be, probability of fraud should depend on the magnitude of fraud. This is like reasonable assumption to make. Why don't you make the probability of fraud depending on magnitude of fraud? And then I bring data to the rescue. We can actually look at the data. We can look at the magnitude of fraud on the string of restatements. We can see whether the probability of fraud or the moment when the fraud was detected actually correlates in some way with the magnitude of fraud, and it's not. So essentially, as soon as we bring the data there, it essentially provides some point of defense against this infinite branching. You might do this, you might do this. We can do everything, but let's see what actually is in the data, because what we ultimately care about is kind of being relevant to the real world.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add there because, well, one, I agree with all of this, and it kind of goes without saying that there are these two roles in this feedback loop. We would like to start with a theory, and then data is very helpful in testing it, because otherwise we can come up with lots of theories, and so there is a good sense of weeding out some assumptions that don't work or some theories that don't work, and that's where credible research designs are helpful. And so that's where especially also this push towards more causal inference was hopefully getting us as a field, because in theory models we can abstract from lots of things. In the data it's harder, so then having a good reason to expect why in the data now we're really just shifting the thing that the theory is shifting is useful. Then of course the opposite around, and that's something where I think we don't do too much of that yet, where we go from the data and then develop theory, because just describing a certain market that is institutionally important to us is often seen as too descriptive, not interesting enough, or where's the surprise? And so I think that is really something where we're holding ourselves back. The more we're building up a robust set of stylized facts in important settings that are maybe not surprising, but it's very important for us to understand how in particular this works. That then calls for theory, and then either we write the little theory in the back end and try to give our best explanation, knowing that institution well, we know which assumptions we can easily make or how to hard code it, and we don't have to microfound everything there, but often those kind of papers would give also a good starting point for the next theory paper. And so I think that's something where this loop we could use a bit more. The one thing I also want to emphasize a bit is how it's not just about how to interpret our data, but also how to set up our empirical design. That's where theory comes in big time, because we're always writing our, let's say, OLS regression, and we have that structural assumption in there, one that is linear, and then that you have this E is uncorrelated with X. And so that can come out of a reasonable model, but it's not always so clear. And maybe there's some data where another assumption may be better. And so the more we can really base this on, this is our underlying idea of how the world works. This is how, in this setting, I think supply-demand work or the like, and that's why this is correlated or uncorrelated. That helps us to better understand how to set up the design. And so I think this theory on that level is pivotal for us to write down our regressions or our specifications, instead of saying, look, paper X did that, so I use the same covariates and that's it. So that really is not necessarily getting us much forward, and that's where we're de-emphasizing theory a bit, where I think there is, especially for empiricists, a big plus to take the theory seriously there.
So I've heard sometimes some theorists say that they don't read empirical papers at all. And of course, many empiricists tell me we don't read theory papers anymore. We don't even look at them, perhaps at best the abstract. And maybe some theorists have said that I write papers for theorists, empiricists say I write papers for empiricists. So my question then is what do we think as a theorist, how should I write a paper? What are good characteristics or properties of a good theory paper? Meaning by that I mean that would get empiricists to pick it up, read it, and get excited about it. In terms of the way I write it, same thing for empirical papers. What would get theorists excited when they read an empirical paper? Every paper is different. Every question leads to a different way of writing a paper. But is there something we could do in the way we structure our papers?
So thinking about what theorists can do, I mean, first of all, I think it's awful that a theorist wouldn't know what's going on in the empirical world, because then it's almost impossible to do anything that would be of interest to an empirical researcher. And given where we are in sort of a bad equilibrium, I think where there is a lower proportion of theorists around, I think to some extent the onus is on theorists to kind of get out there and work on the relevance. So a couple, and that first and foremost comes from knowing what empirically is going on and where theory can contribute. So thinking about what are first order building blocks that you want to speak to in the model, what are the core trade-offs that are at work that you want to model, and then have very clear predictions. And I would say try to even bring them through the whole section, the whole paper, rather than just have an empirical implication section at the back that sort of comes like an afterthought. I think empiricists will be more interested in reading these papers if it's sort of from early on clear where these papers are going to be relevant. And one thing that I would like to caution for is theories that sort of rationalize in a backwards way a particular phenomenon we observe in practice, and then kind of go back and figure out what might be reasonable assumptions under which this phenomenon is a rational phenomenon. Because I feel like that's where that feedback loop that I mentioned earlier kind of stops, right? Because all you're doing is rationalizing that this under set of assumptions could indeed be a practice that's optimal. But where is the next step now for an empiricist to run with that theory? There are not necessarily any predictions coming from that. So that would be one thing where I'm kind of cautioning against. I'll stop for now.
Yeah, on this, actually, I do think that there may be a role for, if we write a paper where, as now starting from an empiricist perspective, we try to understand a certain market, we see how things are correlated with each other, and then we come up with let's say, toy model or the like that gives us a rationalization for that. As long as we're saying, look, this is not necessarily everything, I think it's still useful in the sense that it can give better input for the next theoretical paper, in the sense that if we see multiple of these papers where they always had to make the same assumption to get to explaining that data, then it tells you, for a theorist, it may be a good starting point as an assumption going forward. And so I don't completely, wouldn't completely discount kind of those types of models, but as a theory in itself alone, that may of course be something which is not always super productive. I wanted to, if I'm now put on the spot as empiricist to say what's a good theory paper for us, like all kinds of theory is useful, but there's different types, of course. There's those that are highly abstract but give you an inspiration or for what are typical trade-offs that you're looking for, and that can be useful to understand more broadly how to think about things. Then there are models that really give you something that you can test, either a qualitative direction, or the more we're building up bigger models, you even have a model that you can take to the data, and I think that's something where we want to, where we have space to build more. And then these foundational models, where it's like, I think of the dynamic investment models and these things, which are just, because as soon as empiricists, we take something to the data, we can't abstract away from the first order choices that management has to do, like investing, etc. And so those things need to be modeled too. And so these foundational models, which are easy for us to then put on a disclosure model onto this, or whatever friction we want to study, I think are super useful for empiricists. And so the more we can kind of find those models in, I think in finance, they use the dynamic investment model quite a bit as a foundation, and then always build something onto this. I think this is something that is a separate class of models that's also particularly useful for empiricists. So if you think of writing something like that, I'd like that. But yeah, overall, I think, of course, all types of those papers have their justification, but given that, as Haresh said, we're primarily kind of coordinated on there being purely theory and purely empirical papers, I think this middle ground where we have a bigger model because it is going to be more relevant to be taken to the data. We're often neglecting because, yes, in its own, for this own separate theory paper, we don't need all the bells and whistles. But once you really want to bring it closer to the data, I think that's going to be useful. And one thing here, I know, and that's something that I discuss sometimes with John, and you saw this in action before with John's comment, where I think I actually would also not have an issue with having more contextual theory at some point, meaning if you already had something very foundational back in the days, but you pitched it in a different setting, now it is very relevant in a new setting with a few minor tweaks. I know many of you will be very scholarly and say, look, I already solved this back then. I don't need to do any translational work anymore. But I think maybe we can think of some ways to have these translational or contextualization pieces, which can also then help the empiricists to understand how these trade-offs that have been discussed in a managerial paper maybe before now may be very relevant for ESG and the like, and then give good guidance for people on how to think about these topics, because not everyone is so deep and sees all of these things immediately, especially if we're thinking of bridging theory and empirics.
I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on Matthias' point. He essentially mentioned theory, empirics, and kind of it's hard to bridge them together. So I wanted to mention a little bit about kind of bringing the theory work to the data, because I'm working on estimating structural models. And what I find with some of the theory papers, it's extremely hard to bring them to the data. The constructs are unobservable often. The models, some of the theory models kind of are too stylized to take them literally to the data. Of course, we could take them to the data, but the fact that we can write a model and estimate the model doesn't mean that this model is true. So what I found myself in doing structural work is that structural work requires very kind of somewhat different type of modeling, because there's a lot of kind of iterations back and forth between the data and the model. And then you think about identification of parameters, which essentially means given your ugly objective function, are these parameters point estimate? And it's very hard to do it with just taking a theory, just model from the theory paper and just bringing it to the data, because when this model was written, there were not these considerations in mind, because these papers have different goals. So if one wants to combine the two together, there's some work needs to be done by going back and forth between theory and empirics.
So I don't know. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was thinking that this might also be a good time to put in a plug for maybe different theoretical avenues that would speak to decision making. I feel like we have abandoned sort of decision making a little bit, whereas really what accounting information, both managerial and financial accounting, does is providing information to decision makers. But I think it is coming back in fashion, and let me explain why. So back in the day, Blackwell theorem, finer information is better for decision making, so people stopped looking at it because it's sort of duh, right? It's not cute. There is no sort of man bites dog kind of takeaway. But now we have things like big data, overload of information, constant data flows, predictive analytics, all kinds of things that affect our informational environment. And in fact, now these decision-making problems are really becoming relevant again, right? Because it's not so much just about more or less information. It's about, am I being overloaded? It's about the man versus machine and machine learning algorithms and how you combine them with human decision-making and so on. I feel like we have very little theory here. So I would love for people to kind of start thinking more about these decision-making problems and then go, and this comes back to Haresh's very early point on the institutional detail here. We tend to often think about more or less information or more or less information asymmetry, and that's sort of what goes into the models. But I think we can think about many other characteristics of information in this kind of more complicated informational world that we're living in And there are some good papers that have already tried to look at things like frequency of reporting, things like aggregation, but there are many more other aspects, I think, that we're not at all modeling, and where we need both more theory and more empirical work because it's highly practically relevant right now when we think about decision-making settings in complex informational environment.
So I'm wearing my hat now as a theorist, not as a moderator. So let me talk about the problems with theory papers. Also my hat as an editor, I suppose, which in my mind is the following. I think the theory papers end up doing too much. There's too much in the papers. Maybe that's a result of the review process. Maybe that's my fault as an editor, perhaps. But I think what would make theory work interesting, more relevant, more, I think more accessible, it would be to focus on one important trade-off. And then go after that trade-off. And that trade-off should be something super relevant in the sense that policymakers, right? Let me give you an example. Right now, we're talking about ESG, right? ESG. So climate risk, disclosure of climate risk. I mean, the one fundamental question there is, should we disclose scope 1, even though scope 3 is super noisy, right? It's prone to measurement error. So a model that goes after that issue that says that here is essentially firms are disclosing, prone to measurement error. What are the benefits of disclosure there? So there's a clear trade-off there, right? So there's a trade-off in the sense that there's measurement error, so prices may not work well to discipline management, but there are benefits. Right? Now, of course, there are externalities because of carbon emissions and so on. So go after one trade-off, dig deep, and then shed light on that trade-off, relate it to the debate that's out there, and then generate some comparative statics, right? My mind, that would be a very useful theory paper because it's then essentially going after a debate that policymakers, empiricists care about. They're talking about this issue. Should we measure scope 3 given that it's so noisy? Maybe just mandate scope 1, and that's good enough, right? Or there are trade-offs. So there are many other examples of that. So I think what the problem with theory work has been that we just write a model. It seems like there's so many things going on in there, and after a while you're like, what's important, what's not important? What is the research question sometimes at the end of the day? The other thing I would say about theory papers is list your assumptions, right? You have a bunch of assumptions. We never see the assumptions up front. A model is as good as assumption. List the assumptions, talk about the importance, the strength of this assumption. And that, again, would give credibility to the work. And also, then empiricists or consumers of that work can understand the importance of this, or does this meet the smell test? This is what we see in practice. Again, this is my hat as a theorist now, as a moderator. So what can we do? I mean, in the short run, what can we do to bridge the gap? And in the long run, what are there things that can be done at our institution, or maybe through, for the field in general, through conferences like this? Anything you guys can think of?
Well, I think the obvious one is that we need to tool up to at least become a good consumer of the other method, right? And I'm not advocating for spreading yourself thin like I have done. But I think there is a lot of value into really becoming a good consumer of theory if you're an empiricist and vice versa. And there are opportunities to do that, right? There are theory seminars being put up. I see several people in the room do the one at Duke, then there is the one at the AES. So there are, if you can invest at least some time into doing these as an empiricist, because many places don't have theory seminars anymore at their home schools. So there are ways to get that little bit of tooling, at least, and then try and continue speaking to each other. I would say that's, for example, if I can call out on Jeremy's AES, I had an empirical paper, working paper on retention concerns. It's an empirical paper, but I asked if I could present in the AES workshop because I felt there was some theory that I was not seeing that I wanted to bring this in front of theorists. And why? Because we're looking at retention concerns. So it's basically the individual rationality constraint in an agency model, but we're finding empirically that firms are changing how they do bonuses and how they measure performance targets and so on, which we empirically in managerial accounting have always thought of as incentives, right? So this brings like a link between the IR and the IC constraint. I was like, this is very interesting, but we have very few theory papers that look at that. Oyer is one that comes to mind, but there aren't that many. And so it's like, I really want to bring that out to this group of theorists to kind of put this in front of them to get their help on my paper, but also to kind of point out, like, these are things we don't know much theoretically about. And I think just doing things like that might help on the margin. Maybe this helps here today. We'll see. Maybe these papers will be cited more that are presented here today. But
what I wanted to add, it's not only talk to each other, but also work together. And we have a number of papers where people, the theorist and empirical person work together, like papers in this conference, papers in the prior conferences. Another is just opening the door of the department and going across the hall and attending each other's workshops. Each other's, I mean, say, workshop in the micro group, workshop in economics, workshop in finance, because theory and empirical work seem to be much tighter weaved in those other fields, and it seems, my perception is that we are in a little bit of catch-up mode to them, so just seeing what they're doing, how it's working for them, how it can be helpful for us, what we can borrow, what we can discard, and just getting more exposure to these other fields who seem to be doing it better than we are doing now and maybe learning something useful from them.
Yeah, I would just add to, in following up to my earlier comments, that maybe we can try to expand the permissible set of papers and questions that we're asking, in the sense that it's not just the purely empirical and purely theory, and with the purely empirical, I mean we start with our null hypothesis, and then we're testing this, and we reject everything, and then we're done with this. Where one set of papers, of course, is the structural set of papers, which takes a lot of work, given that our models are often not there yet, and that you need to tool up a lot. But I feel like on that set of papers, we see more and more of, and we, like, as we pointed out, Jeremy, others are really supporting this and making this happen. I think the other set of papers, which in the short run may be easier for the vast amount of us, is to kind of take more this descriptive route too. So this is the usual empirical papers we're doing. We typically don't have a very clear null that we want to reject. We have a reason why we're looking at a certain setting. We go out, we learn about this, and if we take this as descriptive evidence, even if we have a shock, it's still descriptive. Partial correlations are descriptive evidence, and then you can bring your interpretation to this afterwards, which will usually be partial in some sense. The more we're kind of open, I think, to this, the less we go for the questions that are easy to answer and conclusively to answer, and the more we go for the broader markets that we as accountants, as an applied field, really care about. And then we're building up the knowledge of this, and I think that's going to be something where we'll have reinforcing benefits in this. So in essence, I'm just asking for lower ambition and more humility from us, in the sense that once we're seeing that most of what we're doing is descriptive, we don't discard things that are not necessarily immediately testing any particular hypothesis. And that has the benefit of, one, of course, across papers, we have that feedback loop, that then we have real important stylized facts that require some theory. But it also makes you wonder, okay, if I now really want to say that this is not just descriptive, I need to do more than having a shock. It's about then having a model that tells you this is what I'm estimating, and then you have specific model parameters. So model-based estimation is really something where you have some structural estimation behind that, whether that model can be estimated in reduced form or not. But this is often which we, of course, don't have too much of, and which is hard to do. But at least the first part also just go in for the easier acknowledging this is an important market for us to understand. This is our best explanation. Let others see whether they can clean this up. And so I think this is a bit along the lines where Ray was always saying that there is no perfect paper, and let the literature filter this out. So I think we're doing too much where we're closing our loop or pretending we close everything in one paper. So we're not building on each other. And then if it needs to be surprising, of course, we can't build on each other because we know everything from the prior paper. And so I think that's something where we're putting ourselves in a hole that is not very helpful for an applied field. And those things just have, let's be more honest, it's mostly descriptive. There's nothing bad about that. And let's permit those kind of paper formats in journals, which I think are today don't fly that well so far.
Thank you, Matthias. So you said shock, so it reminds me of identification. I want to talk about identification. So, you know, I think there has been a trend towards better identification, which has been very good. We've learned a lot from those papers. But I want to talk about the distinction between identification and theory, in the sense that you still need a theory in well-identified work, right? But somehow I get the impression, at least, maybe that's mine, that once you've written a paper that's well identified, the feeling is, well, it's as if I've used theory here. So, any comments on that?
I actually, there's a good example for this paper which has identification, but at the same time leverages theory in the interpretation of the fact. Is the paper by Fabian Nagel and João Granja when they looked at current expected loss model. Yeah, I'm not in banking. Current CECL. And they look at CECL and they essentially have the treatment effects and the estimate of treatment effects, and the toy model allows them to say, this is the pieces that treatment effects have, and this is the piece we want to get rid of in order to make the conclusion we want to make. So it's like toy model allows them to interpret something which sort of come from identification style paper.
Yeah, I think that's...
Which is essentially, we need the theory to interpret whatever we find. It could be verbal theory, and this is what most of the empirical papers are doing, or it could be like, I'm honest, here's all the assumptions, and once you start making these assumptions and start playing with toy models, you actually realize that, oh God, it's so complicated. But like acknowledging that it's complicated and acknowledging this is where it can run, I think can go wrong, I think it's very important, and it's essentially academic honesty.
Yeah, and I think going back to the discussion we had before too, of course, this type of like having these exogenous variation, that's going to be very helpful to test theory, because theory is very abstract, lots of unmodeled things. Once we go to the data, we have to have a good reason why now this doesn't correlate with it. And so that's where the identification of those shocks come in, where we can do that because of institutional facts or because of certain theory. So this is just reinforcing each other, but we can best test theory or reject it if we are able to rule out that other things are correlated with it. And that's what I think that type of identification which we've been seeing rising is quite helpful. But of course, just starting with this and doesn't give you any causal relation in the sense that you know why things were happening. You know, you can bring it back to this was the starting point, but why things are happening, and so how to interpret things. I think that's where, of course, then understanding again that even that is just descriptive evidence, and then to make broader inferences, a toy model is useful, or you put out and say, look, this is my best verbal explanation I can have for this. There could be other things, and then there's another paper coming up, following up, and has something to work on, where we're again not pretending everything is closed looped here.
But this is exactly where I think theory can then help, right? Because, and this is not my quote, I heard Paul Fisher say this once, but I always remembered it. He said, theory is actually the best way to control for any correlated omitted variable by just leaving it out of the model, right? So that is if it's not in the model, that cannot be what explains your theoretical prediction, right? So that then helps if you take that back to whatever you find empirically, if that's sort of a build on core base forces that are the core trade-offs that you want to capture, now you can actually interpret some of this empirical evidence, because that is the beauty of theory, I think, that you just leave out what you do not want to be affecting the phenomenon you're looking at. It's a perfect control.
Yeah, you just need to make sure that you're leaving out stuff which is not important.
or which you really, if you want to say, okay, this phenomenon, people attribute it to this piece, but maybe it happens without that piece. Say it's not about an agency problem, for example, right? And then you still get that phenomenon to materialize in the model, then it is not in that model about an agency problem, right? So, and I'm not saying agency problems are not important, but at least you can do it really cleanly.
But I think overall, that message is a bit like we should be less skeptical of making more assumptions, because with more assumptions, meaning then proposing that model within which we can interpret those causal estimates and the like, they just bias way more. So there is always this trade-off, and as soon that goes back to this humility, and as soon as we know that just having this causally identified correlation there now doesn't necessarily give you much, it gives you something, but it's not the full way. And so then being open to actually saying, look, this is our proposed explanation. Once we put this into the model, we actually get more out of this. And so I think that there's a lot to gain from making more assumptions, but that's always a trade-off. But I think maybe going back to the conservatism, we tend to be very, or more reluctant with any kind of those assumptions, already forgetting that we made quite some assumptions actually once we're having our linear model and our independence assumption there.
Okay, let me maybe turn a bit to something we haven't directly talked about, which is papers that combine both methods. Right? We talked about empirical work versus theory so far. Those are hard to write and even harder to publish, right? And we have a few on the program today. So I think we know why that is the case, I suppose. We've talked about the difficulty, but maybe we could talk a bit about that. More importantly, what would be a good way to write these papers, right? How do you optimize, some of you mentioned the toy model. How do you optimize the toy model or the actual model with the empirical analysis? So there are ways of writing this. We know very well sometimes, reviewers would say, well, the model doesn't add much, get rid of it. Then the empirical reviewer would say the empirical work without the model there's nothing there. And so that's something as an editor I've faced, this difficult decision of deciding, how to optimize both and when to keep both. So any thoughts on that? You can even think about a good example of a specific paper, I would say, that I've done that well in accounting or outside accounting that could be helpful. Maybe your own paper, I don't know.
Like one example is the paper which is going to be presented tomorrow on fraud power laws. So the paper is essential, and the authors would be able to explain it much better, but kind of my understanding of this paper is essentially there's stylized facts that the magnitude of fraud follows the power law. So the question is, what can generate this power law? And the paper proposes the mechanism that can generate the power law, which is the manager, by manipulating, sees how likely he is to be detected, and if he learns that the likelihood of detection is low, the manager just correct me if I'm wrong. I see them nodding, so okay, I keep on going. So they essentially, so the manager figures out that the probability of detection is low, and the manager just goes crazy on manipulation. So once kind of this theory is proposed, we can see in the data, is there any evidence indeed that the managers change their manipulation decision depending on the perceived likelihood of manipulation through peer statements. And then also we have, the paper has some policy implications out there, which is essentially that punishment for manipulation, as the magnitude of manipulation increases, should be really, really steep to prevent this power law from happening. So I believe that combination of theory and empirics is very useful, and it doesn't go all the way kind of to estimating the structural model, which is not always necessary to do.
So I don't know. I want to take a step back on this question because I do think it's worth discussing whether we need the theory and the empirics to be in one paper. I surely don't want to be quoted as saying that that should be what we should be doing. I think if we have that loop, that sort of feedback loop that I mentioned very early on, between theorists and empiricists reading the theory and going to do the empirical work, etc., it might actually not be necessary to have theory and empirics in one paper, and given we're all specialized in one method, at least most of us, and as Harish points out, it's very hard to do. So I think I would think very carefully where we need it. And so I think it's also true that in some other fields we see this more, like in economics, we see more theory and empirical papers combined. But I think it's because they actually are communicating better with the math notation than we unfortunately in accounting do. So I think for a field like economics, having a model to clearly, precisely line out the hypotheses that are going to be tested is more like a communication mechanism almost. And I'm not sure that we necessarily help communicating very precisely with the math if you can also say it in words very precisely. I would actually advocate for say it in words very precisely. I do think there is a space for combined papers that have both theory and with theory, I do mean an analytical model and an empirical section. But that's mostly for, like I mentioned earlier, maybe nonlinear hypotheses or things that you couldn't very precisely also state in words, or things that another prior theory paper has not precisely modeled there that you could cite. So anyway, that was sort of I really didn't want to come off as saying this is the end game, we all should be doing both in the same papers, because I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I think there's, of course, plenty of good examples once we go into really the structural estimation, because there is clearly things that we can't do without the model. So they're asking for why the model is an easy thing usually to answer. There's some latent things we can't observe, some counterfactuals we can't otherwise think about. Once we go to these both things in one paper, but not necessarily directly estimating that theory model, I agree that it doesn't always have to be formal math. I still do think it is useful to try to work through some analytical a way of at least coming up with one model that could explain this, because it typically shows you that there's more assumptions that you had to make, or that equilibrium concepts are actually quite a bit different than what people tend to intuit. And I would actually advocate to be a bit more, again, on the lenient side here, given that we may be on a transitioning phase. It is true that we're not necessarily so great in communicating with like Greek letters yet. But that may be coming if there's something, if we're always a bit kind of going after the trend in econ and finance, that was building up over time too. And the more we're, at least for those that do it already, we're permitting it to, rather than always telling them it's going to be shifted back to the online appendix anyways. I think we're then slowly giving people a reason to learn these things. We're seeing more and more the same type of models, so everyone gets trained more in doing this by naturally reading those papers. And everyone has a greater incentive to try to understand this, because they know the default answer will not be, please throw it out. It's now intuitive enough for me in words. And I think that's where we may want to think about this a bit along the transitioning phase, where those that do it right now, maybe let's give them, cut them a bit more slack so that this overall kind of builds the literature and builds capacity from everyone. And then at some point, the communication may even be easier and more precise with this because everyone understands those models pretty well.
Yeah, another point that I wanted to mention is that there is sort of trade-off between the strength of assumptions and the empirical results we can deliver that Matthias alluded to. So essentially, the structural models take it to the extreme. So the assumptions are extreme. If you're willing to buy it, these models can deliver the estimates of economic parameters, counterfactuals, welfare implications. But it's, of course, all is conditional on whether these assumptions are bought or not. And also, estimation of these models allows to move theory, kind of our understanding forward. One of probably the most well-known example of this is equity premium puzzle, where the structural estimation suggested that risk aversion parameter has to be really, really high to justify the gap between equity and bonds. So it's essentially, it's important to realize that with having these assumptions, we are buying something new that it wouldn't be possible without having these assumptions. That's why kind of being more open to having the assumptions rather than completely averse.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's useful. So I think it would be, I think it's great to open it up because I think many of you have thought about these issues and get you involved. So go ahead, John.
Thank you for the panel. As an empiricist in the audience, like if the discussion has been very theoretical, in terms of practical, like if we were to come back 2 years from now, how would we know that it's better or not? Because the word better has been used a lot, but how could I measure that in a couple of years, whether theory and empirics have been better utilized in the profession? And that's for the whole panel. Like, are there any concrete, like I hear, it's not that there's a model, an analytical model and empirics, that's not one measure of better, or is it? Or is it more theory papers overall? So I'm just a little...
In one way, this I have to credit Mark for this because he has been annoying me all week about this panel. One way to measure it is having more citations to each other, right? So that would be an indication that we're actually reading beyond the methodological lines. That if you're looking for a measure, if we're doing better in 2 years' time.
But just to play the devil's advocate, we cite Verrecchia and Dye a lot, too.
Yes,
so I feel like that's good then, or?
So,
in fact, we cite Verrecchia more because also triggered by Mark's question to me earlier this week, I did an analysis because Mark asked me the probing question, what would be the theory paper? How did you phrase it, Mark? Something like, what would be the theory paper that is most cited empirically? Now, I couldn't quickly check whether it was empirically, but Verrecchia's work is, in fact, if my quick analysis is correct, I use Scopus. Verrecchia's work is the 5 top-cited theory papers in JAR, JE, and TAR since whenever Scopus started covering that.
So let me add to that. So John, one answer to your question then is, if we're still citing Verrecchia papers from '83, empiricists are, then there's a problem, right? Because there's been a wealth of theory models since 1983, Verrecchia and Dye 1985, that have looked at voluntary disclosure or voluntary interaction between voluntary and mandatory, but I still see empirical papers citing Verrecchia. Without even sometimes, understanding what they're citing, I think. Or more importantly, I think I also see the fact that there is essentially citations to survey papers. There's no citation to original theory papers anymore, very few. You're citing survey papers, which, again, I don't know how to measure that, right, to tell you now things are better. But you could look at the papers and they cite survey papers of, right, so it's higher order citing instead of reading papers. So,
but it feels like the response is, it's like pornography. I know it when I see it, kind of. That seems like there's no practical like.
No, one of the practical implications essentially look at the job market papers of PhD students graduating. And when having theoretical component, like having a toy model or having some theoretical component and empirical component becomes a norm, we are making progress. For instance, there's a lot of, I was talking to Annie Klemenova from Fed. So the last couple of years, 85% of people Fed is hiring have structural papers, structural job market papers, or it's a combination of the two. So there seems to be kind of, they're selecting the set of people. There seems to be demand for people with the skill.
Yeah, and I would say it's not just about having more theory out there. It's really that we get to more relevant insights. And I think that's, we can only get so far with correlations. We need to make some assumptions at some point. And so the better our models get and the better informed they are, again, by the empirical data, the more we can make relevant insights, like talking about job market papers with theory. We'll have a PhD student on the market, hopefully with a general equilibrium model where they think about forces that we often haven't thought about yet on something quite relevant. And these things are bringing us closer to speak to welfare, because I think this is something where we've been very positive in our research now, but ultimately we still we're an applied field and want to make, stay relevant, become more relevant. And I think this works best if we're amassing more evidence on the core questions. And there we can't go anymore with, let's come up with new models. It's like, let's come up with the richer, better models. Let's better understand the underlying parameters and the like, and then get to more relevant outcomes that we can actually speak to. But that would be, at least to me, more meaningful than just seeing more theory models.
Right, so I also want to play the devil's advocate a little bit. So a lot of research and training now is geared towards, let's say, what might be viewed as policy evaluation. So changes in policies are a frequent source of exogenous shocks. Some on the panel also promoted additional resources be put towards the collection of stylized facts. So the question that I have is, for someone who's pursuing either policy evaluation type research or the collection of stylized facts, why should they care about theory? Why should they care about things that are labeled as theory in like traditional accounting, economics, finance, what have you? Like if that's what you're doing and you're getting rewarded for it.
But what are you left with? Like, to me, the other one you're left with is what we typically write in our papers now, but I'm not so sure we're doing, meaning starting with theory and testing these hypotheses. And for that, you need theory. So what's the other approach you're thinking of?
I think where I'm coming from is saying you need to do this is not sufficiently persuasive. Like, for me, it's not sufficiently persuasive for me to I agree with that. I agree that there's value in this, but I think it's very, I'm curious if you have thoughts about how to persuade people who come from a very strong, mostly harmless econometrics philosophy of this is how we contribute to research. This is how we move the body of knowledge forward. There's a set of magnitudes that we should be really concerned about. And, you can tell them that they need theory to interpret them, but they might just say fine, I'll let someone else do it. And it seems like there's a lot of people who are letting someone else do it.
But that would be fine. Then we would still have lots of theorists that can write the models for that.
So let me add to this. So essentially, policy evaluation is precise sphere where the structural modeling has been applied and attempt to adapt it to the policy evaluation. Because the thing is, when we are evaluating the policies right now, it's whatever policy that was implemented. The question is, what were the alternatives and what the economic agent reactions are going to be with alternatives. And we cannot talk about hypothetical counterfactual policies without having any type of model in mind. So I'm not sure how much we benefit from just looking at implemented policies, because we probably want to go and figure out what would be a better policy. And without theory or some kind of combination between theory and empirics, there's just no way to talk about counterfactual, hypothetical policies.
Yeah, Christian, go ahead.
So I want to sort of respond a little bit to Henry's comment and connect it with something that I think the panel, in particular Matthias, said. I think it's a fallacy to think, most of these policy shocks that people use are not exogenous, and they're not going to be sufficient by themselves, right? I think in the end, and this is something Matthias emphasized, it is the whole research design that's probably going to give you identification. So even if you care about identification, a lot of times you need theory, and that connects with what also Aoife was saying, is to be able to sometimes rule out and say, this is not a likely mechanism that's going to be at play here, or this is sort of unlikely to explain the results. So ultimately, I do think even if you come from the mostly harmless kind of background, you need more than just a tool. And you need I think the theory is part of that. But back to the question that Henry, and I think John also rightfully asked, is like, what is going to lead to some change? I think conversations like these can help in the following sense. Ultimately, it's up to the editors and up to us. So think about what would provide the incentives, right? The incentives would provide if we, for instance, sometimes when we review papers or when we as editors look at these papers, say, look, there is actually some theory you could cite here, or think a bit more about the theory. And so I take one of the homeworks that I'm taking from the panel is basically to be more cognizant of that and to think harder whether there's sort of ways for us to connect this at times. And as reviewers, I think we can do the exact same thing, is we can try to sort of bring this together and make those connections. And that's where I see the value. It's not going to be easy to measure, but it's something that we can all try to do.
And actually also in the other way around. Like, for example, the paper I have with Thomas in charge, the last one in 2019, our referee asked to add some empirical descriptive figures to kind of whet people's appetite for what might be going on. And then empiricists might see this figure and say, oh, I want to actually read this theory and see what more I can do with it. So I think it goes both ways.
Let me take a few more questions. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to thank the Journal of Accounting Research for hosting the conference and focusing specifically on theory and bringing theory into accounting. I think it's probably the only top journal that could credibly do that. I also want to thank the editors of the JE for publishing an excellent survey paper 2 years ago on the need for theory in drawing causal inferences. And before that, there was a paper in Foundations and Trends in 2020. And before that, another paper in JFR in 2016. And you can go all the way back to the 80s and the 70s when there was a debate about the role for theory in accounting research, even back then. And so to Christian's point, people have been talking at each other about this, especially at the Junior Accounting Theory Conference, for years. And I've seen the reports that many of you write, and I've seen the manuscripts, and I've seen editor letters. And it's really nice to talk about the need for theory here and be all friendly and whatnot, and then write reviews and editor letters on the other end. So to Christian's point, I've sort of come to the conclusion that if we really want to affect meaningful change, if the decision is that this is where we should be moving, it comes down to incentives. And it comes down to editorial incentives and reviewer incentives. And so I guess my question is, what would you recommend for if we're trying to encourage more theory to be brought in, what would you recommend for editors and for reviewers?
So since I'm the editor on the panel, and maybe you're talking to me right now, look, there are some really bad theory empirical papers. Joint, they shouldn't be done. This is Eva's point, right? Maybe the question you're asking is, for those even those papers that have a contribution, having both methods together having contribution, what could we as editors do, or how could we pick reviewers? And I think this is where, again, it goes back to the fact that we need to, I'm not going to say lower the bar, right? Can't lower the bar, right? You reject if it's not done together. I've heard that comment that, hey, I'm trying this, the bar should be lower. I don't think so. The bar should still be set that there is a reason for the model to be there in that paper, and there's a reason for the analysis to be there. I think it boils down to essentially being cognizant of it, maybe more training, be more aware, be more involved in the process. I should be more involved, perhaps as an editor, and using vocal language earlier, rubber stamp less, perhaps. Yeah, I've been guilty of that. So the fact that we're having this panel is the fact that we believe there is a value there, having these types of papers. What could we do about it, right? And I think there are things we could do. There are things that authors could do when you write those papers, convey why the model should be in there, and why the empirical work, both of them go hand in hand. So.
Just a quick follow-up. Is there a set of qualifications for those joint theory empirical papers that you would lay out for editors and reviewers? Like, if the reviewer has never had a theory seminar, never written a theory paper, are they qualified to review a structural paper, for example?
You're asking me as an editor? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I would try, like I do for every paper, all the editors do, right? You try to find, maybe you should be a bit more mindful, for lack of a better word, for those types of papers now. Because you know ex ante, the probability of this getting rejected is close to 1, or 1. Then you should say, for those types of papers. So yeah, I think there are things we could do as editors. We at JAW, we do discuss these types of papers like that, right? Say, hey, I'm not sure. So you ask feedback from other editors, and we have associate editors, you could get feedback from them. So I think there are things along those lines that could be done. It's not easy.
It may also connect. So not that I can speak to anything about the editorial process there from that perspective, but I do think in Econ, for example, they go through the pains of having multiple reports, but that works because you have an editor who takes a very strong stance on saying, these are the points that you need to address, the other ones please don't. So if there's something that we can do to have a more holistic approach to this, especially by the person in charge, I think that could benefit, especially those papers. I think in accounting we're doing not too much of this relative to the other journals that I experienced so far. But for these papers in particular, I think it's problematic if we're clearly, because of these educational challenges, we'll mostly have one empirical reviewer and one theory reviewer. And so they will focus on their things, and they will not necessarily look for the complementarity or cannot appreciate it this easily. And that's where I think a clear stance from the editor could help, saying, look, this is good enough for me or not, and then taking, I think, maybe more risks there if we want to credibly do more than just sitting here again and making the same arguments, which exactly like we had a little preamble here, we had all these sites that you had, like Dan, others have talked about this before quite a bit. But yeah, I think this was supposed to be one more signal to a room full of the favorite reviewers, I think, of some of the major journals. And maybe even, like Haresh now said, taking a stronger stance earlier, I would recommend that too. Yeah.
I think there's also an onus on the authors, actually, knowing that this is the type of review process that they will face, where either the editor might be specialized in one method, you might get 2 referees with different specializations. It's really not different from doing interdisciplinary work, where you have the same things, like if you want to bridge accounting with another field or within accounting, you have to explain more as an author as well, realizing that at least some of the people involved in the reviewing process might not be experts in every aspect of that paper. And I think if you take that into consideration, you will write it better as well.
Yeah. Let's take one more question because it's close to lunchtime. So, Ray, please.
Hi. So I think it goes without saying that empiricists need to use theory. And I say use and not integrate, okay? You do work because it is generalizable. People will learn something from this about other things. And so that's a structure of some sort. Even papers that don't explicitly develop models are, in some sense, using theory. But I think that the integration part of it comes with dangers, okay? Now, let me talk about 2. One is harking. The literature's full of the endemic disease of hypothesizing after the results are known, called harking, okay? There are so many theories out there. I mean, if you're behavioralist, there are about a dozen different theories of information processing biases, and it's hard to think of any result that's not consistent with at least one theory. And so pushing to integrate in that sense, so talking back to incentives, says that editors are going to reward somebody who says, here's the theory and here's the data that are consistent with it, and not say, here are the N-1 theories that are not consistent with the result. You never see that, okay, or seldom. So that's the first point. Harking, I think, is the risk of pushing integration too much. The second is, through the history of science, a lot of the really valuable pieces of work have been showing that the data do not integrate with the theory. Okay, they're called anomalies. And a lot of progress occurs because you can't integrate the data with the theory. And I don't think we should stress that that sort of result is not valuable. It's immensely valuable for deciding how to modify or whether to abandon the theory.
Thanks, Ray. I think we should end it here because it's 12:47. So thank you very much. I want to thank the panelists for sharing your things. Thank you. So it's lunchtime, so we start lunch right about now until 2 p.m. and there's a buffet right outside the room, and where you had breakfast, you can go and eat there. There are rooms outside. Thank you. See you at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Very happy to have Jungmin Kim here. He's going to talk about economics of information search. The same rules as we had previously, 10 minutes uninterrupted, and 1 hour and 10 minutes if you have, right?
Thank you. All right, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Valerie. My name is Jungmin Kim. I am an assistant professor at Northwestern University. Today I want to present this paper titled Economics of Information Search and Financial Misreporting. In fact, this paper is based on my PhD dissertation from the Wharton School, so I'm very excited and honored to be presenting it here at the JAR conference. So as the title suggests, this paper is about information search and financial misreporting. And as I was getting started on this idea, one of the motivations for this paper was this gap between the literature on disclosure and the literature on information search. And the literature on disclosure indeed has a long history in accounting research, and this large literature on disclosure recognizes heterogeneity in what is being disclosed. So for instance, there exists this classic stream of literature on disclosure about firm value and its valuation implications, such as Holthausen and Verrecke in 1988. And while this approach has been the status quo for a long time, more recently, and coincidentally by many of the Chicago graduates, a stream of research that examines disclosure about managers' incentives came about, such as Gipper 2021 and Bloomfield 2021. But this literature is largely couched in terms of disclosure and therefore is distinct from the literature on information search or information acquisition. And when it comes to this literature on information search, the level of granularity regarding the type of information observed in the disclosure literature does not really seem to carry over. My understanding from reading the recent Blankspool et al. 2020 survey is that in the information search literature, we don't really see a clear distinction in the type or the nature of the information investors are searching for. And in fact, prior empirical literature on information search oftentimes does not recognize the existence of these different types of information investors can search for. And as a result, many of the existing papers in this information search literature, especially the empirical papers, tend to aggregate all search activities together and broadly call it the information search, or they end up narrowly focusing on one dimension of search, such as investors' use of 10K filings. However, neither one of these approaches really gives us a complete picture of the investor's information search activity. So in light of this gap in the literature, the important question is all information the same? And if not, and there exists this distinction in the types of information, then what information are investors searching for? And more importantly, does it matter? Should we even bother distinguishing these different types? So in this paper at a high level, I aim to answer this question and to show that information searches are not homogeneous, and that it does matter to distinguish different types of information investors are searching for because they have different empirical implications. And supporting this idea, this descriptive data on Edgar filing downloads reported in this figure suggest that investors are indeed searching for various types of information. You can see that a significant portion of investors is searching for information about managers' ownership positions as reported in Form 4s, and about the manager's compensation incentives as reported in proxy statements, in addition to the usual 10Qs and 10Ks. And this figure really highlights the diversity of the types of information investors are searching for, raising the question of whether we should try to understand their respective effects. So in this paper, I study how investors' search for different types of information affects managers' misreporting decisions. And I motivate this research question using a simple theory model based on Fisher and Verrocchia 2000 that incorporates two different types of searches under a single framework. And I use this model to derive predictions, and I use empirical data to show that the predictions are indeed empirically descriptive. In particular, to answer this research question, I distinguish between search for information about firm fundamentals and search for information about managers' incentives. So what do I mean by information about firm fundamentals and information about managers' incentives? To define these terminologies, I lay out my research framework as follows. So this is a simple representation of earnings report based on Fisher-Verrocchia 2000. I assume that the investors observe the earnings report consisting of true earnings and bias, where bias is a function of managers' incentives. Managers' incentives here refers to things like the extent to which the manager benefits from having higher stock prices and how costly or how easy it is for the manager to introduce bias into the report. The investors cannot observe the individual components of this earnings report, but the earnings report is not the only information signal the investors have. The investors can also have noisy information about V that is correlated with true earnings. And I define fundamental search as search activity that increases the precision of this information. In addition, the investors can also have noisy information about M that is correlated with bias, and I define incentive search as search activity that increases the precision of this information. And in the end, the investors are ultimately interested in learning about V, the true earnings, and both fundamental search and incentive search, along with the earnings report, will help investors figure out this V, but in different ways. Because fundamental information is correlated with true earnings, it helps investors by providing an additional signal about true earnings, which reduces investors' reliance on the earnings report. On the other hand, incentive search helps investors by providing a signal about the bias, which helps investors by allowing them to filter out the potential bias contained in the earnings report, which increases the informativeness of the earnings report. In other words, fundamental information and the earnings report are like information substitutes, while incentive information and the earnings report are like complements. And this intuition can be illustrated as follows. When investors observe this earnings report consisting of true earnings and bias, the stock price in equilibrium can be expressed as a function of this earnings report consisting of the intercept term and the earnings response coefficient times the reported earnings. And you can see from this rather simple characterization of the earnings response coefficient that if investors had more precise information about true earnings and the variance of V in the numerator and in the denominator decreased, then the earnings response coefficient would go down. Alternatively, if investors had more precise information about the bias and the variance of BM in the denominator decreased, then the earnings response coefficient would go up. And these contrasting effects on the earnings response coefficients have important implications on misreporting in equilibrium, because larger earnings response coefficient represents a greater valuation benefit from one additional dollar of bias, which motivates managers to bias more in equilibrium. So this paper's theoretical predictions and empirical findings can be summarized as follows. Fundamental search and incentive search are similar in the sense that both will help investors better estimate true earnings, but they do so in different ways. So I predict and find that fundamental search reduces investors' reliance on the earnings report, which reduces the earnings response coefficient and reduces the valuation benefits of misreporting. As a result, I document a negative relation between fundamental search and misreporting. On the other hand, I predict and find that incentive search increases the informativeness of the earnings report, which increases the earnings response coefficient and increases the valuation benefits of misreporting. As a result, I document a positive relation between incentive search and misreporting in equilibrium. So in this paper, I formalize this intuition by introducing a speculator into the model. The speculator obtains these additional information signals through his information search activities. I presume that the precision of each information signal increases with his fundamental search and incentive search respectively. And in the end, the speculator's demand for the stock depends on the earnings report and also on these additional information signals. And of course, there are two other players in the model, the manager and the market maker. The manager issues the earnings report and biases the earnings in order to raise stock prices and maximize her utility. And the market maker sets the stock price based on the aggregate demand for the stock and the reported earnings. So given this set of assumptions, the conjectured linear equilibrium can be expressed as follows. I'm just going to cruise through this part and simply point out that the equilibrium earnings report can be expressed as a function of true earnings and the manager's incentives. The speculator's demand for the stock can be expressed as a function of the earnings report and the additional information signals. And the stock price can be expressed as a function of the aggregate demand for the stock and the reported earnings. Now, given this set of assumptions, I derive a unique equilibrium, and then I conduct comparative statics analysis to derive predictions about the effects of fundamental search and incentive search. So first, as a sanity check, I analyze their effects on price informativeness to confirm that both types of searches indeed help investors better estimate the true firm value. And then I analyze their effects on the earnings response coefficient to establish how they influence the valuation benefits of misreporting. So here the earnings response coefficient is defined as the price sensitivity to the earnings reported. And finally, my ultimate interest is in analyzing how they influence misreporting, where misreporting is defined as the extent to which reported earnings exceed true earnings. Yes?
Hi, just a clarification question that can help me better understand the intuition behind the model. So to what, and even the application of the model to the data. So to what extent is this model speaking to, and the analysis speaking to investor searches versus investor type?
Versus
Investors
what,
type.
sorry?
Type of investors.
Okay.
And I'm not concerned as much as about the cross-section, but more about the time series. Because I think you can imagine a situation where in equilibrium, you have certain types of investors for certain types of firms. For instance, you have value investors or growth investors that are more interested in fundamentals, whereas you have activist investors that are more interested in what you call incentives type of information. But then if these things evolve over time, you might imagine a situation where a firm now has governance issues, and that also affects the type of investor that would invest in a firm, and also the type of information that we're looking at. So how does your model and your empirical analysis speak to this?
So it is true that I am assuming an investor group that is, at the end of the day, interested in fundamental investing, if you want to call it that, right? I'm interested in the group of investors who are interested in figuring out the company's true firm value. So to the extent the investor's objective is something else, my model will not be able to speak to that. Now, when it comes to the empirical side, I don't have as much data to disentangle, whether these are the searches initiated by the investors who are more interested in firm fundamentals versus like the activists. But if I had a way to disentangle that, I would expect these results to be stronger when the investors mostly consist of a group of people who care about this V value.
But just to follow up, so in your model, the investor base is constant.
Yes, the investor cares about V.
So the investor base doesn't change over time, and if that's the case, what determines the searches is their incentives, right? The investor type determines the type of searches that they make.
Right, so in the model, first I assume that the search activities are exogenous, and then I try to figure out how these different types of searches, based on, that are looking for different types of information, have different implications on managers' reporting incentives. And then I try to, formally consider investors' endogenous decisions to search for different types of information, but that does not necessarily depend on the investor's type per se, but it depends on the cost of searching for these different types of information. Yes, Matt.
Really interesting paper. One thing I was trying to sort of wrap my head around, you have this notion of incentives, which to me really looks like it's only about the financial reporting incentives. And when I think about what you see in a CD&A, sure, the financial reporting incentives are going to be sort of lumped up in that, but there should also be a link between the manager's incentives and the real operations of the firm, right? You're trying to encourage some behaviors, discourage others. You might be influencing real investment behavior. So how should I think about investors learning from the CD&A about the types of fundamental activities that a firm might engage in and how they might use that to learn about the fundamentals of the firm in addition to sort of the reporting incentives that a manager has?
Yes, so when I talk about incentives here, I am focusing on managers reporting incentives. Part of the reason is because I'm relying on this Fisher-Verrecchia model, where really the only action the manager can take is to decide on the earnings report. But you're right, and I agree with that. In reality, when investors look at this information, compensation information contained in, say, proxy filings, they are, of course, learning about managers' incentives to report, but I also agree that part of that, as a result of that, they're also going to get partially informed about firm fundamentals. Now, I want to point out that I do not require, although that's how I model it, in my main model, I do not require these to be completely independent. That's why I have an extension of the theory model, where the investors instead search for a composite information signal that is informative about both firm fundamentals and managers' incentives. And there the intuition goes through. Now the effect of search depends on the relative informativeness of the signal. So in that sense, really all I require is for these signals to be relatively more informative about managers' incentives than about firm fundamentals compared to what is conveyed through 10Ks and 10Qs. And to the extent these two constructs are commingled, I would expect it to bias against finding results since I have pretty specific opposite sign predictions happening here. Yes?
Yeah, nice paper. So I'm trying to get the intuition, though, on this fundamental search. So the anecdotes that you use in footnote 4 are, a company has a positive earnings surprise but negative growth, and so the ERC is the wrong direction there. So that seems like very mechanical, right? If you get two signals and one's got a different sign and it's more value relevant, then you're gonna, the first signal will have a weaker ERC. But then when you operationalize it, you use old 10Ks or 10Qs from the prior year, right? Which is kind of a very different thing. This is sort of understanding the firm's, return generating process or coming up with a much stronger prior about the company's value. And then in the model, I couldn't quite figure out exactly what X was, and maybe it doesn't have a specific definition. But when you think about firm fundamental search, what is it that they're trying to get?
So it's any information signal that is going to tell the investors about the true firm value at this company, right? And it can be some non-fundamental signals, but it doesn't have to be. It's really any signal other than earnings in this case, or other than R, that the investors are acquiring that's telling them about this company's true value.
So it doesn't matter if it's new information in this earnings announcement versus 5-year-old information about the product generating.
I mean, if 5-year-old information is still informative about this company's true value, then yes, I would still consider it fundamental information signal. But I agree with you. More recent information might be more informative about this company's true value.
But then, so what do they? I suppose this is my question. Are they just developing more, like, stronger priors about what this company is worth? So they put less weight on the earnings signal because they already, they have strong priors in a Bayesian updating sense. Or is it that they're really trying to understand the return-generating process of the company, in which case I would think that you would maybe get the opposite result. I know empirically you find a negative ERC, but...
Could you maybe elaborate on what you mean when you say returns-generating process?
Yeah, so like if I really understand very well the mapping of this firm's fundamentals into economic value, when I get a new earnings signal in, I can maybe put a lot of weight on it because I really understand, what that coefficient should be. As opposed to, which seems a very different mechanism to me than just saying, I think this company is worth $10, and it doesn't matter what the earnings signal is because I think it's worth $10.
Yes, so when I say fundamental information, it's not necessarily about return generating process. It's not information about how current earnings map into future firm value. It's just an alternative signal that the investors can rely on other than the earnings report that is informative about this construct V.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
So this is about the manager's decision to misreport. And what was unclear to me was on what grounds they are making this decision. So what is observable to the manager? Edgar logs seems somewhat implausible for the manager to be looking at. And so I was wondering if this is standing in as a proxy for something else, whether it's the type of investors that are owning the firm or the events happening to the firm. Like, what is the actual mechanism by which the managers learn about the extent of information search?
So the managers are making their misreporting decisions at the end of the day based on the earnings response coefficient that they observe, right? So they're, in my model, I'm looking at the equilibrium results. So everybody anticipates what the other party is going to do, and everyone behaves accordingly, which gives rise to this equilibrium. But it is true that in the model, it is assumed that the precision of each of the information signal or the information search activities is common information. But at the end of the day, when the manager makes this misreporting decisions, they're making this decision based on what they think the valuation benefits of misreporting is, which in this case is represented by the earnings response coefficient. And when it comes to the observability of the Edgar logs, it doesn't have to be Edgar logs per se, but managers have they do pay attention to the extent to which investors access their filings. In fact, a few years ago, a Wall Street Journal article covered the story of the CFO at GE, and he was talking about how their investors are not accessing the filings as much as he had hoped, and he is trying to do things to make it more easily accessible to the investors. So I do think this is something that managers pay attention to. But at the end of the day, when the manager is making this misreporting decisions, I'm assuming that they're making this decision based on the valuation benefits of misreporting, the extent to which this will actually translate to higher stock prices. Yes.
So a comment and a question. On the first question about the investor base, you might be able to do something by IDing the IP addresses. That's been done a bit you talk about an activist, for example. You could separate some of the institutions out on that. In terms of a question, you talk in the model about the precision of the information going up, and that's how you can put the higher weight in the ERC when they know the incentives. But you also talk a little about people being able to understand the bias better, and you can think of backing the bias out and getting to the true earnings from the reported earnings. And that's different, right? Because you're measuring an ERC based on reported earnings, not the true earnings that they figure out. And so when I think about an investor reading the filings to figure out the incentives, I think of someone backing out the bias, but that doesn't lead to the empirical setup you have. So I was wondering if you could kind of bridge those two together there. When you say the precision in the model, how does that translate into someone reading the filings to get the bias and try to get to the true earnings? Because if you have the true earnings, then you could run the ERC on that, but you can't do that.
Right, so, there were two parts to your comment, which I really appreciate. So the first part is I might be able to take a look at the IP addresses. I do, in fact, take a look at it, and I use the IP addresses to sort of look at downloads initiated by professional investors, like banks, brokers, funds, versus non-professional investors, and I essentially find results for, both investors' download activity. But it is, even at that level, even if I'm just classifying the investors as two types, it's still kind of a coarse matching based on the names of the entities associated with the IP address block. So I'm not entirely sure whether I'd be able to use that information to go into the details regarding what these individual investors' objective is when, when they're investing in a company.
I think
But-
the activist part might be really helpful.
Yes,
Just trying
but
to
that
identify
is a starting point. Looking at the IP addresses would be a starting point. Now, the second part of your question was, I guess, essentially, is it okay that I'm looking at reported earnings and estimating the earnings response coefficient? And I am looking at reported earnings, and I have to, because it's the fact that a portion of these reported earnings includes some potentially biased portion that results in muted ERC to begin with, right? When the investors don't have this additional information about incentives. But now that they have this information, they're able to rely more heavily on this earnings response coefficient. And one thing that I want to point out here is that I'm looking at the earnings response coefficient, which is the coefficient, right? It's the sensitivity. It's not the actual valuation. So there's a distinction there, and I think that's what might be, tripping you.
Well, one point on that, you talked about how it mutes, but it depends on which way the bias is going, right? It could be they have an incentive to underreport, and you should be putting more weight on the earnings, right? Because they're underreporting the true earnings.
No, because it's the precision effect. Even if you underreport or overreport, it's the fact that there is some uncertain portion contained in that reported earnings that's preventing you from fully reacting to what you're observing.
Right, but that's the problem. If you think of it in terms of backing the bias out, then you get into these signs going which way it goes. If you think just precision, you're okay. And I just couldn't reconcile the precision into the empirical of what someone's learning from the filings about the incentive to know whether it's under or over-reported or fairly reported.
Right. So I don't speak to the signals themselves. I'm speaking to the precision of the signals. And one thing that I also want to note here is that it's not that with incentive search, it's not that investors are uncovering new bias that they thought did not exist before. Part of it could be that, but also a lot of this is investors becoming more certain that bias must not exist in these reported earnings. So again, it's a precision effect that I'm focusing on. Yes, Christian.
So, this is loud. Move this away. So this is your paper is a good example back to the earlier panel about sort of how theory can also inform research design. And that's something that I really like about the paper. But I think you should be, and this is more sort of a comment, and it connects with some of the comments Ed made, is be clearer in terms of what actually you have in mind when you talk about the ERC. Because I think your ERC, at least for many of the empiricists in the room, could very quickly be misunderstood, because most of the time we think of the ERC as being a short-run ERC where there is an earnings surprise relative to an expectation that comes from like a few days before. And the intuition for your fundamental search result is essentially the one that with more fundamental search, more information gets earlier into the price, and then as a result of that, when you later report your long-run ERC, because some of that information is already in price, the response to that is going to be smaller, right? So for the long-run ERC, your thing works. But it's not clear to me if you had a short-run ERC that you would still have the same prediction, because then you would condition the prediction on $1 of surprise. And then here, like, if there is $1 of surprise to the market, then maybe the prediction would be depending on whether this type of information is different or so, you could get a smaller or bigger response. But I'm no longer sure you would get the same prediction that you're getting at the moment. Now, for the incentive story of the paper, on the other hand, I find the short-run ERC actually the more intuitive one, because oftentimes we try to find out at an earnings announcement, does the management have an incentive to put something in the cookie jar? Do they want to meet or beat the analyst forecast? So I think it would be useful to sort of talk a little bit about, that you have this long-run ERC that is taking the entire year, and that is sort of driving your fundamental search hypothesis, and then sort of link this a little bit up with how the empirical literature is actually usually using short-run ERCs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, that's the distinction between long-run and short-run earnings response coefficient is something that I hadn't thought about before, so I really appreciate the comment. I will check how my results change or how my predictions might change depending on whether the earnings response coefficient is measured more long-term versus short-term. Thank you. Yes, Shu.
It's kind of sort of related to the previous questions. I'm not sure if that's going to affect the results because I can't think on top of my head. In your model, what you're saying is the fundamental search reduces ERC because when you have more information about fundamentals, you rely less on earnings. It reduces ERC. But in your empirical design, what you're what your proxy for fundamental search is a download of 10 Qs and 10 Ks, which is essentially learning about reported earnings, not really like some sort of like information about true fundamentals, because the reported earnings itself could be contaminated by managers' misreporting. So I'm not sure, just like, seems like there's a disconnect between the model and your empirical design. So in other words, I'm not sure, if you switch that to the fundamental search as just a noisy signal about the earnings report, your results will still be there.
Yeah, so that's part of the reason why in my empirical analysis, I'm looking at downloads of 10Ks and 10Qs that's actually initiated prior to the actual earnings announcement. And my idea here is that there are several additional signals that you can get by looking at 10Ks or 10Qs, some of which might be non-fundamental signals about, your number of employees, order backlogs, labor productivity, and things like that. And what I'm getting at here is that when you are investing in those kind of fundamental search activities, and when you have all these additional signals that you can rely on, then the earnings report is not as big of a deal compared to a case where this earnings report was the only signal that you had that you could rely on to make this investment decision. And in fact, I think your question is a perfect way to kind of transition into the empirical section of the paper.
Youngmin, can I just jump in for 1
Yes.
second? Because I think it illustrates perfectly where I think there is a confusion in the paper.
Okay.
Take Shu's comment, right? And you were responding saying there's more signals, they're going to use those more
Mm-hmm.
signals. In a short run ERC, all that information is going to go into the expectation. Right? If the firm then still surprises with a dollar surprise, it's not obvious to me that I would have a prediction that to that new surprise, there's going to be more or less, even though I've searched. So I think it's very important to sort of, that in your case, it does not go in the expectation because you use last year's earnings as the way you define the surprise. And that's why all that fundamental search and all that additional stuff already gets into the price, and that's why you're going to get a smaller response.
Yep. Yes. Let me just quickly go over the theoretical predictions and just lay the foundation for my empirical analysis, and then I'll take more questions. So the comparative statics analysis yields the following predictions. First, consistent with general intuition, I predict both fundamental search and incentive search to increase price informativeness. But more to the point, I predict that fundamental search decreases the earnings response coefficient and decreases misreporting, while incentive search increases earnings response coefficient and increases misreporting. And these contrasting predictions are difficult to intuit in the absence of formal theory. And they suggest that specifying and distinguishing between these different types of searches will yield different and more nuanced predictions. So for the remainder of the paper, I focus on these contrasting predictions. So moving on to the empirical section of the paper, I test these predictions empirically using two different approaches. So the first approach relies on the direct measurement of information search activities. Specifically, I rely on the data on Edgar filing downloads from 2005 to 2016 to directly measure searches for different types of information. And I correlate these measures to my outcome variables of interest derived from theory, such as price informativeness, earnings response coefficient, and misreporting. And this first approach is well aligned with the theory, and it forms the basis for my analysis. One potential limitation of this approach is that these direct measures might be capturing some endogenous correlated omitted variable. So to address this endogeneity issue more comprehensively, I also adopt the second approach where I confirm my findings in two distinct empirical settings where the costs of searching for each type of information exogenously changed, namely the XBRL adoption and the Form 4 Edgar filing mandate. So I will now explain these two approaches in more detail. Yes?
Is the assumption that when they do the fundamental search that the 10K and 10Q don't have any bias?
That's not necessarily the assumption. I would say more accurate assumption is that an average item that you see in a 10K or 10Q is less likely to be subject to the manager's incentives to bias than the earnings number. And this is based on prior literature's findings like Murphy 1999 type of studies, which find that earnings is by far the most frequently used compensation metric in these incentive plans. So I am assuming that the managers would be motivated to bias the earnings much more than an average item that you see in a 10K.
I guess my question is, if I know a speculator is going to go look at my 10K or 10Q to figure out whether or not I'm biasing, wouldn't I want to bias the 10K or 10Q
Yes,
to
but-
prevent them from being able to undo whatever bias I'm going to do in the future?
Yes, but first of all, you will want to bias your earnings. And then you might also bias some of the items that you see in the 10K. But there are also items in the 10K report, like non-financial items, that might be more difficult to bias. So on average, what you see, when you have all this collective evidence to infer what the true firm value is, it is going to be more difficult for the managers to bias everything than to just bias the earnings report.
And isn't that true in the current earnings? Like, if I can't go back and bias my past 10K or 10Q, then isn't all of the stuff that's going to come out with the current earnings going to be able to allow me to completely undo any bias in the current earnings?
Yeah, so it's a little difficult for me to speak to, that kind of smoothing, for the lack of a better term, right? If I bias now, do I undo it in the future period? And then how does it affect the period after that? Because I have a one-time earnings disclosure model. So it's a little hard for me to speak to the dynamics of how this bias is going to play out in the long run. I'm just focusing on what happens now when the investors search more for my firm fundamentals.
I guess, but I'm just, if I'm a speculator or if I'm an investor, why wouldn't I just look at the 10K that comes out 3 days after the earnings announcement and get all of that information to undo any bias? Why would I be out searching months before and trying to remember what the order backlog was and trying to figure out what bias is?
I mean, you could do that, but you also want to be able to make a decision before or at the time the earnings comes out, because otherwise you're too late to the party, right? So I'm focusing on the investors' reaction to the earnings that are announced, and at that point in time, they don't have the 10K which is going to come out afterwards.
They actually come out on the same day about 60% of the time.
Yes, they could. So in my empirical analysis, I'm not counting the downloads that are initiated on the same day. I'm just focusing on the downloads that were initiated leading up to the actual earnings announcement. And part of the reason is because I want to focus on these alternative information signals that's not directly about the earnings that are being announced. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is all really important, Christian's point, Joe's point, Shu's point, because the way you measure this is you take an annual random walk, 3/4 of which is already published, right? And those are the downloads you're looking at. So essentially, your empirical result is when the last 3/4 earnings announcements are more efficiently priced, then there'll be less of a drift at the fourth quarter earnings announcement. And that would be also consistent with your empirical result. Is that right? Because 75% of the surprise is not a surprise. They already had the 10Q for those documents, for those quarters.
I'm not entirely sure I understand your question. Could you elaborate more on that?
I'm just gonna,
Yes. And
so I suppose I'm just trying to understand the
Yeah.
story here. So you're saying that I had three quarterly earnings announcements during the year. I've already released the earnings announcement and the 10Q. When I see that more people downloaded those reports, those prior 3 earnings announcements are more completely priced. I mean, going back to Bernard and Thomas, we see the drift around the next earnings announcements. So the negative earnings surprise interaction is just saying when prior information was properly priced, I don't see a delayed reaction to it this quarter.
yes, I understand what you're saying. I think that's one of the limitations that I have with my research design, which is looking at firm year level. And I try to sort of get at that issue with one of my additional analysis where I'm looking at quarterly earnings announcement. And there I'm focusing on investors' downloads of these filings during a quarter, and then I'm correlating it to the earnings response coefficient at the quarterly earnings announcement, and basically all the results go through. So I don't think it's really the preemption or the having 3/4 of information that's really driving my results. It's just having more signals about true firm value that is not the earnings report that's leading to this muted earnings response coefficient.
All right, I'll try this one more time and then I'll just let it go.
Okay.
And maybe this is what Christian was saying. Is this design choice that you have the annual random walk with 3/4, is that developing straight from the model? Or is that just a research design choice? And if it's
No,
just the latter,
it's-
why don't you just do a normal, quarterly design from the outset?
So it's a research design choice. So when it comes to the model, really what I have is the equilibrium price level on the earnings reported. Now, we can modify this equation by subtracting the expected value from the left-hand side and the right-hand side of the equation and deflate it by the stock price, which is going to give us this returns on earnings surprise specification that we are more familiar with. And so really what the correct specification is depends on what the correct proxy for unconditional expected reported earnings is. Here I'm using the random walk model. I'm using prior year's earnings. Is that a perfect proxy? Perhaps not. Alternatively, I could also look at things like analyst consensus to measure earnings surprise. Is that a perfect proxy? I don't think so either, because analysts also introduce their own bias to these forecasts. So really, I have an additional analysis where I show that my results are robust to using this alternative measure of earnings surprise. But I think at the end of the day, it depends on what is the correct way to measure expected earnings surprise. And I really don't take a strong stance on that because both measures are subject to error.
Youngmin, I just have to ask one more time. I don't
Yes.
understand how you can say that you would expect the same result once you have a short-run ERC. If I have an expectation, let's say you had a good expectation 2 days before the earnings announcement, and you get $1 of surprise, why in your model would you now predict that there's going to be less of a surprise, less of a reaction to that surprise? If it's conditioning on $1 surprise, why is the response smaller in that case?
So the response is smaller because, okay, so one anecdotal example that I have here is a case of Netflix a few years ago, and they announced a very strong earnings number, and yet the stock price reaction wasn't as strong because at the same time, they also exhibited information about rather weak subscriber growth and all that. And what I'm trying to say here is that when investors also have all those additional signals about firm value, their relative reliance on the earnings report is going to be weaker than when this is the only signal that they're relying on. Yes.
In the Netflix example, this is just, reiterating what they've said, Ed was saying you're looking at 10Ks, whereas the Netflix example relates to guidance going forward. And I think that's where the confusion is coming. So in that Netflix context, if you can explain how that ties to your design, where you're looking at downloads of historical data that does not speak to future subscriber growth, that would help clear things up, if I've understood correctly.
So is another way to phrase your question to say that isn't information in 10K basically all backward looking?
I think a lot of it is.
Yeah, I would argue against that. I think a lot of information in the 10K also tells you something about what this company is going to do going forward, what kind of investment projects they have in mind, what kind of firm value they're generating, and what are their sources of growth. And this is the kind of information that I think investors are going to rely on when they are making these investment decisions. Yes.
So I have a couple of comments, but just right on that, aren't you then assuming that they're not properly pricing the information in 10Ks and 10Qs earlier? If they had been pricing it earlier, then it really shouldn't matter. They shouldn't be surprised by that same information again turning up in earnings. But anyway, that's just a side point. To move past that, one thing I've wondered the whole time that you've been presenting and looking at the paper, you have these opposite predictions about misreporting in the ERC. So they know more about incentives, then the ERC goes up, and so does misreporting, right? But what I don't understand is why people don't anticipate that. If they anticipate that misreporting will go up, then wouldn't ERC go down again? I don't know, in equilibrium, is you're just saying the effect is stronger. I was just wondering why that doesn't sort of, in the end, make it so that it balances out on average so you don't find anything. I know that you find it, but I just wonder theoretically.
Yeah, so it is an equilibrium effect. So any feedback effect back to the earnings response coefficient, it has already been accounted for in these equilibrium results. Now, to be more precise, theoretically, the reason it doesn't go back to this earnings response coefficient is because the increase in misreporting that arises as a result of higher earnings response coefficient, this is the part that is anticipated by the investors. So it doesn't really add to the noise in the reported earnings. And because it doesn't add to the noise, this is also part of the stuff that they can back it out. So theoretically, that's what happens. And at the end of the day, this is the equilibrium result that I'm documenting.
Okay.
Yes.
But again, to my first comment, so you also think that the earlier information is not being priced. It's incomplete pricing. Is that what you're arguing?
Theoretically, it's hard to answer that question because, again, this is a one-time disclosure model. Empirically, yeah, I mean, I would say maybe there's some information that they were pricing and they were doing their best at that time, but then maybe with this additional earnings information, it means something different. But, my paper really doesn't speak to that.
Okay.
Yes, Kevin.
Yeah, it seems like something you could do to get at some of these comments is try and figure out what is the conditional expectation of earnings given everything that's in the 10K. So it seems like you could build a statistical model that would address that by taking into account not just bottom line earnings, but everything else in the financials and maybe something in the text as well.
Okay.
Because that's where you know that beliefs should converge to after investors start actually processing the information in the 10K. So they should kind of start out at prior earnings potentially or whatever you get from the random walk model and converge towards that kind of optimal forecast based on the 10K as you see more fundamental search. It seems like that might help give a way to directly get at some of these other questions.
Yes. Thank you for that comment. I will look into that. Yes.
I was going to suggest one way to avoid all this ERC discussion is in these models, in Fisher and Verrecchia model in particular, the ERC is really a bonus coefficient. Why don't you look at bonus coefficients as opposed to worry about short-term, long-term ERC as a way to at least triangulate the prediction that you have? Just comment, think about it.
Okay. So what do you mean by bonus coefficients?
Well, the reason the manager is biasing the information is because they're getting rewarded based on the ERC times the price. So it's really a bonus coefficient on price.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I could try out different specifications. For example, I could just do, more closely conforming to the theoretical specification. I could even do linear price regression on the earnings reported and see, how my results hold up, and also think about, the bonus incentives that the managers have.
To use an acronym, instead of ERC, compensation response coefficient.
Okay, I'll think about that. Yes, Henry.
Apparently I'm still on mute, sorry.
It's okay, I can hear you.
That's good. Oh, it's blinking green, cool. So another thing you might want to do that would pull away from some of the, at least some of the issues that Ed has brought up about recent financial filings overlapping with information that's in the report, could be to look at like peer firms in the week before, because that would seem to be another signal that's quite relevant to fundamental value for the firm that's announcing. Now, I haven't thought through how that relates to Christian's statement or comment, which I think ties back to several others, that it's not clear how that affects the incremental surprise, the incremental reaction to still $1 of surprise. But I think it does seem to relate, to me at least, it seems a little bit closer to this notion that you're collecting a signal that is in more recent time informative about the fundamental value that you'll get a signal of from this specific firm very soon. Now, of course, you bring in you have a bunch of other baggage with that, like covariance with other firms. Somewhere around here, like discount rates are floating around, and maybe firms that get more search have higher or lower discount rates. I haven't thought through that either, and maybe you address that in the empirics. But like, I think rather than going down the route of a separate contracting environment as opposed to use of information, maybe thinking about other sources of fundamental information that could still be
Yes.
found on Edgar.
Yeah,
Sorry,
thank you
you
for
could
that
add
comment.
on.
So
Thank you.
one analysis that I do that is kind of in line with what you suggest, but not exactly, is I look at, fundamental search about industry leaders, and I find that fundamental search about industry leaders conveys some information about fundamental performance at other firms in the same industry. But what you're suggesting is timing-wise, it could be tighter, right? If there are other industry peers or leaders that are disclosing earlier, then I could look at that as well. Yeah, thank you. All right, so in my first analysis, I used direct measures of information search based on Edgar downloads. Specifically, I classify these downloads as fundamental search or incentive search depending on the specific filing forms that investors download. As many of you guys have already pointed out, I use downloads of 10Ks and 10Qs to measure fundamental search. The idea here, again, is that these quarterly and annual financial reports contain information about fundamental firm value and provides additional signal for the investors to better estimate the true firm value. Now, I also have an additional analysis where I use an alternative measure of fundamental search based on 8K downloads that contain specific keywords related to firm fundamentals. So this is information about product pricing and market demand conditions. And I continue to find similar results using that alternative measure of fundamental search. And in comparison, I use downloads of proxy statements and statement of ownership changes to capture incentive search. So proxy statements and statement of ownership changes contain information about the firm's managers and directors and the details of their compensation incentives. And prior literature shows, and also there's a lot of survey evidence on CFOs, which show that these compensation incentives play a significant role in managers' misreporting decisions. Yes?
So just one thing that might help, because we've had a lot of discussion about what information's already out there, is to look at the IP addresses, what they're actually pulling. So any given IP address, because you just aggregate, you don't know if it's 1,000 people pulling one filing or one person pulling 1,000 filings. And those filings are different times. And we do know that context matters and the context helps for processing. And so perhaps just looking and saying, okay, do we have a lot of IP addresses looking at very recent things versus very much older things? And maybe there's a difference there. Maybe that's the age of these things could get you what's context and what's fundamental information that they need right now.
Yes.
Just a thought.
Yeah, I agree. And again, one additional analysis that I do that's kind of related to what you are suggesting is I look at the timing of the downloads, timing of when these different investors initiate the downloads, and I actually find stronger results when the downloads are initiated closer to the earnings announcement, which seems to be consistent with what you are suggesting. But I can look deeper into who's searching for what and when. All right, so looking at the trends in these two types of downloads over time, I see that not only fundamental search, but also incentive search has become more extensive over the years, further highlighting the importance of distinguishing these different types and also understanding their respective implications. So in my first analysis, just to verify that the Edgar downloads are indeed capturing investors' information search activity, I show that both types of downloads increase price informativeness. This finding confirms that the Edgar downloads, regardless of the information's type, is indeed increasing investors' informedness and helping them better estimate the true firm value. So in my empirical analysis, I correlate these measures with the earnings response coefficient and misreporting. So I first test the valuation benefits channel underlying my predictions. So I'm looking at the sensitivity of the returns to the annual earnings that are reported. So the annual earnings are announced at the beginning of the subsequent year. So here, the measurement of the information search variables precedes the actual earnings announcement. And consistent with my predictions, I find that fundamental search reduces or is negatively related to the earnings response coefficient, while incentive search is positively related to the earnings response coefficient. And since the earnings response coefficient represents the valuation benefits of misreporting, this finding lays the foundation for my main analysis that examines the relation between the two types of information search and misreporting. And again, consistent with my predictions, I find that fundamental search is negatively related to subsequent misreporting, while incentive search is positively related to subsequent misreporting. As I briefly mentioned, I also conduct a series of additional analyses that exploits various characteristics of Edgar downloads. to explore the conditions under which these EDGAR downloads more closely reflect investors' information search activity. I find that the relation between EDGAR downloads and misreporting is more pronounced when the downloads are measured close to the earnings announcement date. I also find that the downloads initiated by both professional and non-professional investors can affect misreporting, and that fundamental search about industry leaders conveys some information about fundamental performance at other firms in the same industry. And finally, I find that the relation between EDGAR downloads and misreporting is more pronounced in the subsample of firms where alternative information sources other than EDGAR are lacking, and EDGAR is a more relatively more important source of information for the investors. So collectively, this first set of empirical analysis supports the theory that fundamental search and incentive search have opposite effects on misreporting. Yes?
Yeah, so I mean, if you think about the direction going from the possibility that misreporting is occurring and that influencing search, then couldn't it be that the interest in executives' incentives is based on some suspicion that they're up to no good? And so the search is actually driven by the suspicion of misreporting, and not that the search is positively correlated with misreporting in the case of the executive incentives path?
Yes, is there a reverse causality concern?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
Yes. So part of the reason I'm looking at subsequent periods misreporting is to sort of alleviate such concerns. So right now, the story would have to be that investors somehow anticipate this misreporting happening and respond to it by increasing their incentive search activity and at the same time decreasing their fundamental search activity, which seems a little less plausible, but I do recognize that reverse causality could be a concern, which is why I corroborate these findings with two distinct empirical settings where the costs of information search exogenously changed, and I'm hoping that with this exogenous variation, it will help mitigate some of this reverse causality concern. Yes?
I don't know if this is the right slide to ask this question, but I've had this question for a while. What your paper also triggers my thought is why? Why people do fundamental search versus incentive search? What kind of characteristics? I know you have that section about the cost of the two, but that might be a separate paper, and it may be that a lot of these analyses that are buried in Appendix G actually gives light to that question. Right? There is still that question. Why do you search indirectly for incentives if you could search directly for fundamental value and vice versa? And that seems like an interesting question that maybe an extension would get to it.
Yes,
when I read some of these bullets, it feels that there are partial answers to that. Is that?
Yes, so this is like the exploratory analysis that I conducted because I was too curious to better understand, these EDGAR downloads and investor information search activity. So this paper doesn't speak to that question. This paper is more about how not all information is the same and how making this distinction will yield deeper insights. But I agree with you, it would be interesting to explore some of those questions, right? Are there certain types of investors who are specializing in one type of search over the other? And if so, what are the benefits to doing that? Is there some complementary relation between these two types of searches? Is it better to have more precise information when the other type of information is also precise, or things like that? So, these are things that I'm thinking about, not necessarily something that I test in this paper.
It almost feels that section 2.4 is the theory for the follow-up paper.
Yes. Yes, thank you. So to corroborate these findings in my second empirical analysis, I formally endogenized investors' information search activity. To do that, I modified the earlier model, and I now introduce 3 parameters that determine optimal search activity. So the amount of search resources, the costs of fundamental search, and the costs of incentive search. So I calculate the speculator's ex-ante expected utility, and I solve for the optimal search equilibrium that maximizes the speculator's utility. And solving for the model, I predict that more search resources induce the speculator to search for more information of either type, but within a given set of resources, the speculator acquires more of the less costly information type. And as a consequence, the earnings response coefficient and misreporting are increasing in the costs of fundamental search, and they are decreasing in the costs of incentive search. So to test these predictions empirically, I rely on two distinct empirical settings where the costs of information search exogenously changed. So the first setting that I examine is the XBRL adoption, where the fundamentals related search and processing costs exogenously decreased. So to briefly go over the backgrounds of the XBRL adoption, the SEC mandated firms to adopt extensible business reporting language in a phased-in manner starting in 2009. And accordingly, firms had to tag their financial statement elements based on the GAAP taxonomy so that it is easier for the financial statement users to extract, process, and analyze financial data. And particularly relevant to my study, the mandate applies to 10Q and 10K filings, but not to proxy statements. And this feature makes this XBRL adoption an ideal setting to study the effect of an exogenous decrease in the costs of fundamental search. So I conduct a difference in differences analysis. Yes, Nemit?
And I can be wrong about this, but my impression was initially XBRL actually was very costly for people to use. And search costs, I would imagine, actually went up initially. And if I remember correctly, prior research confirms this, right? I mean, later on, the technology improved and there was software that was developed that actually helped people use XBRL and XBRL tags. But initially, I was under the impression that from practitioners as well as academic research that XBRL actually increased information asymmetry, made things worse initially.
I see. But to mitigate such concerns, I also directly suggests that investors are actually accessing more of these filings as a result of the XBRL. But if you can send me some of those papers that you mentioned, I might be able to take advantage of the research design they're doing to see whether I can get at like the long-term consequences. All right. Yes.
So your story is very much about the earnings number specifically.
It's about misreporting, yes.
But the ERC,
Yes, that's the channel through which it works.
right, so it seems like a plausible alternative story, especially when you started talking about Netflix as your motivating example, is the idea that investors aren't just responding to a number. There are multiple signals that come out. And with the introduction of XBRL, investors now have at their disposal a much broader palette of signals to which they can respond. And because you're not including any of those signals in your regressions, the weight that you observe on the earnings signal should decrease if they are now responding. It's now easier for them to respond to more metrics than it had been previously.
Isn't that part of my story?
I don't think it is.
I mean, I'm not including the signals themselves because, again, the predictions are not about the signals. It's about the precision of the signals, which I captured using the fundamental search variable. Maybe we can talk afterwards. I'm not entirely. So, do you think I should like come up with
if the earnings number hasn't changed at all in its precision, but investors are now responding to more non-earnings information,
signals? Yes.
then you would expect the observed weight on the earnings number to decline,
Yes.
independent of the earnings number's precision.
So when I say precision, I'm not talking about the precision of the earnings report. I'm talking about the precision of these other signals that the investors have. Maybe we can clear this up afterwards. Maybe we can talk more about it. So here I conduct the difference in differences analysis that compares the treatment firms to the control firms in the years prior to the mandate adoption and in the year of the adoption. And consistent with my expectations, I find that the XBRL adopting treatment firms experience an increase in fundamental search relative to incentive search. They also experience a decrease in the earnings response coefficient and a decrease in misreporting compared to the control firms. Now, I corroborate these findings using my second empirical setting. And this is the setting where the incentives-related search and processing costs exogenously decreased. So here I look at the SEC's 2003 mandate for electronic filing of Form 4s. And prior to this mandate, companies had the option to mail the Form 4s directly to the SEC, who would physically store these forms at its office. So prior to the mandate, it was very costly for the investors to acquire information about managers' reporting incentives and also about specific ownership positions of these managers at the company. So I used this as a setting where the cost of incentive search exogenously decreased. And again, I conduct a difference in differences analysis that compares the treatment firms who began filing these Form 4s on EDGAR following the mandate to the control firms who had been filing them on EDGAR all along. Yes?
All right, so two things. One was just to talk a little bit about the XBRL. I think I would, the literature has shown that some investors seem to benefit right away and some did not.
Yeah.
And so I think the question would be who's going to be setting the ERCs that, so it's not a straightforward, no one got it, some got it, and then some didn't. What I was curious for the Form 4s, though, you're using just the total downloads of all of them, right? Are the results similar if you scale by the number of filings? I guess what I'm wondering, is this about investor interest in these kinds of information, or is it about the availability of it? Because I would assume that the magnitude, the number of Form 4s is going to vary across firms in ways that it's systematically related to how they compensate their manager. So is it more about their actual compensation structure than about investor interest in those incentives?
Yes, so to answer the first part of your question, yes, thank you for pointing that out. I am aware of the literature and how the XBRL sort of helped some of the smaller institutions, but not so much the retail investors. And because my additional analysis shows that it's really both the professional and non-professional investors that's engaging in this search activity that's influencing the earnings response coefficient and misreporting, even if it's just a subset of those investors, even if it's just a small institution, I would still, expect similar results, which might be the reason why I'm documenting these results. Now, to answer the second part of your question, you mentioned how the number of Form 4 filings might vary and how that might be correlated with some of these other unobservable constructs. I had a similar concern, which is why in one of my additional analysis, I also additionally control for the number of Form 4s newly filed in this company in a given year, and I continue to observe similar results. I have also tried a few other control variables that might account for something abnormal going on at this company. And one of the variable that I use as a control is the number of media articles issued about this company, in a given year using the Ravenpeck data set. I was hoping that this control variable would sort of work as a catch-it-all type of control variable that accounts for any abnormal effects, not just the ones that lead to Form 4 filings, but just anything abnormal going on. And even with this additional control variable, I continue to find similar results. I haven't quite tried scaling the variable directly using the number of Form 4 filings that are newly issued in a given year, because I wasn't entirely sure whether that would be the only subset of Form 4s that the investors would be searching for. They could also go back 2 years, 3 years, and that was part of the reason why I hesitated to do that, but I could certainly check the robustness of the findings to using that other alternative scaler. Thank you. Yes?
Just a clarifying question. It seems you're treating these two searches as independent, and in terms of data, the counts are also independent. Do you know to which extent this search for incentives always comes together with search for fundamental information? So it's not really, how do you think about complementarity or these two searches being substitutes? Is it possible to consider these two searches joined when people downloaded both in financial information and proxy statements?
Yes, I think realistically, many investors will probably download both information to some extent. I think it's more of a variation in the extent to which they download more of one information over the other one. So in order to address your concern here, one of the analysis that I do is one where I'm looking at the relative search activity as the explanatory variable, right? How much fundamental information is this investor searching relative to the sum of fundamental and incentive search? And there, the predictions essentially say it's the relative informativeness that really matters. If you're searching more for fundamental information, then that has this negative effect on the earnings response coefficient and misreporting. If you're searching more for incentive information, it has the opposite effect. Yes?
Yeah, along these same lines, I think it would also be useful just from a descriptive point of view to show how concentrated are these incentive searches. So is this really something, I imagine a fundamental search is fairly dispersed over all kinds of firms, I mean, not, obviously not completely evenly. But if you, I think in response to this reverse causality story, if you can show that these incentive searches are also fairly dispersed, I think that would help already. I mean, obviously, it's different is better what you do here. But if you find that the incentive searches are highly concentrated on just a few firms, then it's hard to argue that they're random, right?
Yes, I will look into that. Thank you. Let me quickly move on to the conclusion slide. So I conduct this Form 4 Edgar filing mandate analysis. I find results that are consistent with my predictions. So I would like to conclude by highlighting the contribution of the paper. This paper uses theory and empirical data to show that information search has broad implications beyond capital market outcomes, and they can also affect managers' reporting decisions. And more importantly, it shows that its effects can vary depending on the type of information investors are searching for. And this finding really highlights the importance of specifying and distinguishing between the types of information investors are searching for, because doing so will yield different and more nuanced insights. So thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate it.
Let the stragglers come in. Okay, so I got the best part because I get to hand out awards. So this is a very important part of the program because it is really when the journal and the editors get to say thank you to all the people that really help us keep running the journal. So last night we already said thanks to our previous editorial board as well as the associate editors, but it doesn't hurt saying it again. I mean, I think especially with the new editorial structure that we have with the associate editors, we've been able to sort of leverage the journal somewhat. We're getting more eyeballs on the paper, and I think overall it's been super successful, and thanks to all the AEs who are putting in a lot of work into the process and helping us out. It's been a tremendous help. Then that brings me to the reviewers, which is the other sort of leg of the stool that keeps the journal running. And so the reviewers are doing a tremendous job as well. And as you know, for years we've been handing out awards for the referee of the year or the referees of the year. But every year we kind of recognized and understood that we actually had tons of really excellent reviewing. So starting in June of 2021, we actually also created this Excellence in Reviewing Award, which recognizes a broader group of excellent reviewing, where we look at things like how timely is the review, how many reviews do people do for us, and importantly, how good is the quality of the reports. And quality often can also be, helping the authors, seeing something in the paper, giving direction. So it's not just the strictness and how tough the reviews are, but it's often like the helpfulness that makes us recognize the quality of the review. And then we kind of sit down at the end of the year and we kind of come up with this list. So if you haven't seen this list, especially maybe the seniors in the room, you would find many of your junior colleagues on that list that do a tremendous job for the journal. So thanks to all those referees. And then among this select group of people that do an excellent job and a fantastic job, there's every year we recognize a few that really stood out. And this year, the Oscar goes to 3 people. So we're going to have Hong Q. Then I'm going in alphabetical order, Andrew Sutherland and Rahul Vashishta. Congratulations and thanks a lot. And now we have, I think, Anish, you're presenting, right? Yeah, so we're going to give the awards, and then Anish, you can get ready and come up and then take it away as soon as we hand it out the awards.
All right. All right, is this on? Yeah, okay, it's on. So I want to start by just quickly thanking the JAR editors for including our paper in the program. So this paper is called The Impact of Information Frictions Within Regulators, Evidence from Workplace Safety Violations. and it's co-authored with Tom Ruckty, who is right there. Now, the title of the paper is a bit of a mouthful, I'll admit, but hopefully it gives you some insight into what we're actually trying to, if I can get this to work, trying to do. Okay. Is it off? How do I? Do you want to? Okay. Yeah, so the title of the paper hopefully provides you with some information about what we are trying to do in this paper. So what we're interested in a key regulator in the US, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, which I'm going to call OSHA from here on out. And what we're really interested in is, given the fact that firms often operate across multiple states, multiple locations, we're interested in OSHA's ability to essentially catch misconduct. And we're interested in how potential internal information frictions within OSHA, right? So informally, OSHA's ability or lack thereof to talk to itself might relate to predictable patterns in where and when firms wind up violating workplace safety laws. And the way we're going to try to study this is by testing, well, after a firm commits a violation in one state, what happens? Do we see the firm clean up its act across the board? Or do we see maybe the firm cleans up its act where it was caught, but maybe not to the same extent elsewhere? And I'll talk about these information frictions, what they are and why they might matter in just a few minutes. But we think this is important for a number of reasons. Right? One is, of course, well, OSHA is a decentralized regulator, so it kind of gives a nice lens through which to study the impact of information frictions within a regulator. Right? So we know a lot about how internal information within firms can affect how those firms behave, including how it affects the likelihood a firm engages in misconduct. But we don't know as much about how internal information within the regulators tasked with overseeing the firm might also play a role. And then we also think the setting is really important, right? We're seeing more demand than ever for information about how firms treat their employees and human capital disclosures. And so we want to shed some light on what we think is a potential determinant of, well, how firms treat their workers. So before I go any further, I want to provide some background on what these information frictions within OSHA are and how we learned about them. So to begin with, OSHA operates in a decentralized fashion. So they've got headquarters in Washington, but a lot of power and authority is delegated to state-level offices. So each state has an OSHA field office, which kind of runs the show for workplace safety inspections and whatnot in that state. Right? And so there's a lot of information coordination that has to happen. And what winds up happening is that OSHA does try to account for the fact that it's got all these disjoint offices by using an internal information system called OIS. The problem is, in practice, the contents of OIS are often limited to somewhat basic inspection details, right? So states conduct their own investigations, they take their notes, but not all the information states gather is uploaded into this centralized OSHA-wide system, right? So what's in OIS tends to be things like violation details, how much a penalty was, some basic information about the inspector, and some information about dates. But we don't have a lot of the contextual information or the detailed inspection notes that might help us figure out, well, how serious is this violation? Do we think it's going to happen elsewhere? And do we think it's a pervasive problem within the firm as a whole? And so what winds up happening is that there's more information available internally within states than what gets uploaded to and transmitted across state lines within OSHA. And we actually learned this through the use of interviews. So to step back a second, we're going to take a mixed methods approach in this paper where we've got some interviews with compliance officers. We use those interviews to kind of motivate and formalize a very basic, as we said in the panel earlier, a toy model. And we're going to use that toy model to generate some empirical predictions. And we're going to use the model to help us kind of motivate some of the underlying economics that we may not always be able to perfectly measure. But from our interviews, we learned kind of a number of interesting facts about how OSHA operates and talks to itself. Right? So we learned that while OIS does nominally have a notes category, where inspectors could provide this additional context, in practice, this is not often actually used. right? So even though OIS could maybe give more information than it does, right, in practice, there's a lot more information within states than what OSHA can see with respect to what happened in another state. And this is a problem because if I'm an inspector and I want to know more, the process for learning more isn't necessarily super straightforward, right? So if I'm an inspector in Illinois and I see that Tom's an inspector in Michigan and he's done something relevant, I can't just go and ask Tom for his notes. I have to ask my boss to ask Tom's boss to ask Tom for his notes. And what this leads to is, as officers kind of explicitly told us, is, well, it's a lot easier to get information and contextual information when from other colleagues in your own state than from the state next door or the state across the country, right? So we have intrastate information frictions within OSHA. And we think these might matter for how and why and when firms wind up violating workplace safety laws, right? And the reason that this might matter for the firms OSHA oversees is that, well, firms operate, on a multi-state basis, right? And OSHA will use a firm's compliance history to determine, well, okay, should I investigate the firm? Should I reinvestigate the firm? And if OSHA finds a violation after an investigation, the level of monetary penalties it can charge varies as a function of what it knows about the firm's compliance history, right? So in theory, we should be able to trace a firm across time, across states, and charge higher penalties when we see a pattern of misconduct. In practice, we may not be able to get the documentation that we need about prior violations when those violations happen somewhere else, right? And we think this is important because this could then motivate firms to potentially change where and when and how they might be willing to cut corners with respect to safety, right? So the threat of inspection, we argue, should have a deterrent effect on how willing a company is to violate workplace safety laws, or at least to cut corners and engage in cost-cutting efforts that might accidentally wind up in a violation, right? And what we argue is that if there were no information frictions within OSHA, then after a violation in one state, what you should see is an equal deterrent effect everywhere that firm operates. In practice, what we expect to actually see, given these frictions, is that the deterrence effect is strongest in the state where a prior violation occurred, but maybe not so strong elsewhere. And if the difference in deterrent effects is actually different enough in state and out of state, right? So if the relative disincentives to take more risks are sufficiently different, what can actually happen is that the firm will clean up its act where it's been caught, but actually wind up violating workplace safety laws more often in other states. And this is what we're going to try to show and find, and we'll substantiate this with information on how OSHA behaves or doesn't. And to be clear, firms don't need to explicitly set out to try to violate workplace safety laws, right? This can simply happen through knowing that they can cut corners or cut costs more in one state versus the other, because local management in a state that previously had a violation might push back more, knowing that they're under scrutiny, right? So firms don't have to explicitly set out to try to break the law, but they might just be willing to take more risks in places where they think the likelihood of inspection is lower. And, well, even if I get caught, the penalties are probably going to be lower, right? And to preview our findings, and then I'll open up for questions, this is more or less what we find. So we find that after a workplace safety violation in one state, firms are less likely to commit another violation in that same state, but actually more likely to commit a violation in a different state. Now, this alone isn't enough to say, yeah, this is information frictions, but we're going to try to establish this through looking at whether OSHA is able to follow the firm across state lines. So we are going to show that even though firms seem to be shifting around the location of where they are taking risks with respect to safety, OSHA doesn't proactively follow, right? So there's no corresponding shifts in where OSHA proactively investigates the firm. We're able to show this because we have really granular data on the types of inspections and the locations and times, right? So we show that OSHA doesn't necessarily follow the firm around. And we also show that when there are consecutive violations, right? If the second violation happened in the same state as the first, it's more likely to be flagged as repeat and willful, and informally what that means is that penalties are 10 times higher. But if a second violation happens anywhere else, it doesn't seem to get flagged as repeat and willful. So you could see that there could be economic reasons for firms to change around where they're willing to take risks. And we're going to try to corroborate the information frictions by looking at a set of states where we expect frictions to be higher and showing that shifting behavior seems greater into states where we expect the within OSHA frictions to be more severe. And then we're going to kind of wrap up just by showing that this does vary with firm level factors. And so the shifting behavior by firms does seem to be a response to economic incentives. And so with that said, I think I'm at about 10 minutes, and I think I can open up for questions, if there's any. Yeah.
So why is everything seem to be premised on this like nefarious behavior by corporate managers wanting to, have more workplace injuries for their workers in other states, rather than a more maybe benevolent story where just thinking about how investment in workplace safety might work, you can't just change it overnight. Maybe you have to shift resources from one state to another, and that would lead to the same exact patterns in your data.
Sure, so that's a great question. And to be clear, we're not trying, and maybe I didn't say this clearly enough, but we're not trying to say that firms are explicitly being nefarious, trying to hurt their workers or what have you. But to your point of, well, maybe firms are reallocating resources around in order to stop one problem, it seems that they'd only have the incentive to reallocate resources around, thereby leaving other states at risk, if they didn't feel that the deterrent effect, right, so the deterrent effect that should happen after the initial violation was the same across the states in which they operate, right? So essentially, if you have more incentive to remediate the problem in the state of a prior violation, right, that seems consistent with the notion that, yeah, there may be no nefarious intent, but you know that the risks are higher because OSHA is not necessarily behaving equally in all states in which you operate. I think Sugata was next, and then there's one over there.
It's just a quick point. Like it's not like the company has a pathological need to hurt employees, right? So,
No.
What it's shifting into another state is the underlying, say, cost-cutting behavior that it's achieving to increase earnings or whatever the objective is. So one way they could do that is instead of cutting safety expenditures or maintenance expenditures, they could cut R&D. So there are ways they can do this without having to incur the costs of committing a violation, right? Because the violation is ex post costly, because there's remediation costs and all this other stuff involved. So the reason I bring that up is, one alternative explanation is they're committing these violations on a similar pattern, but they're getting detected more. So actually information is being shared, is just being picked up by OSHA a lot more because OSHA in another state is now aware of this firm's record.
Yeah, so that's actually a great point. So you kind of had 2 points there, right?
Yeah.
One is, of course, well, I agree that to some extent we're looking at the intensive margin now, right? We're not looking at shifting away from OSHA violations or cost cutting and safety to other forms of cost cutting. And I think it's a fair point and something that may be slightly beyond the scope of what we're trying to do, but I agree that it is important to understand the extensive margin of how firms might choose to cut costs. And I think that speaks a lot to your own work. The second point you had on, well, what if OSHA is actually learning more? I agree that if we only had the first bullet point up here, right, if we only saw this shifting behavior, that would also be consistent. But this is also why we looked at OSHA inspections. And the nice thing about OSHA inspections is that we can actually categorize them into inspections that are done reactively, right? So ones that OSHA undertakes after something bad has already happened, right? So someone got hurt or someone blew the whistle. And we can also see inspections that OSHA has undertaken proactively, right? So where OSHA came to check up on the firm before it was known that anything went wrong. And so you'd expect that if there was within OSHA learning, we'd see a corresponding shift in proactive inspections. But we only see this shift in reactive inspections, right? So we see a shift in something went wrong, so now we got to inspect. But we don't see the shift in OSHA saying, oh, you did something over there, so I got to check you over here, right? So we don't see that kind of corresponding shift.
So if they kept the same frequency of inspections but intensified the inspections, are you catching that too? Are you observing that too? So every inspection is more detailed than before?
Yeah, so that's something, so as far as how detailed any given inspection is, that's not necessarily something we've looked at. It is certainly something we could look at. One thing that we sort of looked at, which is maybe somewhat related, is the notion of hit rates. So how, conditional on inspection, what's a violation? And we don't necessarily see that shifting around all that much. I think Delphine had a question, then over here. Okay, so I think Anna or Beth was next.
I'm wondering what your stand is on whether the firm makes centralized versus decentralized decision-making. So it seems like the decision on investment in workplace safety is decentralized, which gives rise to this variation across states in the likelihood of violation. But then a budget or cost-cutting measure is a centralized sort of decision that comes in place, which gives rise then to the spillover effect of the cost-cutting in other states. So I was a little confused because it seems like it's going back and forth between some decisions are decentralized and others are then centralized.
Yeah, so we don't mean to necessarily take a strong standpoint on whether the firm itself needs to be fully centralized or not. One thing that we do think needs to be the case is that local managers, or divisional managers in the states that have had violations, have some say, and that could be a formal say where they can allocate budgets, or it could be more informal, where when the CEO comes and says, "Can you cut costs in your state?" they say, "Hey, we're under some scrutiny." And so we could potentially try to vary, look at some cross-sectional variation in firm centralization, but I don't think we necessarily need the firm to be we don't necessarily need the firm to be centralized or not for our results to go through. I think Beth was next, and then I'll go over here.
Okay, so this is related to Shugata's question and your answer to it. Is there potentially a change in the way that firms are responding to the initial violation in terms of, could this be more of a detection or reporting effect where it's not that anything really changed in the behavior of these firms, but now employees are more empowered to report it, or where before they would have not reported it?
Yeah, so that's actually something we looked at as well, because within the inspection data, we can see what was triggered by whistleblowing, which I think gets to this point. And we see that after the first violation, the subsequent violations are not primarily driven by whistleblowing. So even though there could be more whistleblowing, that's not what's driving, the shifts are not just an increase in whistleblowing. They are an increase in actual incidents happening. Maybe I didn't fully get your point. But.
Well, I guess, is it on? Yeah. That's at the incidents. How much flexibility do they have in reporting of incidents? Is that going to be something that before they would have tried to hide, and now once there's pressure and attention, either employees won't put up with that, or is that just not a thing? Incidents always get reported.
So at least by law, incidents always get reported. It's of course hard to get at within a firm, within an office, within a facility, how much is being suppressed. One thing that maybe is not directly relevant here, but maybe useful as far as employee learning, is that there's a paper out there that looks at sort of local responses. So something happens at the nearby OSHA facility, what do other firms do? And so it seems, and the punchline there is basically that there seems to be learning locally, right? So at employees of other firms nearby, but the learning doesn't seem to really move across state lines. So and this is because a lot of violations, when they get picked up by the press, it's typically local press that other employees in the firm are not seeing. And so in as much as there is this kind of learning and increase in whistleblowing, we'd expect it to be local, within the same state. I don't know who is next over here. Let's go to John.
So just a sense of, implicitly here is the firm is homogeneous across establishments, but there's even fundamentals, there's variation. So if you look at the productivity literature, stuff that Chad's done, Nick, right, variation in TFP within firm across establishment is huge. So why is it kind of so surprising that there's variation across establishments in kind of negative events?
Yeah, so I don't think it's necessarily surprising that there's variation, sort of cross-sectional variation in negative events across establishments. The part that we thought was more interesting was that the location of these events shifts, right, in response to a violation in one place, right? So even though, one establishment or one firm state might have a higher base rate or a higher likelihood, ex-ante likelihood of violations, right? That alone doesn't necessarily imply that the location of violation should then shift, right? So we thought it's the shifting that's kind of interesting.
Well, maybe we can get when you get to the research design, but the variation when you're looking at firm state establishments in the firm and deviations, what do you think of mean reversion? If you get caught, it's very unlikely that you're going to get caught again. So wouldn't wouldn't then you find in states where you haven't been caught up until now, it's going to be more likely to get caught? Or am I thinking about that wrong, given your design?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll talk about this more when we get to the design, but just in brief for now, to the extent that there's any mean reversion, you'd expect it to be within a single firm state. And one reason I'm not going to try to overinterpret our within state results is because of things like this. But you wouldn't necessarily expect this kind of mean reversion to go across state lines. We can talk about that more when we get to design. I think right there.
Yes, can you hear me?
Sort of.
Sorry. Yeah, so the way that you phrase it, it's kind of the first violation causes a shift in behavior. Would it be possible that nothing happened between the first and the second violation? And I have in mind a model where at time 0, the firm just changed policy across all states. That increases the likelihood of violation. You just happen to catch one in one state and then the second one in another state, but nothing really changed. And it's not a causal link between the first one that made the firm change its behavior.
Sure, so I mean,
Am I making sense?
Yeah, so it's possible that a firm could have, again, different base rates or different stopping times, if you will, across state lines. But it's not clear that that structure alone would lead to these correlations we see, where you see a violation in one state sort of then correlated with a future violation out of state. Right? That seems more like a setting where firm states operate semi-independently, and so you shouldn't necessarily see this statistical relation between what's happening in one state and what's happening in the other, or it should average out across firm state years. I think Henry might have been next.
Okay. So I find I'm trying to figure out how to number the sideways triangles. So like sideways triangle 2.2, not able to reassess repeat willful violations. This seems sort of odd and also like interesting from a policy perspective. Why wouldn't OSHA just ask when they enforce at an establishment level, has your parent company been cited for something like this before? And just like absolutely murder the company if they lie on that form? Like you don't need any information sharing across state lines to have companies like self-report if they've been subject to a violation in a different state.
Sure.
But-
So I mean, it's a fair point that OSHA could maybe do more in a way that makes these frictions less important. And I don't want to necessarily get into normative discussions about what OSHA should be doing. But yeah, so I agree that you could possibly find a way around this. Of course, you might imagine if the firm has discretion in saying, did we do the same thing or did we do something similar? They might say no, right? So it is possible, right, that OSHA could get around its own frictions, but at least as what we're seeing is that they haven't, for whatever reason, chosen to do so, right? So they're still relying on this internal information.
So I guess, sorry to follow up, I guess not doing that suggests maybe that a cohesive national enforcement policy is not the highest priority. And that's sort of a little bit of a concern for like how to interpret the results.
Sure. I think back there, and then I'll come to Ava. Yeah.
So, very interesting study. I wonder whether you might want to think a little bit more about the labor market in this. I think there's a substantial literature on worker safety being endogenized in terms of in wage rates. And so it might be what in part is going on is an organization with plants in 2 different states, and one starts generating safety problems and labor costs rise, and it's just too costly to fix the plant to stop it, whether you just don't move the production to another state. And so, that's just a speculation, but I think that you might just think a bit about the labor market in this.
Yeah, so that's a great point, and there's sort of 2 aspects to that, right? One is where do firms have production? The other aspect is how much are firms paying their employees, and you could say, well, are they paying their employees some sort of risk premium? The former question is something we looked into, not perfectly given the data we have, but we do have the number of establishments that a firm operates within the state. Now, unfortunately, we don't have census data, so I can't tell you too much about what's happening in those establishments, but we don't necessarily see much by way of, for establishment birth or death after a violation, right? So I'm not saying it's not possible, but at least given the limited data we have, we don't see much that would convince us, for now, that there are shifts in production. As far as the second point, I agree that it's possible that the firm may change how it pays its employees as a function of both prior violations and needing employees to take risk. That's something we would like to look at. It's not something we can just do with the data we have, but if we ever are able to mash this up with census data, that is certainly something we'd love to do. I think Eva, and then.
So mine is actually a follow-up on Henry's question.
Okay.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on what OSHA's objective function is and what they are trying to optimize in your view here? Are they trying to limit, are they trying to maximize penalties, limit the workplace safety violations given a budget? What exactly are they trying to do? Because then I would like to understand the economic magnitude here, because it seems like they could at some cost install an information system internally that shares this information across, and they could be more effective with their inspections. But you approach the objective function very much from the point of view of the firms rather than OSHA. So I was wondering about that. And then secondly, when you did interviews with OSHA people, did you mention your results to them, and were they now inclined to maybe start sharing more information?
So at the point, okay, so I'll go backwards. So at the point where we did most of these interviews, we actually didn't yet have results. So we couldn't. Now, there was one interview where we did mention our results, and the inspector said, something, I don't want to paraphrase too much, but yeah, I'm not too surprised. We do kind of look more in state than out. As far as the first question, right, about OSHA's objective function, we view OSHA as essentially trying to minimize the rates of workplace safety violations, right? And maybe, I guess we don't have that much detail on here, right? But we view OSHA as basically a budget-constrained regulator that tries to minimize the rates of violations, right? So you could also maybe think of OSHA as, a penalty maximizer versus a violation rate minimizer, and you might wind up at slightly different results. But based on what we learned from inspectors, it seems like their main priority is safe workplaces. And so they seem more interested in there not being any violations than look how much we collect. They're not bounty hunters, I guess is a way to put it. And so we try to model OSHA as such. I think Matthias was next.
Yeah, so I found, I generally...
Sorry, can you speak up a bit?
I generally find myself agreeing with the underlying mechanism you have in mind with the information asymmetry for the regulator. I'm just wondering how much, just in principle, this is actually necessary to explain your results, given that you said there's some kind of a convexity in that penalty function in some sense that if you are caught for repeat, it's going to be more costly for you. And as soon as that's the case, let's imagine you just do different things in different states, and so you're kind of doing different violations, and now you got caught in one with that violation. You know if you get caught the next time, it's going to be particularly costly, so you have all the incentives to remedy. Given that you have shared resources, you pull more over there, and for that, you don't necessarily need any information asymmetry issue on the regulator to get, I think, many of the patterns that you had.
Sure, and so this maybe comes down to a bit in the precision of how repeat and willful violations are defined by OSHA. So OSHA doesn't necessarily say a repeat and willful violation has to be for the exact same thing down to the standard. Right? OSHA is more kind of fundamentally interested in, are you exhibiting a pattern of a non-safe workplace across or within states and time? Right? So the firm that takes the strategy that you just suggested could still be flagged for repeat and willful violations, even if it's doing slightly different things in different states, right? Because it had displayed a pattern of or lack of safety, right? And so it would be really, I guess where information frictions come in, right, is, well, if there was without frictions, we wouldn't expect firms to have any incentive to vary the potential location of violations, right? They might try to change the type or frequency or do different things, but you wouldn't expect that variation in location without OSHA's inability to talk to itself across state lines. So I do think the information frictions are relevant, but it's a great point that the definition of repeat and willful is maybe a bit broader than I had implied. I think Nemeth was next, and then Andrew.
I
found the study really interesting and the results really interesting. I think one suggestion or one idea that might help just add color to what you're showing is if you have data on examples of what are the nature of violations and what are the nature of initial violations and subsequent violations in other states, that might help because it just shows, are they shifting the same style of violation from one state to another in order to save costs? And if you have examples to actually provide that, I think it would help add color to the story that you're telling.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. That's not something that I have, a ready-made example for you, but that's a great point and something we should certainly look into as we revise. Yeah, so that's a great point. And so I'll go Andrew and then Haresh.
So interesting paper. I thought Eva's comment was really good about technology adoption. And I wonder if one way to test this is to look at job postings. So as soon as you see that OSHA starts mentioning like ERP and data management in their job postings, you know that they're sort of reforming their internal information systems, and arguably your results would be weaker in those cases. Sort of a way to directly test the information asymmetry channel.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And that's data that I don't currently have access to, but I would like to.
I can help you with it.
Okay, yeah, we should talk after. But no, that is a great point where we don't really have the ability to see externally visible steps, like that, right? So and I think that could potentially substantiate or even be its own project if we see regulators trying to beef up. To the broader one broader point about that, partially in response to Ava and response to you, we did actually ask OSHA inspectors about, well, so why is your technology like this? Why don't you just fix it and make it better? And it seems like really kind of a tragedy of the commons problem, where a lot of officers said, well, not my problem, make Central fix it, right? And Central might say, well, that costs money, and we don't have money in the budget, right? And if we invest now, that's fewer, we can spend less on investigations right now. Of course, we didn't really get to ask OSHA HQ about this, so we got only one side of the story. But it does seem like there are some frictions that we don't really discuss and that are prohibiting the investment we'd like to see. I think Haresh is next, and Raphael.
So I'm just thinking about your story. So it's you're saying you shift activities from state X to state Y, being operating activities. It's not easy to do that, right? It's not like there are frictions to it. You may not be able to produce the same product or have the same plant in a different state, right? So in your model, do you capture that how hard it is to move, shift activities, or in the data do you look at that?
Yeah, so I guess to clarify a bit, we're not necessarily saying firms outright shift the location of operating activities, but it's more every year you have to make some investments into safety, into safety. And you might sort of reallocate those resources a bit, right? If the incentives or the disincentives for cutting corners change, right? So you might have the same levels of production, and indeed we don't really see much by way of establishment, birth, or death after a violation. So I don't think firms are packing up and moving, per se. But we do maybe see a reallocation of resources into those existing locations that might affect how those existing locations behave.
So no change in operating activities or any kind of real activities, just the resources are reallocated from state X to state Y?
Yeah, at least that's what we think is the most plausible, sir. We could maybe with census data, I think we could dig a lot deeper into this. With the data we have, I think we're sort of limited in how much we can say about potential operating activity. Raphael?
Yeah, Anish, so you were talking about how there's this issues where they're not fixing their information system.
They're not what, sir?
They're not fixing their information system in the end, and there's these frictions. It made me think of the Wall Street Journal had a piece recently about the IRS, how they had a similar issue, information system very outdated. They wouldn't invest in it, and what fixed it is when they ended up showing that it would be positive NPV to fix it because the IRS would get more. I'm wondering if you, just to kind of show the magnitude of your results, because I know in the paper you say when you're a repeated offender, I think the fines are like 10 times bigger. But then you've got these repeated offenders that OSHA doesn't realize they're repeated offenders because they don't talk to each other.
Sure.
So you could kind of gauge the magnitude, saying, look, if we would be giving them the real fine that's 10 times bigger, maybe like that's a lot of money that would pay off like for a better information system or whatnot.
No, that's a great point. Like we could use this result on repeat and willful to come up with some sort of crude counterfactual analysis, and while nobody would tell us how much the OSHA would have to spend, we could at least say here's how much you'd make, and you figure out if that's more than what you'd have to spend. That's a great point. Yeah.
So I think that's really interesting, although like in general equilibrium, the firm should rationally anticipate that they're going to be caught, and then they'll reduce the amount of violation they do, so then OSHA won't capture as much of whatever you're estimating. I guess maybe if you have a structural model, you can correct for that. But the thing that I was thinking about is, does this data flow in to the OSHA portal at a rate where you could actually like intervene and treat some of these firms? So you could run some sort of randomized controlled trial when something looks like it's going to be repeat/willful, like tell the OSHA office at those other firm locations that this firm appears to be exhibiting a pattern of, willful workplace safety hazard events or something.
Yeah, so as far as so yes, that's a great point. So as far as the flow into the centralized OIS and I guess the website, we don't, so our understanding is that officers basically, when they file a report, it pretty much shortly thereafter. So it's a matter of days, right? So the flow is pretty continuous. And so you could imagine, yeah, a world in which you have these kind of real-time interventions, if you will. But our understanding is that that's not necessarily what's happening. And maybe, maybe what you would need is a setting where officers are proactively pinged when someone they oversee has issues elsewhere. But as far as we know, that's not necessarily happening.
Yeah, so I was saying you as a researcher could do it.
If OSHA would let us, we'd love to.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who is next. I think Lori, maybe?
I'm sure I was not next, but that's nice of you. I just had one thing I was wondering. The construct you have here is them actually violating. It's not just them violating and getting caught. And so people have been talking about, you're looking at this measure of them getting caught violating. And you mentioned that, you mentioned injuries in the paper, and there's the reactive the reactive inspections. I was just wondering, did they always have a reactive inspection after there's an injury, or is it just sometimes?
Yeah, so there's supposed to pretty much always be a reactive inspection. That, of course, may not result in a violation, right? In as much as you could have an injury, it's deemed that, well, it was just bad luck, the firm did nothing wrong. And so it could still result in, a clean investigation. But every time there is an accident or an injury, OSHA is supposed to show up and investigate.
Right. I was just wondering why that wasn't just the main measure that you looked at then, because then it's less subject to, this sort of, the joint function of the violation and the detection of it.
You mean, so you're looking at injuries, you mean?
Yeah, just.
Yeah, so that is something we could perhaps supplement our analyses with. We chose to focus on violations and inspections because not all, for two reasons, right? One is not all violations are the result of an injury. Sometimes they can be caught, luckily, before anyone gets hurt. The other thing is, if you're looking at injuries, you're necessarily only looking at reactive OSHA behavior, whereas we really want to focus on violations and especially inspections so that we can try to understand more about OSHA's proactive behaviors, right? So after the firm does something bad, whether it meant to or not, right? What happened? Does OSHA proactively respond before anything else can happen? And we needed inspections for that. Now, I'll give you that we could maybe have looked at inspections in response to injuries, right? We could have maybe mashed up the data more than we did.
Yeah.
But we think the violation data already captures reasonably well what we're trying to do.
It does. I mean, and it's nice that you have also the inspections, which most settings don't have, so I take your point.
Not sure who is next. Maybe Volker?
So what I don't fully understand is if it's worthwhile for the other state to cut corners, why didn't they already do it? Why would they wait till the other facility in the other state got caught and then start doing it? It's either worthwhile or it's not, so they should have already done cutting corners.
So one way to think of it is each state was currently solving some sort of optimization problem, or the firm as a whole, which led to certain behaviors in the states. After a violation, what happens is the relative cost functions change. So there's like a reallocation or reoptimization, if you will. So what was the optimal level of cost cutting last year as a function of the scrutiny you faced in two states will now change as the scrutiny changes in the two states, right? So it's a reallocation in response to changes in potential deterrence or OSHA monitoring, right? So it's not that the firm was behaving suboptimally or is behaving suboptimally, but it's a reallocation based on changes in the cost function. And so we think that's really what it is. Yeah, Anthony.
Yeah, so I was struggling a little bit to understand how the repeat willful violations, your results kind of fit into your main argument. So I think the main argument is intuitive, where if you have a violation in state A, you're going to reduce potential future violations. And that's what you find. But I think you also find that repeat willful violations go up in that state as well. So I would think that's where the deterrent effect would be the most strongest. And I think it is. The penalty is higher when you have a repeat willful violations. So I would have expected these firms to reduce operations that would have resulted in a repeat willful violation in that state. So I was just curious, I might be missing something, but.
Yeah, so there's kind of two things going on, right? So after I commit a violation in one state, you'd expect the base rate of violations I commit in the same state to go down, and we do find that. But it doesn't necessarily go down to zero, right? And so of the violations that still exist, right? So it might, it's a lower rate, but it's not zero. Of the violations that still exist, you'd expect a much higher proportion to be repeat and willful, right? So it's more that the number of repeat and willful goes up, right? Just because a much higher proportion of the violations in state that still exist are being flagged as such, right? So I don't think it's necessarily inconsistent, but it is something we could maybe explain in a bit more detail. I think Delphine.
So I was just wondering how material are these violations, are these fines for the firms? Because if I think in the paper you say that the fines are about $150,000. So, and I was thinking about Shugata's point. So wouldn't it make more sense to sort of shift costs, like make up for those costs in other ways rather than shifting across states and cutting costs there?
Yeah, so there's a couple things, right? One is the direct monetary penalties for violations are pretty small. And this is because OSHA is constrained by law to a very strict fine schedule where they cannot, like the SEC would, they can't essentially charge the damages. They have a very strict fine schedule, they have to follow it. So the fines themselves, right, as far as direct monetary penalties, are often not super large. There are indirect effects, so reputation, litigation risk. We have another paper that shows that labor violations lead to labor lawsuits. We don't necessarily try to quantify those here, right, but there are indirect costs as well. And those can be pretty substantive. But yeah, the direct costs are pretty small.
So then increasing the risk of violations by cutting costs across states as opposed to cutting costs in other ways that might not increase these risks, wouldn't that be more cost effective? I mean, that's kind of what I'm struggling with.
Sure, so I guess two things. Right? One is you can save more in costs than even if you get caught, then you'll have to pay in fines, right? So if you might be able to save more in costs than the fines you have to pay. So it might still be cost effective to cut corners here. But yeah, to the bigger picture point, I agree that this is only one way in which you might see firms respond to a violation. You may see firms respond in other ways that don't necessarily involve cutting safety. I think that's an interesting thing to look at, and I think it's maybe a bit beyond what we're doing, but I think that's a really interesting thing to look at just in general. I think John was next.
So just related to Delphine's question, for the typical firm, if they cut their safety investment to zero, how much would that increase their earnings?
So if they cut their safety investment to zero, it's hard for me to quantify because that gets folded into SG&A and we don't know what fraction that is.
You're assuming it's a big number though, right?
I would assume so, and I hesitate to throw out numbers just because I don't have a good sense of what fraction of SG&A is safety investments. But I would imagine that if you cut safety investments to zero, you'd immediately see a lot of lost time, on-the-job injuries. You'd see essentially a sharp drop in productivity, right? You'd see a sharp drop probably in revenue. Now, I'm not sure that I can necessarily quantify that, but I do think there'd be immediate effects. That would be pretty substantial. Christine.
All right, I just want to follow up on Lorian's point about focusing on accidents and injuries. Because to her, you said that you want to focus on something broader, which I understand, but it contradicts a little bit your answer to Shugata's question about the mechanism, right? For the mechanism test, it is important. I think it makes it more convincing, right, that you're finding that out of state, these tend to be what you call them, reactive inspections. And the reason it's important, I think, to look at injuries in particular is because it looks like the majority of the reactive investigations are complaints, which is consistent with this other kind of information story that's, not that we're shifting costs, we're not shifting cost cutting, but that there is some kind of information sharing either amongst OSHA employees or amongst firm employees.
Yeah, so that's a fair point, and perhaps it's a good reason to bring back a test we had in a much earlier version of the paper, where we separated the reactive inspections according to what's a complaint, what's an injury, to try to get at, is it really just complaints, is it really injuries, is it both? And the short answer is we saw an increase in both types of reactive investigations. And so basically this could imply, right, that there is some learning within the firm. So I don't mean to say the firm doesn't learn at all, right? But it's just that even though there may be learning within the firm, the shift in incentives and relative incentives seems to dominate it in terms of what we see. So I agree that there could be some firm level learning, there probably is, right? But it's more that even in spite of this learning, right, we still see a shift in where actual bad things are happening and where there's actually safety issues. So maybe I'll quickly try to get through. I'll summarize the model in about 30 seconds, and then I'll try to get into some of the research design and empirics. So as I mentioned earlier, we did some interviews, and the reason that we really took this mixed methods approach was to just kind of lay out, to try to fill in some of the gaps we couldn't get empirically. So we interviewed a bunch of OSHA inspectors, and I've already talked about those in some length, we wrote a very, very simple analytical model just to try to formalize some of the insights that we gained from these inspectors. So the model is really just trying to formalize what OSHA inspectors told us. So we see a single firm that operates in 2 states. Each state has its own OSHA office. The firm may or may not have incentives to cut costs, and OSHA can talk to itself imperfectly. So OSHA can learn more from a violation that happened in its own state, right? But OSHA offices can't necessarily talk to each other perfectly. And there's the full models in the appendix. But the model basically we use to generate 2 pretty basic empirical predictions, which we've already kind of talked about at some length, which is that after a violation in one state, the firm does clean up its act in that state, but it need not necessarily clean up its act in the other state. And this can be either lower or higher. So the model doesn't explicitly predict that violations must go up elsewhere. The model says that the firm has less of an incentive to clean up its act elsewhere. And depending on how severe the frictions within OSHA are, this can lead to, it doesn't have to lead to, the firm committing more violations elsewhere. But whether or not the firm commits more violations elsewhere, we went into this, writing the model, we went into this as an open empirical question. And we also show that as information frictions are greater, sort of as a corollary to this, we see a larger differential between subsequent changes in behavior in the violating state and in other states. Yeah.
So 2 questions. So first is, I think one of the necessary conditions for your prediction would be if one firm has violation in last year, and then the OSHA would inspect that firm again, or actually at least has the same inspection frequency. Is that what you observe? Because if I know that you inspect me last year, but you're not going to inspect me this year, it's not necessarily true that I'm going to reduce my violations.
Yeah, so we actually, I guess I didn't really talk about it just to economize, but we do model OSHA's kind of optimal inspection behavior, and it doesn't necessarily have to have a higher or lower rate next year. More generally, as far as what we see in the data and empirically, we actually did look at subsequent OSHA inspections, and we see that there are fewer reactive inspections in the same state, which you might expect. But there's actually more proactive inspections in the same state. So OSHA seems to follow up more, right, in states where something's already happened. So at least as far as proactively.
Okay, the second one is, does your model have any prediction on the total number of violations in all the states?
Yeah, so the model also predicts that in aggregate, the firm gets a little safer. So basically, we're not saying that the firm gets explicitly worse after a violation, just that the firm has a violation in one state. It cleans up its act in that state, but there may still be some offsetting negative effects elsewhere, right? But in total, we do expect the firm to get better.
So is that what you observe in the data? The total?
It is.
Okay.
It is what we observe in the data. Was there another question? Or yeah.
I'm just curious, what counts as a repeat violation?
What's that?
What counts as a repeat? If you do a violation in Chicago, and the next month you do a violation in Minnesota, Is that considered to be a repeat violation?
It could be. OSHA would have to basically show that after the violation in Chicago was flagged, the firm basically chose to do nothing. The firm did nothing about it, or the firm essentially did. OSHA would have to show. It wouldn't have to be the exact same type of violation, but OSHA would have to document a pattern saying that, yeah, the firm didn't fully clean up its act. It still is letting things slip.
Yeah, but is that pattern local or does it go across states?
So according to the law, it's supposed to go across states.
Oh, it is? Okay.
In practice, we see that it often doesn't, but at least the letter of the law says that a violation can be flagged as repeat on the basis of something that happened anywhere else in the firm. The letter of the law. Right? And one of the things we show is that that doesn't seem to be what happens in practice. Yeah. So I've already kind of talked about our empirical approach in some detail, right? So we're going to look at basically after a violation, where do future violations happen? And then we also are going to look at OSHA's behavior with respect to future investigations and potentially flagging repeat violators. And we have a few more tests where we actually try to vary the level of information frictions as well, to maybe a little more tightly get at the notion that, yeah, it is frictions, and when these vary, so too does firm behavior. And I'll try to show you those towards the end. Hans.
Yes, now you're on the empirical analysis. So why don't you do this at the facility level instead, so we can see whether it's the state border? Because they'll get at some of all these comments, right? Are we just moving production somewhere else? And is that driving the results? Why do you do it at the firm, state, year level?
Yeah, so there's a couple things. One is OSHA is organized at the state level, so given that our primary interest is OSHA.
Yeah, but I would like you to, why don't test it? Is it the state border that matter, or is it just that it's a different facility? Because if it's a different facility, then it's probably not this information story you have about the offices. No, then it's more one of these stories of moving production to another facility because OSHA closed it down or wages went up in that particular.
Yeah, so there's two things. One is working with establishment level data without the census can be tricky because Reference USA is not perfect. It's hard to match up OSHA addresses precisely. There's certain data challenges. The second and more practical thing is we did, in spite of these challenges, try to look at the establishment level. And we didn't see much by way of shifting within state. The shifting does seem to occur across state lines. And so in light of that, we thought it was just easier to present things at the firm state level because we just didn't see much by way of within state shifting or shifting as a function of within state incentives.
But that would have been nice to show, right? Because
Sure.
that would then line up with the OSHA offices,
Sure,
right?
yeah, we could potentially show that. Gerardo.
I was just wondering if you also played around, like similar to Hans' point, within the state, if different offices are in charge of analyzing different counties and see if there is any effect, like the same way that you are looking at it across the states, across different offices within the same state.
Yeah, so that's not something we explicitly considered, but it is something we asked our interviewees about. We asked the compliance officers about. And it seemed like it didn't, take California, for example. Yeah, there might be a sort of sub-office in LA and one in San Diego. But it seems like those sub-offices don't have problems talking to each other. At least, again, this is from what we were told by inspectors. But it seems like there are commonalities within state, even if there's different physical sort of sub-offices. The frictions, as far as we learned, really occur across state lines. And so, yeah, we could maybe try to dig deeper and look at within state. But our priors, just based on what we were told, is that we wouldn't expect to see much. We could look, but we just wouldn't expect to see much.
I mean, I would think that it would be nice if you find like a similar effect, maybe not the same magnitude, but technically you should still find some frictions that just the fact that the person is not sitting in the same office and some of the effects that you talked about, like talking to a supervisor and then the supervisor talking to the other one, etc., that create a bit of a friction, maybe smaller, but something that it would be relatively easy for you to check.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point. It's something we could look at. We did do something that, while not exactly the same, maybe up the same alley, which is OSHA has state offices and then they also have 10 regions, right? So there's a regional office and there's state offices. Now, as far as we learned from compliance officers, the region designations didn't really matter for information sharing purposes. They might matter for things like informal relationships, but there's no sort of formal informational advantage to being in the same region. And when we looked at essentially shifting within region and out of region, we found basically no differences. So suggesting that where we know the frictions are there, is where we also kind of see the shifting behavior. Was there another hand? I thought I saw one. Yeah, Mark.
So
look at sort of multi-year effects at all? I guess I'm sort of a graphical person, so I was kind of expecting to see sort of like a response function graph or something like that, that showed sort of probabilities going up to the event and then kind of coming down over longer windows. Did you look at multi-year stuff at all?
We did in the early stages of the paper. It's not something that I have handy to show. We found that, as you might expect, the effect is strongest 1 year after the focal violation. I don't have numbers to quote you as to when it dissipates, but yeah, we did look at one point.
But so going in, I was thinking, initially what I was thinking was kind of parallel trends, so sort of what's going on going into the event. And so I didn't know, because you're only comparing onesie, twosie, right? And so it seemed like it would be sort of interesting to know whether the probabilities are going up and then it happens and then they sort of come down or something like that.
No, that's a great point. We could certainly try to look at our predicted probabilities and maybe come up with something along those lines. That specifically is not something we've done, but I agree that there could be value in that. Zach.
Yeah, sort of building on Mark's comment, I mean, I noticed that all of your regressions include sort of firm state fixed effects. So, I mean, it might be nice to see some things without that, because one of the things that's sort of consistent with what you're presenting is actually that these firms are responding to these safety violations, but they're responding, it diffuses slowly across states.
Sure.
So that basically, you know, after there's, you know, this initial violation, you're still in an unsafe environment, and it just sort of goes down slowly over time. So it'd be good to kind of rule that out.
Yeah, that's something we can think about. One difficulty in removing firm, so we can play around with the other fixed effects for sure. One difficulty in removing firm by state fixed effects is that there's going to be a mechanical correlation between having violations in a state and just kind of operating in that state. And so that's what the firm by state fixed effects are kind of really trying to soak up. But we could certainly try to play around with that more and see what turns out. Felix.
But in each, the firm time state fixed effects are a little problematic. I mean, not only for that reason just raised by Zach, but also because you have a lagged dependent variable plus a unit fixed effect. And that is something that typically does very funny things to both your coefficients and to your standard errors. It's the 1980s nickel problem.
Yeah, so this is actually something that Valery actually raised this point.
So I would really recommend, you know, just also showing it without the state time series.
So to that specific point, we actually spent a lot of time in the revision essentially simulating this problem to see where it turned up. And we found that we were able to recover an unbiased coefficient on the cross-state term, which is what we care about. So we actually spent a lot, maybe way too much time, simulating this problem because we were aware of it. We now have a lot more faith, I think, in our main results. But yeah, it is a problem, right, for certain things.
Anish, just try to move a little bit more into the paper. You have another 15 minutes.
Okay. So the data is, so I'll talk about the data and I'll talk about some of the main results briefly. So we obtain OSHA data. It's all publicly available on the Department of Labor website. The data is amazingly detailed, which we have a lot of information on addresses, inspection dates, penalties, and information on the inspections. We mashed this up with CompuStat and CRISP using Reference USA as a bridge, which allows us to kind of figure out what's happening across the firm. We've already kind of talked about the model in some detail, so I'll go straight to the main results. We find that after a violation in a different state, a violation in the focal state goes up. And you could flip the design here looking at out of state as a dependent variable. You'd see the same thing. But we find basically that after a violation in one state, firms commit fewer violations in that state and have more violations elsewhere. And so this is evidence consistent with geographic shifts in where violations happen. Now, as I said, this alone is not evidence that information frictions within OSHA are a potential problem. And so our next set of tests is really going to be designed to try to get more into that. So we're going to spend a lot of time looking at OSHA inspections. So a key role of information for OSHA is figuring out who to inspect. And the idea here is that, well, OSHA does a better job figuring out who to inspect. That should deter firms from engaging in unsafe workplace practices. And so what we're going to do is exploit the fact that we observe a lot of heterogeneity in OSHA inspection types. And this heterogeneity is going to allow us to classify some inspections as proactively initiated by OSHA field offices versus reactive, and as Christine pointed out, in response to either accidents or injuries or potential whistleblower complaints. And so we're interested in whether OSHA proactively follows firms as they shift the location of workplace safety issues. Mirko.
So on a different way to test for the mechanism, are companies that get cited for repeat violations, do those violations have to happen on like the same topic? So like if I have to build a fence to protect my workers and somebody falls in a pot, and then 2 months later I get cited again because there's nails on the ground. Like something that is, both of them are safety issues, but they're sort of unrelated safety issues. Is that a repeat violation? Or is it not a repeat violation because it's sort of not on the same topic?
Yeah. So a repeat violation doesn't have to be on the exact same topic.
Okay.
There's probably some level of discretion in that regard on OSHA's part. That's not something we were able to really get out of them. But it doesn't have to be the exact same thing. A repeat violation is assessed more if the firm has, quote, demonstrated a continued pattern of not taking safety seriously, right? So not taking safety seriously can manifest in a number of different ways, right? And of course, OSHA one thing we didn't really look into is, maybe OSHA does flag repeat and willful differently based on the specific types of violations. Thanks. But in general, that's not a requirement. Maxi.
So I was wondering, why do you classify these centralized inspections as reactive and not proactive? Couldn't it be the case that the central office is aware of these informational frictions, so they try to counteract?
Yeah, so that's a great point, and I should give you more detail, which is that we actually have 3 types of inspections. And we put them centrally planned by themselves, right? So OSHA actually does provide some guidelines into how to classify inspections. And so OSHA defines inspections as either programmed, if they're essentially pre-planned by federal, or unprogrammed. And we're going to try to actually subdivide this and kind of do our own classification, where we try to really identify inspection types by the underlying level of discretion, right? And that gets at, well, is an inspection centrally planned by OSHA headquarters according to an algorithm? Is an inspection reactive, right, according to complaints and accidents? Or is an inspection discretionary and really depending on the OSHA state office? To follow up. Senia.
So I have 2 points. So the first point is, like you said, the way you sort of got your data, it's publicly available, right?
Mm-hmm.
So technically, all of the inspectors, all of the OSHA offices can look up all of this stuff online, so it's available. Mm-hmm. So I was wondering first, like, where you really think the information friction is coming from. Is it because the data is available, is it not, do they not have the incentives to do it, or do they not have the time to do it? And then my second point was on you basically looking at these discretionary inspections, and like you can see here is actually the perfect slide to look at this, is that it's very few inspections, right? And for OSHA, those take the lowest priority. For OSHA, the most priority is the reactive inspections, then the planned inspections, then the discretionary inspections. And given how resource constrained OSHA is, I think it's difficult to see differences in these discretionary inspections because they take such low priority, given how much OSHA is focusing on other stuff and how resource constrained they are. They might not get to change these.
Sure. So I would agree that a lot of OSHA's inspections are indeed reactive or in response to centrally planned. But I would push back a little on the notion that these are unimportant, right? And that a lot of times OSHA will follow up when, as you say, when it can. OSHA will sometimes make time. OSHA will sometimes even pair a reactive inspection with a further discretionary one nearby. So I agree that the relative N here might have might influence the potential effect sizes we can identify.
Yeah,
right?
I think one way to maybe look at like differences in sort of how OSHA reacts is using the time to inspect between them getting a complaint and the time to inspection. So the priority they put on these firms now. So that then you might be able to get a bigger end with that because those are the reactive inspections.
Sure. So as far as time to inspect, I'm not sure that we can. I mean, you know the data really well too. Is that something? Okay, we should talk offline about how to see that. But yeah, that is something we could look into. So as far as OSHA inspection types, right? And I'll just kind of try to get through the rest of the empirics pretty quick. The punchline here is that we don't see discretionary OSHA inspections follow out-of-state violations. We do see that after a violation in a given state, OSHA winds up checking on the same firm more in that state. But we don't necessarily see OSHA follow firms across state lines. We see the responses mostly to what happens in the state. So this is one way we're trying to get at the mechanism. The other main test of the mechanism, which we've also discussed, is repeat and willful violations. And here, we've talked about this at some length, so I'll be quick. Essentially, we look at whether OSHA is able to tag a future violation as repeat or willful as a function of whether it happens within the same state or out of state. And the short answer is repeat and willful violations are more common after a previous violation in the same state. But even though the letter of the law says that a prior violation can happen anywhere, they don't increase following out-of-state violations, right? So we think this is, again, kind of corroborating OSHA's inability to, yeah, they might find the violation, but they have a hard time getting the documentation they need to really amp up the penalties, right? And this, again, seems to arise from information frictions. Hans?
I mean, I think that's a bit of a stretch, right? Because they have some discretion here. So of course, if it happens exactly the same place, the same thing again, you know, you're going to go harsher at them, right? I mean, and if something happens, otherwise we have to show it through the headquarter or something. That'd be much harder.
What's that?
I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that they're supposed to do it across states. They have discretion here, right? So if there's a violation in this particular facility, and then there's one again 2 months later, that sounds like willful, right? But if it happens 5 states over, right, then you probably wouldn't use your discretion in that way, right? Because it's just not, it's not coming from the headquarter, most of these, right? You didn't put the fence up or something.
Yeah, I agree, but I think that's more a prediction about the potential difference in coefficients, right, as opposed to whether there's an effect at all with respect to out-of-state violations. So I agree that even in the case where there were no information frictions, you might see a stronger coefficient in response to in-state violations, but you would ideally still see some sort of positive effect in response to out-of-state. And the difference would really be in the kind of magnitudes as opposed to the effects at all. Yeah?
So just following up on that, I think using establishment data could really help there. If you could show within state, one facility has a violation and then a follow-up at a different facility within that same state, right? Your story would say that there's no information friction, but to Hans's point, it's not the exact same violator. Are they getting this double penalty?
Sure. That's something we could look into. So really quick, I just want to also talk about one test where we try to vary the level of information frictions. So one kind of interesting feature about OSHA is that 21 states are organized into what's called state plans. Now, these still fall under the purview of federal OSHA, but they get, in exchange for the state contributing a little bit of funding, they get a little bit more autonomy, and they have a bit more discretion in how they select their targets. And from talking to inspectors, it seems like they also can vary a bit more the ways in which they conduct enforcement actions. And the long and short here is that there should be higher information frictions into states that have state plans, given sort of these additional differences and additional difficulties for state plan states to talk to non-state plan states, and indeed each other, right? No two state plans are exactly the same. And so if information frictions and OSHA's inability to talk to itself has something to do with patterns in workplace safety violations, we should see the shifting of violating behavior be greater into these states where we see more frictions, right? So we vary the frictions. Do we see a subsequent variation in the strength of the effect? And this also, I think, helps us address some of the other points in that without these additional frictions, right, there's no reason that firms should operate differently in state plan states or not in a way that systematically changes patterns. And so we find essentially evidence consistent with what we just said, which is that the shifting effect seems to be greater into state plan states. And I know I've got maybe like 2 minutes, so just to quickly wrap up. Even though that we see greater shifting into state plan states, we once again don't see inspections follow, right? So the violations move, the proactive inspections don't. And to wrap up, we have a number of tests on, well, okay, so we've spent a lot of time talking about how firms might shift the location of violations in response to economic incentives. And so we thought it would be good to just run some cross-sectional tests on does the extent of shifting vary with the strength of a firm's economic incentives to, for example, cut costs. And so we look at a number of different things. We look at the severity of past violations, profitability, meter beat, following up on Judson Caskey's work. And then we look at some board and culture-related variables as well. To summarize, given that I've got like a minute, we find that there are greater shifts when you'd expect incentives for shifting to be stronger. And we find that there are lower shifts for profitable firms, firms with better governance, and firms with better corporate violation culture. So just to quickly wrap up, what have we done? What do we find? Why do we care? We find evidence of geographic shifts in where firms violate workplace safety laws, and we think this has to do with OSHA's inability to talk to itself across state lines. We try to show this, and of course, no one test is perfect, but we try to really get at this by looking at patterns in inspections, OSHA's ability to ratchet up penalties for repeat violations, and variation in the strength of information frictions. And so the big picture takeaway is that we think within regulator information flows matter for enforcement. So I think I'm just about on time.